taking shots, I'm trying to perfect my moves. Early bird gets the worm, I don't got time to snooze. I'm not in a frat, but every year I still pay my dues. Do it for mama dues. Wanna get a house with a pool and an amazing view, so she could watch his son do what he wanna do. Cause lately I've been ballin' like an alley-oop.
We ain't in the same league, not even the same game. Going all in, I'm just trying to maintain. Y'all don't want me to win, I can see it on your face. I can see it on your face. We ain't in the same league, not even the same game. Going all in, I'm just trying to maintain. Y'all don't want me to win, I can see it on your face. I can see it on your face. I can see it on your face.
Lashes divine, I'll empty your mind, 'cause you want me to. I'm so twisted, you're addicted. I feel your pain, 'cause you want me to. I'm so good for you. I'm so bad for you. I'm so good for you. I'm so bad for you. I'm so good for you. I'm so bad for you. 'Cause I can't give you everything you want. Make you feel I'm so good for you. Love being bad for you. 'Cause I can't give everything you desire. So close the doors, let me in, let me taste the darkness in you. No one serves me like you. You asked me to slay you, to burn you, to haunt you, so you feel. So do you feel me now? I'm so good for you. I'm so bad for you. I'm so good for you. I'm so bad for you. I'm so good for you. I'm so bad for you. 'Cause I can't give you everything you want. Make you feel I'm so good for you. Love being bad for you. 'Cause I can't give everything you desire. I'm so good for you. I'm so bad for you. I'm so good for you. Love being bad for you. 'Cause I can't give everything you desire. Say you're looking, keep looking for it, but you can't find it. Can't find another one to get right with. You try and try, but never find someone who's right. Keep looking for it, but you can't find it. Can't find another one to get right with. You try and try, never find another me. Never find
The kill went to Keres.
Driver has ult. Oh my god, that man's not wasting any time. Picks himself up a kill.
Look at the HP difference here. I mean, Driver just annihilates them. And it feels like kind of greedy from Lakai. Maybe also an itemization problem. I feel like the Mercs rush isn't that good against Gragas. So yeah, they're level 4, but that creep just dies.
Yeah.
And it feels like they're going aggressive just at the wrong time. And maybe could have found it slightly quicker. And even with the missed auto attack here, the flash auto on the ward, they still managed to get the kill, right? Which really says that this wasn't that close. And just kind of showing a bit more strength in the bot lane. Cleanse did come out of time. Did he end up dying? Oh my god.
Kaiwing.
What a monster.
That's nasty.
Yeah.
Page still pretty low on mana, does have the blue buff, but if you're able to fight the fight soon, it might be good, as Godtone will be looking.
Yeah, they have to force.
Yeah, ICA and Taco's done up on the side, but those are the targets you want. Israeli getting bursted to the side. It is 665 having to use that ult to get out, but a massive Magnet Storm finds 3. It is going to find 3 kills immediately afterwards as Taco trying to do what he can. He takes down the 80 carry in a 3-man knockup, but it's ultimately going to be a 4-kill-to-1 exchange.
And this teamfight's very crucial.
Lakai Dominus popped, and it's going to be the Paranoia used as a disengage tool. But importantly, this Dragon is going to go down. It is BYG who find it. That's going to be their 5-man Pop Blossom again. It's going to be Konue finding his first reset as Pretender dives on in. He doesn't have the damage. 2 found, but another 5-man Pop Blossom.
Other cooldowns used just then, though, which might allow West Point their way in. Feels like PSG have a rock-solid position, though.
Yeah, look how hard it is to push past the Braum, the Ashe, even the Nico as Cassante finding himself a knock-up there, and 6-5 taking down a half, but it's Ralia who's going to commit this Dominus to look for something. Hostile takeover will only land onto Braum as the Glacial Fissure and the Pop Blossom finds 5! It's looking like it's going to be a win here in the team fight, at least for PSG, as a double kill already found here for Waco. Very low health bars on the remaining 3 from West Point, but what a Pop Blossom.
It was 5-man. I don't think I've seen a 5-man Nico in a long time, and 4.5k damage done there. It's very hard, again, to kind of see this as a threat in the fight. Flash Protobelt finds 5. And even the disruption, let alone the damage, is really hard to deal with.
这个 ID 的由来其实是我大学的时候跟一群就是好朋友，然后一起养了一只柯基，然后那个时候刚好要取就是当选手的时候，然后要取 ID， 然后我想不到 ID， 我就选了这个。我比较喜欢狗，因为猫的话我比较会过敏。对，
这是我刚打职业的时候不知道取什么名字，然后那时候有一个公司的人，他很喜欢那个什么《玩具总动员》，然后他就帮我取了一个叫无敌这个名字。我觉得巴斯高年比较帅，但巴斯高年 ID 不知道叫什么。
我一开始打职业 ID 叫 Poki， 但我后面觉得佩佩罗更好吃，所以我就叫佩佩罗。
大家好，我是 JPURU 那个中文注音的那个文家的意思。
那你有想过这样主播在屏幕的难念？
哦，没有想过，因为韦泽利凯太多了，所以就不想一样。
现在的 ID 由来就是以前玩了一款游戏，然后想不到 ID 的时候就去 Google， 然后就出现了一排名字，就选了一个最装的名字。那时候觉得很帅，但是后来会变成空月，是因为有一次去唱歌被店员认出来，然后他就问我是不是残破空月，我就把它改成空月。哎，这是真的。
大家好，我是 BYG 的辅助 Keres。我的 ID 由来是我们那时候想要改名，然后在 FAK 的时候我们这跟一些越南的队伍团练嘛，然后就发现他们的 ID 由来是取亮在系列神的一些名字，然后我们都去翻一下有 K 开头的一些英文名字，然后就刚好挑到 Keres 这名字，就是一个战争女神，然后跟20的一个意思。
因为我刚打英雄联盟的时候 ID 叫里面去 Ghost 嘛，然后它前端跟尾端是 REST， 我想说职业比赛如果取那么长不太好，就变 REST 了。
现在的 ID 由来就是因为我自己是6月9号生嘛，是双子座，然后就想说简洁有力就取个双子，然后就用星座的英文 ID 这样。
那双子座最处得来的星座是哪一个？
应该是同风系的吧，就是风向的水瓶、天平这种。像我之前跟东山配，东山也是天平的，所以就跟他很合。
我印象比较深刻的 ID 应该是 Piglet， 因为那时候SKT 的 AD 是 Piglet， 然后那时候他们不是赢了吗？然后赢了乌兹那个时候，然后我那个时候的 ID 就叫 Piglet。对，
年轻一点的知道吗？有取过中二的 ID 吗？
我感觉 Piglet 已经最中二了。
我国小的时候有取一个蛮中二的 ID， 叫那个魔龙狂笑，因为小时候就觉得龙很帅，然后又魔，就听起来很酷，
就满命好吧，因为好很可爱啊。本来来打职业 ID 也想叫好，可是我怕被网友骂，所以我就改名叫佩佩罗。
天行魂是我爸取的。
你自己喜欢这个 ID
吗？我觉得有点屁。
有一个比较羞耻的，就是我要练女角，但是我又不想取什么煞气什么的，我好像就叫鲜奶宝宝，但是蛮久的。我现在不会再装女的，
Creative Self 吧，就是以前那个 SKT T1 的 AD 的时候，他的一个韩服 ID， 然后我就直接翻过来在台服使用，他就是我的偶像。那时候，
我觉得我之前台服 ID 就算蛮有趣的吧，就我叫做等星屋等，然后第一个等是一个星星的星，然后一个歌，然后星屋是我自己翻字典翻到的，我就翻字典翻2页，然后看到第一个字，我就把它放在中间。
那另外有一个名字，在职业选手生涯当中很著名的 ID， 就是你在韩服的 ID。
没错，就我之前有取过新垣结衣嘛，因为我跟我女朋友都很喜欢新垣结衣，然后我就在韩服有一段时间都一直取她的 ID， 或是用 Gaki QQ。
我觉得最帅的选手 ID 应该是 Viper 吧，对，因为就是他那个字母，然后这样签名起来的时候，你就会觉得那个字母很好看。对，
最帅的，我觉得应该是 Gaton 吧，因为很少有 ID 这么霸气。
我觉得那个汉萨妈妈哪一队的忘了 G2， 现在 G2 的 AD， 他 ID 很酷，他会画画。
那个 CFO 的顺，因为听起来很顺。
我觉得取得很好的就那个吧，有2个，我觉得有一个叫什么梅利欧大师，之前那个在看世界赛，然后还有一个就小花生，就觉得取得很好，就看起来就感觉很气质的感觉。
第一个会想到 Y4K 吧，就听起来拽拽的。
之前的那个朋友吧，就他叫做 Bono， 就是他的 ID 就是一只很可爱的小动物。
如果可以的话，肯定是要改好的。
我之前本来刚打职业想改名，就是想改控马，但是这个感觉只有懂那个懂控马台语的人才会懂，所以后来就是没有改了。本来是真的想改控马，然后又刚好胖胖的，就很适合，怕那个外国人不知道那个控马是什么。我真的觉得这个名字很好，看谁要把它拿去用吧。
Creative Self 吧，都在他使用之前，然后直接把这个名字直接取样掉，因为我觉得很有创意，我很喜欢。
如果现在要改名的话，我直接想到就取我的本名，直接叫世杰，再直接比赛场上打。
改名的话，可以的话，我还是想用 Gaki 看看，只是想说比较偏向女性化，我怕大家幻想破灭，而且也不要跟大家抢国民老婆。
现役啊，火龙吗？卡纳比？还有人比6个字多吗？雀巢也差不多是6个字吧，有7个字吧？
应该是 Mission 吗？7个。奎斯卡塔，
东山吧，想不到
Mission
是吗？
还是 Stay True
控热，我觉得是控热，
应该是那个吧，最新的那个 DWT 的上路 JPU 什么的，6个英文词忘了。我7个好，那应该是我最长吧？那我想不到了，公布吧。
Pretender 还有吗？
最长的应该是 FAK 的中路吧 ，Pretender 是吗
？Pretender Kenny Chen
Kenny Chen 是吗？
最短的应该阿志吧，4个字。
阿志4个多少啊
？665 WP 的辅助吧 ，CHA 是我家打野吗 ？WSL
很好。
那个 AD FAK 的，对，3个5队友嘛，那个 WSL， 那个我今天打了上路，那个 LJW，
NNM 吧，3个字。突然叫我想，我真的想不出来。 阿志几个字？4个字。
好问题，116。
先对。
3个字。
有高手吗？高手。N。我刚这种是谁？哦，那个 ID 很难记 ，L 什么？对不起，我不是故意的，我没有印象。他叫什么 ？LJW。哦，LJW。
最短的 ID 惨的那个 WSL， 脑中一片空白，不太妙。
可以，我都记住了，这个其实我都知道，但是刚想不起来。
大家好，我是 CFO 的辅助 Stay True。就是其实这个 ID 原本是 STAYTRUE， 就是意思就是保持初心吧，叫自己打职业不要忘记初心，不要为了什么东西而改变。哦，为什么会换成1吗？因为我觉得有那个1蛮帅的吧，就希望自己是第1啊，对啊。
以这个交换来说，是不是？哦呦，这个上路 ，driver 一个出手，闪现交出把力凯给 solo kill， 好像是直接1闪然后 R 吧，然后一套就直接是 Q 放在底下，炸到残血的情况下，扛着塔喝了一口酒，直接R 闪吗？他看起来是有那么一点1闪 R 的感觉，像是瞬间。闪还是闪，他就是那个速度是快到他有喝酒啦，所以他R闪看起来确定，他那个酒桶直接没错。IC8，我们请亚位做一波进攻，没想到率先出手是凯威，一整套伤害灌在IC8身上，根本撑不住哦。后续 MM A 了一个眼睛，但完全不影响，可能在浪头了。辅助回家地瓜出装备的。后面闪现刷，知道你们的近况。哎呦，我的天哪，心态没了！是真的很难被碰到了，但他们的优势其实还是在哦。这个时候龙还有没有马上就要出城，直接拉开吧。第一组比赛打一把，IC8勾到墙壁啦。没有办法再打，这个塔口经常就是我一个火不连击被破心者给直接规避到在这边的位置，泰德被逼走自己的侧方，一个时间风暴，又吸到4个人，泰德被秒杀，自己也被秒杀，双 C 倒地，倒下3名成员，嘎动举了一个拳头，只能往后走。塔口一个人还想力挽狂澜，但是 Q 3剩下3个人，还是要回到温泉这边，4个人倒地 ，HPS 只剩下嘎痛存活。
收队也做得很好，只是第一时间就挡住他。
这边立凯位置不错哦，这边是先关了一个灯，可是 Holo 是被赶出了一个龙坑外面，是想要先激活掉这个鳄鱼，可是鳄鱼按了一个1加上一个闪现走了，这波万直线哦，又大5个，这波画面跟上一把完全一模一样，这边 Pretender 在后面一个人也顶不住5个人的伤害，最后又被收掉了。Maple 是吸收了一个眼的精华，他现在也是变成了一根针眼。看一下对面会不会踩进来给机会，但这边665是被绑到了，血量被掉的比较低。Maple 这边再变成一个布拉姆，鳄鱼开启了一个大招，这边鳄鱼收购被布拉姆的盾给挡掉了，这个万脚直接大5个，而且这边巨家也冲进去，先瞄准的是一个 Page 的臭鱼暴风，虽然是造了起来，但是这边他们的前排反而是都被融化了，努力还有2段的飞仙，还想要继续往前操作吗？听到的是一个乌地，但自己还是只能按飞仙撤离。这一波 Maple 大5个非常漂亮。
哇，感觉刚刚看完那波团练习老师的心情，
太建设了，
不能这样子大5个，太有建设性了，
对，不能每一波都想着要大5个啊。往前走，
这边太关键了，一个闪现加上大带
5个，哇，好漂亮哦这波。
冷气调小一点。
弄怕冷啊，我觉得好热哦。
我细皮嫩肉啊，再小一点啊，我也觉得要。那冷气再小一点。
我觉得好热哦。
调温度高一点。
一点点就好。
好，可以。
我一个对吧？很好发挥哦。
没有，我跟你讲啦，我跟你老实讲啦，上路一定不会出现啦，中路可能会被住到爆线啦。你们下路对我想吗？不差有对空哎，一爆就救不回来的。
对啊，取舍就这样子啊。我们那边拿爆凯就是取舍就这样。
没鸡巴，你选个猫啊，躺着啦，不然我怕又要崩线了。
我在靠，
可以吗？你可以吗？
可以，瑞空没到，我会靠，瑞空没到，我靠，瑞空没到，
我可以挡了不打，
你们可以打，
啊好。
没有，
那个悟空超惨。
好，
被快打死了。
啥仔？
他们有进化。
瑞空刚开始
我慢到。
应该跟不到，我排眼吧，顶多。
呀！瑞空，
瑞空会到，我会断蕊啊。
闪现了，大哥，哇，能不闪啊？哇，反卡哎！哦，你卡了。
速推吧，
有料哦。
我这边可以看菜芽哦。
对。
什么？
猴子在后面，猴子在后面。
那个傻炮。猴子没血。
龙吧。
猴子可能在我们家了，看要自己找一下。
刚刚走到这边了，懒得找他，直接去吧。
直接去。拉出来。
让他们打。
哎，猴子开我，打猴子。AD 没大。AD 没大。
慢打。
没死。他们 all in 我了，他们没招的。
我要闪。
菜芽没大，我得 real。
帮！
菜芽没大哦。
可以。可以干嘛？我加速。
AD 没闪。
他们没有打野。
他没有大吗？
我会看他。
别管他，先知八龙。别管他，先知八龙。
你们吃掉掉。
能定吗？
没有。
我看。
你们吃掉就好。你们可以打，他没闪的。
TP 哦，
没事，帮子琪 cover 子琪，帮子琪。还行。
我可以
你们要杀他，他没有，他没队友了。
外面有一个。
谁打？
他没带。
统神应该抬住，帮统神。
没了，要走了。
赖笑，没波了。
打不死。
我打了慢服。
没有拉，要拉。
他们一直往下走。
可以逼。
我踩车哦。
我们先吃。没有，我来扛。
我要开了，打。
那你看。
打吧。
我想去打了吧？
刚刚蹲的。
还有中间
血量不健康，我
看你。
看我吗？
没，先蹲，先
可以看我吗？我打他了。他别进化，慢慢打。
我想追。
来吧。
可以。
他还没进化哦。
我快没魔了。
在我这。
你要走。
我们都没大了。
我们都没大，要等一下。
该回补就去回补。
不是，刚刚就要蹲的，他们第一秒就踩了，还吃，就直接蹲，他们就爆了。
没有，就等他们再快一点，然后再开就好了。
再开。不是，没事。
做打完。
AD 没进化。
能开就开，不用。
8秒大。
推下。
不要追了，下路。
我乱打，他们回不了家，他们回不了家，他们会被我断。你们一波。
你乱一下，你撑久点。
他菜雅回不去了，我死了，菜雅正在蕊油，菜雅跟乐布朗正在蕊油。
我。
菜雅乐布朗正在蕊油，要回去了。
打了。
招全油。
赶紧。我不会死。对。
好。
ID。
我接掉。
菜鸡互夺啊，打得那么激烈。不是，你们刚刚播巴龙，就是他们第一秒就踩了，你们还在吃？
没有，就是他们在过去点草，你再开。
他们再过来一点就可以开了。
他们很急。
那个位置我们还开不到啊，碰不到我们啊。
没事啊，打电话。
你们蹲着就碰得到啊，你们蹲着就碰得到了。
knows when it sees your face. Phone calls your name, you know it's your time. Good will sing, the shadows will hide. 1,000 souls listen at your side. Taking people into the light. They won't take you alive. Stand here You must follow me, my friend. Stay together, we can make it home again. Take a look at this place once more. The people, the home that you're fighting for. Don't pause your name, you know it's your time. Good will sing, the shadows will hide. 1,000 souls listen at your side. Taking people into the light. They won't take you alive. Stand here Every step will test your soul. You will walk out pure and whole, stronger than the day before. Tomorrow you'll fight for more.
If I had nothing but myself, would you still be around? If I was begging for your help, would you let me down? Yeah, I could try to act like I don't need anyone, pretend it's me, myself, and I'd rather be on my own. But I know I can do this alone. If I had a nightmare, tell me, are you right there pulling me out? If I was too high, yeah, tell me, are you right there pulling me down, me down? 'Cause I need you to ride along. So tell me, are you right there? Tell me, are you right there when it goes down, goes down? If I was falling to the ground, would you pick me up? If my world was crashing down, would you make it stop? I'd do for you, but would you do the same? When everyone's gone, are you gonna stay? When demons come through, would you push them away? Would you push them away? Are you gonna stay? If I had a nightmare, tell me, are you right there pulling me out, me out? If I was too high, yeah, tell me, are you right there pulling me down, me down? 'Cause I need you to ride along. So tell me, are you right there? Tell me, are you right there when it goes down, goes down? 'Cause I need you to ride along. So tell me, are you right there? Tell me, are you right there when it goes down, goes down, goes down? When it goes down, 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 down. When it goes down, yeah. If I was too high, yeah, tell me, are you right there pulling me down, me down? If I had a nightmare, tell me, are you right there pulling me out? Oh. to it. The money is talking, I'm flowing, it's coming in, just hide to it. Yeah, you know what it is. Hey, we doing it big. Look up, there is no limit, no, we cannot settle for this. Yeah, can't stop, nah, won't stop. Yeah, spin on live, you don't believe it, just watch. I had to deal with the cards dealt, hey, when no one's helped. When it's time for action, headlines and captions. Just imagine all of the hours that I put in running and gunning the passion. All of them clap, big applause. Wish I could pause all their reactions. Ooh, we know I never had a losing streak. I know you see what adrenaline's doing to me. I've been kicking game, Bruce Lee. You ain't in the game too weak. Make them feel the pain too deep. Tell them get out the kitchen, you can't take the heat. What I'm doing, getting right to it. The money is talking, I'm flowing, it's coming in, just hide to it. Yeah, can't stop, nah, won't stop. Yeah, spin on live, you don't believe it, just watch.
Ashes define, I'll empty your mind, 'cause you want me to. I'm so twisted, you're addicted. I feel your pain, 'cause you want me to.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are back here for day number 3 of week 4 of the PCS, and some exciting games ahead of us tonight. Of course, brought to you by Riot Games and KO Live. I will be the host yet again, Vestian, and alongside me, it is Shock.
Yep, back on the PCS again, and look, the second round robin has been very different from the first one. We've seen a lot of upsets already. Yep. And I think, after we kind of saw that first round robin, we were thinking, okay, maybe that top 4 is sort of, locked in place. But now, I mean, yesterday, Hellpigs took out Beyond. Obviously, we did see PSG the day before take down Beyond. And so Beyond now on a 2-loss streak, I believe.
Yeah.
And, maybe today could even end up 0-3. Probably not, but we'll see. I'm hoping for some more upsets today, and we'll take a look at the matchups coming up soon. But it's nice to see that there is some kind of movement still in the standings, and I personally am kind of excited to see Frank starting to make a comeback as well.
Yeah, well, I mean, on that note, we will see it in the near future, but Frank making a comeback, I mean, if they're going to make it, today's going to be the hardest day of the round robin. They are coming up against PSG today in game number 3, and while, yes, they're looking a bit better, are they looking that much better?
Look, it's the week of upsets, mate. Things are going to happen.
It is the week of upsets. And I think they have looked a lot stronger. Yeah. I think very much so they've looked stronger, taking down CFO yesterday, which is, you have to say, an upset. Obviously, in spring, they had a favorable record against CFO, but now wasn't looking so hot as this was yesterday's results. PSG, not very surprising there, as well as J-Team, but really just peer your eyes towards those last 2 games where Frank took the win over CFO, which you didn't really expect to happen, and then Hellpigs taking the win over Beyond. What an upset, and what a thrilling game.
Definitely. I think a lot of credit given to Adiox and Taco. It feels like the solo laners on that team are pretty strong. They've also carved out a nice little niche for themselves in terms of the picks they want and what they look good on. So I think Hellpigs definitely will be looking to kind of make a run for that 6th spot in playoffs. But of course, with Frank starting to turn it around, it's definitely going to be pretty close as we head towards the tail end of the split. Taking a look at those standings, though, I mean, we are going to see it. Frank, they are currently on the very edge of that playoffs position at 5th. And Helpigs and West Point, they're not too far behind. And you have to think as well, with Frank taking on PSG today, as well as Helpigs taking on Duish team, there's a good chance these teams will be, tied in standings there.
Yeah, yet again.
Yeah.
And that would be exciting, because while we didn't really expect there to be much challenge for that 6th spot, Helpigs already have won over Frank before. They won over Beyond yesterday. And it has to be said, Adiogs on these control majors looking very solid. And Taco looking very solid as well. So there are opportunities here now for Helpigs. I don't know about the top 4, which is what Godtone at the start of the split wanted. That seems a little bit unrealistic, but certainly 6th place is within their reach. And especially after today, things, if they do go how you'd predict them to go, they should be 6th even.
Yeah, that would be pretty interesting. But as we said, week of upsets, Duish team, they could pick up their first win and slow down Helpigs from making their way into the playoffs, which would be pretty crazy. I mean, Duish team, our only team here that still hasn't picked up a win. They have had a few close games, but and even a few games that they should have won, but you still never, look at them going into a matchup and consider them the favorite. Of course, 0-11, not really much you could say, but today's matches, I think you're mainly looking at games 3 and 4 there. PSG taking on Frank as well as J-Team versus CFO. Some pretty interesting ones, and I think maybe a sleeper matchup could be game number 5, West Point versus DCG. I think West Point, they shouldn't be on the level of DCG, but I think, Deep Cross have been kind of faltering lately, and so maybe that's a chance for West Point to kind of inch their way upwards.
Absolutely, and if yesterday was to go anything was to go from yesterday, it certainly could be West Point taking a win against DCG, because it has to be said that West Point don't look as strong as Helpigs, but DCG look a considerable about weaker than Beyond, and that matchup went in favor of Helpigs. As talking about them, they are now on your screen, and Godtone picking up an MVP yesterday, I think mainly for his Baron steal, but it was really Adiogs on that Azir, which he has done now a couple of times, just really dragging this team across the line, finding so much damage in fights. And I mean, he was the man with the majority of the gold, and they will have the same coach as they had yesterday. Wonder if we're going to see anything held up. I wonder if they're going to ban all 5 champions this game, because
it will be the first time, or in a long time.
Yeah, I mean, it has to be their tactic now to not ban, but like, surely you could just target ban. I mean, you're coming up against Duish team. Maybe you just, instead of banning the meta, you could just ban an Elise here to get it away from WSL.
I think that would be good. And if Duish team on the red side here, I'd like to see them do something like pick Azir on 3 and then ban away Victor or something, because I think that if you can kind of get rid of these control mages for Adiogs, definitely get him off the Azir, and then hopefully get him away from the Victor as well. We might see him kind of forced onto some different champs, because I do feel like you can't really rely on Tide as that late game win condition in the same way that you can the likes of, say, Betty or Wako. But Adiogs and Taco, they've been doing really well, and I think top lane champion pool might be a bit hard to target, but mid lane maybe could. But we'll see. I mean, Duish team, they've had a lot of very different drafts. Admittedly, have started to play a bit more meta recently, and I think have been looking at least slightly better because of it.
Yeah, definitely slightly better, but not enough has changed for them to really come in and have a lot of hope for them, if we're being honest. It does seem like, even though they are playing more meta and it does seem a little bit more stable, it is still Xiaotu who is very often just found and caught off in a side lane, going down, or even in his own lane, in his isolated deaths. We saw the stat yesterday was, I believe, last in the league, if I do remember correctly. It was something like 6 isolated deaths, which as a mid laner you certainly cannot have.
2 junglers here though, a steal apiece, and champions played is actually at 10 for WSL, which is kind of surprising. I mean, I guess he has played a few of the things like the Nidalee and Elise, but still being so high, and Godtone is second at 3 champs behind. Pretty crazy.
I feel like Godtone stole 2 objectives yesterday though. He stole the Rift Shield and the Baron.
I think the Herald doesn't count. I think
it doesn't count?
I think it's like Barons and Drags probably.
Right.
It might even just be Barons.
Yeah, I think you could should have the asterisk there though. He did steal the Rift Shield earlier in the game yesterday, but I mean, stats, nothing too surprising. I think WSL has a really high gold percentage, but that's just simply because his team aren't getting as much gold as every other team. The CS percentage, I mean, that's the same thing basically. The rest of his team isn't getting as much, so his jungle pathing is meaning that his percentages is going up. But Godtone definitely has found the champions that works for him. Sort of these point and click, get something set up for your team that way. As we're now heading into champion select, Azir immediately banned away from Adiogs. It does make sense there. It looks like we've got a Godtone Lee Sin meme being held up.
Azir first ban though, they've definitely done their research. I'll be interested to see what Adiogs goes for, because I believe he played the Victor into the Azir before, but I'm not sure, you know, what kind of control mage he would blind, or if he is just going to move away onto something else.
Last time these two teams faced up against each other, it was Adiogs on the Victor against LeBlanc Wukong.
Okay,
He did die early, but he also, by the end of the game, was like 11-2 or something. Really, really big performance out of him on that, so... I honestly think he just goes Victor if it doesn't get banned.
Maybe. I mean, if you can survive up against LeBlanc Wukong, that's got to be just about the worst thing you could face.
Yeah, what could be worse? Vi, maybe? Like, LeBlanc Vi might be harder.
That sounds pretty bad. Or maybe Cinder Vi would be pretty awful as well. But Renekton banned away by Hellpigs. So I wonder what first pick they're looking for, because we've seen them look for the first pick Renekton. I guess often. Maybe they didn't want to first pick it and face the Gwen or something. I'm not too sure. They ban away the LeBlanc. So Sedge is up and available. There is also a Tristana. Kaiser, of course.
Yeah, this is getting locked in. All right, and Sejuani might be the answer, although not... I mean, you saw WSL's played 10 champs, so you can't say not really WSL's type champ because he's played everything. But again, this team hasn't found a win this split. Last split, the only wins came through WSL being like 10-0 on the likes of the Elites, the likes of the Nidalee. And with Tristana locked in, it makes it a little bit more possible, although not a whole lot of setup for the likes of Nidalee. Elise is definitely an option.
Yeah. I think maybe that could be another reason behind the Renekton ban. Obviously does pair very well with both Elise and Nidalee.
Yeah.
So it could be, we might see a Sedge. We could also just see the Zion, maybe like a Vi picked up reactionarily later. Oh, look, feels like they still have plenty of options open.
I want to note too, Hellpigs did ban 3 champions.
Oh, okay. So this is probably... I mean, the Tristana can be going bottom. We might be setting the Nico mid. WSL, though, I mean, he likes his AP junglers. So it could go jungle, I suppose. For now, though, I mean, they are leaving their options open. Hellpigs, what do you respond to with that? Maybe just take the Sejuani Jax.
Yeah, Jax is the best champion in the game against Gwen as well, so if you do take that, although right now...
Yeah, Kaiser Rel pretty fierce as well. This would mean, though, that Adiogs could maybe get champs banned away from him second phase. Victor is actually a good matchup in a Tristana as well, so it could be worth banning away.
Yeah, you just put the gravity field wherever she lands.
Yep, as long as you don't die, pretty much before level 3 or level 4, normally in a good spot. Alistar, the kind of natural response you have to feel, and I wonder if that would maybe invite a Sylas ban, because we've seen Sylas enter Alistar before, and it just ended up getting clowned on in lane, but I mean, it is a good game for it, right? You can steal the Nico out the Alistar ult, and obviously Sylas Sejuani is pretty strong. So maybe ban away just Sylas Victor. I mean, it depends how, I guess, where you're putting these champs, because I think Tristana deals pretty well with the Sylas.
And if you don't want the Jax, you might actually care to get rid of that too. For either of these teams, honestly.
Yeah. Well, Cassante is the ban. And this Tristana being flexible does make things quite a lot harder for Hellpigs, I think. But yeah, maybe you do just ban away tops, or you could even just ban away some counters to whatever you want to go here. It's definitely not easy, though, when there's a double flex.
It's a very interesting draft phase.
Okay, they ban away the Gwen. Feels more like a target ban than anything. I don't think it necessarily means they're setting up for something specific. The Sylas is banned away, which I think is a smart choice whenever you have an Alistar in the game. I'm a bit worried, though, I guess that this might just be a free Victor game for Adiogs. You know, Tide can always go the AD build here on the Kaiser, and is looking fairly solid if he wants to.
I also want to say, like, we talk about how Nico bullies so many lanes. I think Victor probably can stand up to him more than most champions.
Victor's definitely pretty close. Very strong in his own right.
He's a lot more vulnerable than the Nico. His laning power is definitely up there in terms of the early game if you are able to just farm away in your lane.
Hoppy ban. Feels like it could suggest the Jax. I think maybe they're saying that if Duish team don't take the Jax here, they will. And
this is going to get locked in. Not much time left.
Okay, so this is technically a flex as well. I mean, Xin Zhao Nico mid-jungle would work pretty well both ways. I'd be surprised, I guess, if I saw another Zhao 2 Xin Zhao mid. But admittedly, it would work quite well with Nico. I think it's a lot of ganks it up. It's very good skirmishing, but to blind it, a bit risky as well. So, I don't know. Right now, Duish team still feel like their champs could go pretty much anywhere. Cogmore. And this is
going to be the AP.
Yeah, so that's... I'm a little... I don't know. It's a good pick if you can get away with it, but that's always the thing with Cogmore, mid especially, is that you are very vulnerable and you can't really skirmish early.
I think it'll be Kai'Sa mid.
Oh, it could be.
I think because we have seen Adiox play the AD carry mids before. Kai'Sa, I mean, doesn't really play like a Aphelios at all, but in terms of just being able to auto attack, I don't expect it to be an AP Cog mid because you... I mean, it could be, I guess.
Well, you need to see the matchup first for sure, because you definitely wouldn't want to play Cog versus Xin Zhao, for example, or the Nico. Could maybe play versus Tristan. Feels like Kai'Sa versus Tristan is probably okay as well. So, Jax, that blind there. And now, last pick. There's the Nile locked in. So, we're going to see where the Xin Zhao and the Nico going. Is it just going to be the Nico mid? Because that feels like it probably is better. Okay, and is it going to be the Cogmore mid? I mean, that's what it's looking like right now.
Yeah.
Cogmore is actually pretty strong in terms of 1v1 laning, but I don't think it as strong as Nico. And also, playing against Nico Xin Zhao as an immobile carry is pretty scary. I mean, Adiox feels like he is just going to have to sit back and kind of farm from under tower. But what I will say is I think Hellpigs, they've definitely got, again, what they've wanted, right? They've got Taco on one of these kind of top lane carries, and they've got Adiox on a super scaling mid. But Duish's team is also pretty strong. A lot of strength in the early game especially. So, will be really interesting. I think I'll give it to Hellpigs, especially because they beat Beyond yesterday, but I think there's definitely avenues for Duish team to kind of use to pull themselves ahead in this game, and if they can win before this Cogmore becomes relevant, you know, could be quite one-sided if that happens.
Yeah, perhaps. But I do have to question why the Cogmore when you could just go Victor. Yes, you lose a bit of range, but you are probably more vulnerable as Cogmore than you are Victor, because at least eventually you get some movement speed when you're Victor.
Yeah.
And you can poke from out of everyone's range with that laser anyway.
I also wonder, Nico's ult should be cancelled by Victor ult, I think. It is a channel.
Oh, yeah.
But I don't think I've ever actually seen it.
It's not a matchup you tend to see.
No.
Victor just not really being in meta at the moment, but it would make sense that it does, because it obviously cancels channels, so... I mean, it's an interaction I don't really know ultimately. And it's pretty hard to pull off.
Yeah.
Because Nico's pretty much invisible the entire channel time.
Okay.
Here we go, loading in. It's a big one. Duish team trying to get their first win of the split, and Hellpigs have to get this win here to hopefully tie up that sixth spot, which is so important, especially now that we're coming down to crunch time, really. There's only 2 weeks left, 6 games after this one. And if you're in that 6th spot going into it, that means you really can just fight for yourselves. If you're able to pick up a lot more wins, if you're able to win more than Frank, then you will be able to find yourselves in those playoffs. Big, big game.
Yep.
Well, where do you expect junglers to be headed this game? Because, I mean, Goldtone playing the Sejuani, but WSL, a hyper aggressive jungle.
Yeah, so I think Godtone will just play around Taco for the most part. I mean, might look bot lane early, but you always see Godtone feels like his game plan is get Herald and use the top for Taco, right? That's just kind of his bread and butter, and I think it makes sense here, especially with the Sejuani Jax. For WSL, though, I mean, he's got ganks set up in both mid and bot. I think mid is especially vulnerable. I mean, Adiox, he can play pretty far back, but should be taking a lot of damage. And this Cogmore has an area as well. Normally you see the Comet out of the Cogmore, but area, I guess, for even more strength in the laning phase. I wonder if maybe there was something like Phase Rush that could have come out, but it probably just isn't enough versus Nico. Just can't be strong enough without the laning keystone.
And I don't know if you remember this, but talking about how Godtone gets that Herald and uses it top pretty much every time he gets it. If you remember back to the last time Taco was in one of those matchup graphics, he had, I think it was like 10th or 9th in terms of jungle proximity. So God Tone is never top unless he has a hero to go drop there.
Kind of interesting. I mean, maybe just wants to prop up the bot lane before he kind of moves towards Taco. And already some pretty heavy level 1 trades coming out.
Taco played the reverse of this matchup yesterday against Lakai. So
yeah, it should be very...
You feel like he knows how this matchup should go. And it's really up to JP to find something in this lane because, again, he was red side 5th pick, which that's pretty much your job. If you get that counter, you have to find advantages somewhere, whether it be in those team fights or in your lane.
Speaking of the lane, Adiox, he's lost both of his health pots already, which somewhat to be expected against Nico. Again, it's just a very strong laner. Now he has Chung Xiaotu down as well. Both junglers will be moving towards this bot side, so wouldn't be too surprised to see something around the bot scuttle or maybe on the mid lane. Currently, Helpix's bot lane is the one with the Prior. They've obviously got the Kai'Sa for that early push. Wow, okay, Xiaotu very low.
Yeah.
Not sure what happened. I mean, he had 2 potions to 0 there for a bit and wasn't super healthy, but I guess the Kog'Maw E-poke is just really starting to add up. Yeah, I mean, it's basically undodgeable. It's kind of like Victor Laser when you think about it.
Yeah.
And Xiaotu, he needs to clear this and get out of here. I don't think he should stay another one, so we'll base, but Kog'Maw beating Nico is not something I would have, expected to see today.
Was it on your bingo card?
It was not. Might see a fight in the river here.
I actually think Goldtone was unseen there, but again, you are against the Xin Zhao. As soon as you see him, you don't win the 3v3 anymore, and better to just back off and play safe. Taco actually up CS a quite significant amount. I wonder if that's just JP missing it under tower or something like that, because it doesn't feel like it should be going down this early as Gnar into Jax.
Yeah, I'm not too sure either. Or maybe the level 1 trade just kind of led to that. And big trades in bot lane as well. A lot of damage traded back and forth. I'll be really interested to see what Adiox ends up going for in terms of itemization. Because I think that we normally see Leandry's cog. But honestly, Luden's cog is pretty good as well. And so maybe he just wants it for kind of strong early game. More magic pen. That might depend on what Tide is choosing to build as well.
Yeah, I think with the Dorans, it means he's going to be going for Kraken Slayer.
Yeah, it should be, I think. Don't want to be more AP with your Sejuani cog. And Adiox, such a consistent solo AP carry. WTL, he's around top side. But Taco, I think he's relatively safe. Oh, a jump forward. Now, a bit of damage traded back and forth.
Look at the CS gap, and this is a
JP,
wave building for Taco.
And JP is already TP'd. It feels like that level 1 trade might have just snowballed really, really hard. So nice matchup knowledge from Taco, causes him to get a big lead. And wow, I mean, Adiox is kind of destroying Xiaotu. It's hard to say how much of this is just player gap, or maybe it's just a really good matchup. I'm not too sure. I feel like I think it is better to have Comet. But either way. And maybe now looking mid as WSL, a big trade in topside. Well, a lot of damage on a JP who, without TP, I feel like is in a bit of trouble.
Yeah, and Meganar's down now too, so you don't have that safety of
Taco's
the CC.
about to hit 6 as well.
WSL might be headed up there though. Taco does hit 6. If he looks, he has a very, very small window until that Xin Zhao is dangerously close, and I think Taco should be aware of that. Chooses not to look for the leap strike and just prefer... Oh, he does actually use it there, and it's going to have to flash away. WSL, right place, right time. Making sure Jax has to lose that summoner spell, which is going to relieve a lot of pressure here for the Gnar.
Yep, not going to go for anything more. But enabling Gnar to get that reset, especially not to get punished too hard for the TP, I think is really, really nice. His Lucidity Boots picked up really early here for Adiox. It's just going to look to be spamming E continually in that lane. I want to see what the top lane item gap is going to be. 2 Sheens?
2 Sheens.
Okay, not 2 Sheens. Sheen and a couple swords. Now, it is tier 2 boots for JP, so he can kite out fairly well, but I mean, it's a sizable amount of gold difference already. for that top lane.
Yeah, that's a scary CS gap this early on. I mean, you can see it. 700 gold up are Hellpigs, and there has not been a kill yet. So it's simply just CS. See it both top and mid here.
Yep, really just those slight laning differences starting to build up. And the mid one is crazy to me, because how often do you see Nico lose lane? I think pretty much never. The champ is just so strong early, but clearly Adiox has been cooking, and he's found the Kog'Maw-Nico matchup. And to stay alive versus Xin Zhao Nico as well is pretty impressive. No ganks have really been put towards mid. There was one that maybe could have been looked at, but I think nicely respected from Adiogus, was able to keep him alive. Now Godtone, in trade for that dragon, secures the top red buff. And I think for the way Hellpigs play, should be very happy with that. It's going to make securing that Rift Herald a lot easier. And we know what happens when Ty gets the Rift Herald. Snowballs very, very hard off of it. A little bit of vision dropped in that bot river for Zhao too, but now can go back mid. And bot lane as well, it's been pretty quiet. Not much to say really. Neither junglers looked towards there for a long time, and feels like Herald should be the battleground next, but it's one that probably does favor Hellpigs. I mean, double buff to no buffs here right now. Now,
Yeah.
Kog'Maw is a lot weaker than Nico. Those teams' bot lane's on their way.
WSL is losing a lot of health before being able to get to this objective. Adiox poke coming through nice and strong. Although he is quite low on mana without teleport, it might just be this early rotation from the bot lane securing this dragon here as Adiox trying to output a little bit of poke, but it's too little too late. This bot lane rotation is going to be all for naught here for Hellpigs as the Rift Shield is secured for Duish team.
Interesting. I mean, Hellpigs, I think they were kind of unwilling to trade that because they probably felt that they should fight with Jack Sejuani. But ultimately, I mean, the bot lane came up a bit too late. They didn't have prio. And also, I think mid-combat difference, there's going to be a lot of CC put out by Nico in that fight, and not too much that Cog can answer. So all things considered, I think it's fine for Hellpigs to give it over, but the fact they didn't trade anything on bot side is a little disappointing. And also, I think it does upset Hellpigs' game plan a little bit, because normally the way they win is just by, at least for the early game, they snowball through Taco, and then kind of Adiox carries those later fights. JP starting to get the trades quite good for himself. It's going to force Taco to recall first, and doesn't have a TP as well, so going to lose something for it. Cancels his base.
Still though, this mid lane going very, very good for Adiox. Will flash away, but the Pop Blossom does land as well as that root, and it's going to be WSL flashing forward and securing himself first blood onto Adiox.
Pretty hard to survive up against that sort of engage. It was double flashes used, and there is still a Herald, so I wonder if that Herald will be dropped mid and just try and grab some more gold while they can. And I wonder if it might have been better just to go for the chapter first instead of the boots, because you could kind of see there the boots didn't end up helping anyway. I mean, it might have just been to dodge the Nico skill shots earlier as well, so not too sure. A plate is picked up, TP comes out. Herald for now is not dropped. Might just try and save it for the bot lane. It is a Shiv actually that comes out of Tide, which I think is a little strange. I think it probably would have been better to go AD this game. But maybe it just feels like there's no real lifesteal that can come out early, and the poke from both Kai'Sa and Cog could certainly add up. It's not like WSL is playing a full tank jungler or anything. No Maokai, no Sedge, of course.
Yeah, AP Kai'Sa though does feel very weird here, especially because you are going to be up against pretty much anyone that can build mercs, pretty much should be. Although, in saying that, JP has the Tabi, which I think is a terrible item in this game.
I think he kind of had to buy it for the lane, though, because you need tier 2 boots early versus Jax, and I feel like if you rush mercs that from as far behind as he was, it was going to be just too hard. I think you're right. He's going to suffer for it later on in the game. Having no mercs versus Sejuani is always a bit of a problem.
Yeah, Sejuani, Rel. Even the Counter-Strike later is... We've seen it set up so much in the past.
Lots of trades coming out in this top lane. Oh.
Yeah, JP's turning it around for himself.
Trades.
Yeah, gets the stun there as well, and a follow-up boulder. just throwing rocks at Taco, making this champ look like Talia. It's down bot. We pan down there. Not sure what happened, but it is going to be Pepero picking himself up a kill there onto IC8.
I have no idea what happened. I thought maybe that Enhal could have, flashed him under tower, but he still has it. So I'm really not sure how IC8 went down there. Maybe just graded a little. Got hard punished for it. I'm sure we'll get it in a replay, but WSL, he sneaks away another camp. Okay, let's see. I mean, maybe they tried to start the dive too early or something? Okay, well, it's a disappointing... Oh, and he flashed. Okay, very problematic death there from IC8. I mean, they were about to set up a gank for Godtone as well, and that's pretty unforgivable, I feel like. It's a lot of gold given over for really no reason. Second drag is alive, and Doer's team, I think, should be stronger at this one. Taco really starting to take a beating on this top side, and JP, he's looking for it.
Looking for the dive.
I don't think he picked up the Q. No, he didn't.
Okay, but now going back here, Pop Blossom comes through. It is just going to be here onto IC8 as the Killer Instinct will secure Tide a safe position to escape, but it's ultimately another kill here found. It does go over to WSL, and with that, they should be able to pick up this Dragon.
Yep, so will be a second Dragon for Doer's team, and I have to feel like Doer's team, they are getting the leads they need, and we've seen this happen before, though. They get them and then ultimately throw. Hopefully this game is different. Adiogs does trade back a little bit of gold in that mid lane. I think he got one plate. Ooh, 2 plates, looks like. So nice pickup for him, and definitely accelerates that Cog a little more. But you do wonder, I mean, Cog's set behind early here. It is going to take him a pretty long time to be really kind of hitting his spikes. Even going to get to work on a top scuttle. And without TP, I mean, he's going to be forced to stay on the map here. At least for a bit. Top lane. Taco now has completed the Mythic, so could start to have things going back in his favor.
Oh, turns around.
Yeah, some big damage.
Has to be careful. There is no Gnar for now, but the Mega Gnar might just be okay with that stun. We'll have to see how JP plays this. Is going to choose to just clear his minion waves. There's no teleport available, so he is going to have to stick around on this health if he wants to stick around. Godtone waiting in the wings alongside WSL. So if a dive is looked at here, should be answered. But with Mega Gnar now fading away, you do feel like it's not really possible.
Well, looks like we will just be back to farming. 20 more seconds, though, on the Herald, so we might see a fight come out sort of soon. It is the Leandries picked up by Adiogs. I do wonder, though, if Cog is strong enough to fight this. There's a lot of strength from the other members, so maybe the rest of Helpix can kind of carry Adiogs through this weak point. But being 15 minutes in and maybe not ready to fight is going to cost them. Doer's team, they're going to get this Herald. Doesn't come for nothing, though. He's tired. He's getting to work on that bot tower. JP, TP's down to it. He might get dived here. Ooh, Godtone's pathing topside, which is pretty strange because you know there's no way you're getting this Herald. I think Godtone really needed to be bot lane here to try and make sure that they could dive the Gnar. Instead, he's kind of out of position. Now Doer's team can probably trade more on topside. I think JP should be able to clear this with his ult.
Yeah, should be looking to just ult this minion wave, although doesn't manage to kill it off. And with Adiogs here, there's a Killer Instinct coming through. It should be a kill found. Hopefully it goes over to Tide, it will. So that's a kill here, at least traded over on the bottom side of the map. As Rift Shield placed here in between the two towers, is looking for this inner tower. Godtone on the wings will maintain Taco's safety as Taco actually goes in. The headbutt hits him towards Enhal, and there's so much damage coming on to this Jax. The Grandmaster's Might does keep him alive as WSL flashes to try find it, but will not. And massive damage to the tower, but a good escape there from Taco to ensure no more gold will be going over to Pepero on this Tristana.
I think also the Herald being used top there means that mid tower will stay alive a lot longer. Obviously is very low, but sieging against a Cogmore is not very easy whatsoever. Maybe Doer's team instead, they just want to kind of bring Helpigs away from their base, try and get them to fight those neutrals. And look at WSL's items, so you can't see him now, but he had a Hex Drinker and Merc Treads, which I think is a good pickup. I mean, there's just so much magic damage that comes out here. And it's going to be a long time before any sort of magic pen can be picked up.
Yeah, I think it's perfect. I think you just commit and go more. Why not?
Yeah, I
There's
think
no
it's good as well.
reason not to.
Especially because he's probably not going to be dealing with the Jax for the most part.
And even if he is, Jax does so much magic damage anyway.
You do feel that Tide, you know, going this AP build might have kind of messed up Adiog's chances of carrying it. Although Adiog's building a Manamune, it looks like.
Ooh.
So it's not going to be the Seraphs.
I guess, yeah, it's going to be Manamune. It means his poke's going to land for more, but he's less safe.
Yeah.
That's really what it means.
Oh, definitely an interesting
They're
choice.
fully committing to a poke comp here.
And there is a lot of engage that can come out, specifically if Nico can find something. But when there's so much wave clear from Kog'Maw and Shiv, it's pretty hard to kind of sneak a lone minion down the lane. I think looking mainly towards the dragons.
Oh, Tide. WSL's going to be able to get onto him. I felt like he had an angle there as it eventually didn't pan out, but now you're seeing, yep, you are really going to struggle to get any work on this tower because Kog'Maw has a lot of wave clear and so does Static Shiv, and Tide has one of those, so every single mid wave that comes down is pretty much immediately cleared from both teams. Mega Gnar now going down, and that's 30 seconds out from this dragon. He won't have it when the dragon spawns, but if he can build it up, it won't be too long until it is up afterwards.
It shouldn't be too hard, I think, to get at least partially stacked. But we've seen Helpigs do this a lot, of give over the first 2 drags and then just fight the third one, being, you know, kind of having hit their spikes and then kind of win from there. Jewish team, we'll see. Are they going to play into that, or are they going to try trade that top tower? For now, it seems like could be a trade. WSL's in that top side. Coming back towards mid, though, and a TP from Zhao suggests.
Oh, here's a minion. But this should be no. This is definitely no one now. Look, minions have some weird movement sometimes, but they don't usually just run and charge full steam ahead. As we're looking at Goldtone getting caught about a little bit, it's going to have to flash to escape, and he's taken so low, he's going to use that Glacial Prison, get the Radiant Virtue healing, but it's not going to be enough. Adiog picks himself up, and Taco is looking here, but he's going to be headbutted away. JP finding himself a 2-man Gnar, but it's still Adiog's hitting. It's a 5-man Magnet Storm, and it's so much damage coming in here from Tide, who's found himself a double. He's looking for more. Adiog finds himself one, and WSL eventually will shut down this Kai'Sa, but not before the entire team's eliminated, and it's a 3 for 5.
Every Helpigs game, it plays out the exact same. They give over those first 2 drags, and then when it comes to the third one, they just play it a little better. And in that fight, Adiog did about 6,000 damage on the Kog'Maw. And this is a Kog'Maw that wasn't really meant to be stronger than Nico at this point. But the Nico engage was kind of botched. You get to see the replay here. He committed a lot to try and finish the Sejuani, but that allows the carries to walk forward. I think here, honestly, you just take the damage onto Godzone. If you just hold this Nico ult, it becomes really hard. But now, what threat is there left? You know, Adiog can, especially once that Gnar ult is used, can just kind of walk forward and DPS the entire time in a huge Magnet Storm.
Yeah.
I say really redeeming himself for that earlier stage of the game. Nice by Tide as well to jump in. I think even if he dies, it's just the Kog'Maw going untouched just absolutely runs the team fight down. God, Tony's thrilled with that outcome after it looked like he was the one caught out. And you got to wonder again. Ooh, and now.
Yeah, and
does not have ult.
Yeah, we'll have to commit that flash, and that's a big cooldown. Obviously, he does have. Actually, he doesn't have Hex Flash.
Oh, interesting.
Goldtone now, though.
You're starting to worry about Jewish team, though, because they just used all their flashes only to lose the fight. And I think when a poke comp is versus engage, and the engage doesn't have their flashes.
All stun lands here. Taco trying to run down JP. JP will get a lot of movement speed through those hyper procs, and going to get that flash out of Gnar. That's another flash taken. You were just saying about them losing flashes, and I wanted to bring up the fact that Gnar still has it, which is a massive team fight tool, but before I could, he loses it.
And you wonder if he had just been able to run it out as opposed to trying to turn for all the autos. Maybe could have just got the hyper proc and then left. It is now the Mermana completed for Adiog, and he is going to be dealing a lot of damage. There's a more on WSL, but you still kind of feel that he's doesn't have a lot of health behind it.
No.
It's not super tanky.
WSL can actually carry a little bit here, though.
Yeah.
I know Zinzao not really known to carry, but in this team comp, or against this team comp, shall I say, certainly could be the champion to do so, because all you have to do is get this more and then a little bit more damage, and you really can rip through these members of Helpigs.
If you can get to them, though. I mean, both Kai'Sa and the Kog'Maw can be very long range with these builds. And you do wonder if maybe Jewish team have lost the momentum. They kind of needed that third drag. Again, they don't scale poorly by any means, but they don't scale as well, for sure, as a Cogmore Kaiser Jax do. They've still got some ways to win.
I would argue, though, later on, you could almost just get more on Pepero, and then you almost do scale just as well, simply because of how one-dimensional the damage is. Because if you get more on Trist, the only thing you have to watch out for is Jax. And you have Buster Shot, you have a Headbutt, as well as the Xin Zhao ult.
Yeah, we'll see. And I think maybe don't even need to go the LDR this game because there just isn't enough armor on Godtone yet.
Yeah, it could be Bloodthirster. Feels like at least the Vamp Scepter.
Yeah, I think you see that a lot. Just vamp into LDR or whatever you want from that point. And mid tower, it will finally go down, but that was much, much later than they'd hoped. And I wonder if that second Herald should have just gone mid. Because it would have made, continuing to stack up those dragons quite a bit easier. And I want to see what Adiox goes for next. Is he going to go for the Void? It feels like it probably is the best choice.
Yeah,
Not too
I think
sure,
you
though.
have to just how one-dimensional, again, your damage sources are.
Yeah, especially with, it should just be more and more magic resist coming in.
picked up now.
Ooh, okay,
That's
3 items.
pretty
on the Kaiser.
quick.
Yeah, and I mean, compare that, to the Nico, for example, is just sitting at 1 item.
I think it is just going to be the more.
Okay, yeah, he's got some MR. Could also be a QSS, possibly. I mean, he has Cleanse, but I mean, we'll see. Either way, magic resist is good.
I think QSS would be overkill.
1 minute on next drag. Hellpigs, they've set up very early. Now, I wonder, I don't even think Jewish team have the DPS to really trade a drag or a Baron. There is a lot of gold on Tide. And it really shows in the items. I mean, a full item pretty much over his opponent, who's not even weak. Ooh, Taco, he's got a good flank. He's going to avoid the sweeper.
Oh.
Goes over the wall.
It wasn't actually spotted out, though, I don't believe. No. Unless it was a missing sort of bit of graphic there from that sweeper. But Dragon now spawning. They do have to be careful. Baron on the cards, and they will take it down. The Na, the Xin Zhao, as well as the Tristana.
Yeah, they do just have a lot of different damage dealers. No one really feels like they do it super quick, but hey, with enough damage, you'll find a way. And I think while Hellpig should probably be favored right now, Jewish team can definitely still win a fight. They have a lot of AoE. They're going to try to start the Baron and pull the poke comp to them. Have to be really careful, though. They really need to engage before the poke lands. Otherwise, they're just going to be too low to fight.
WCL just receiving a lot of poke from the Baron, but it's going to be Tide. Stunned up, knocked up by this Alistair as IC8 running for his life, and teleport comes through for Adiox, who managing to find some nice ults there, taking the Jiaotu down to half. It is just the Dragon picked up, though, ultimately. And they lose just the Adiox teleport, which pretty inconsequential.
Pretty worth, you'd have to say. Hellpig's starting to pull ahead in gold now, after being behind for most of that early game. And Jewish team, could they have another crack at it? Feels like not. I think you've really got to be able to turn around the engage, otherwise you're just going to get poked to death. Is a Codex picked up by Adiox? Wondering if it could be a Cosmic or maybe, Zonya, Banshee, one of those two. I think Zonya could be decent. Even though he's so long range, I mean, just having it for Nico could be nice.
Yeah. We'll have to see, but I think a lot of eyes here in a team fight on Tide. Is going AP, but notably not really the poke build because he has got that Nashes.
Yeah.
Sorry, not the Nashes, the Gwinsus. So the poke doesn't hit anywhere near as hard, but you will be offering more damage in a team fight. I do have to say, though, going this build feels weird when you could have just gone AD.
Yeah.
I think you could, you probably should. You can even go static shiv AD if you want. Obviously, the wave clear is less, but you don't really need wave clear, being that you have this AP Cogmore.
True. Now a Hex Drinker on Pepero is starting to get pretty magically resistant. I think we might have a slow one here for a while. There's a lot of wave clear on both sides, and there's no fourth drag win condition even on that next drag.
Godtone's sitting on a ward here. Nice damage, though. Cogmore ults starting to hit.
we'll find the bot side.
Yeah,
Level 16
JP
on the
and Taco
Jacks.
going at it again, and Taco actually losing out on that trade, really. But the fight here between the 80 carries is going to be tied.
Oh, and the wrong target altered there. I think if he got... Oh, hold on. The fight continues.
Yeah, fighters and Magnet Storm coming through. Going to land there onto those two members. Xiaotu, though, will immediately flash and Proto Belt away, and it's just going to be Inhao committing his life. It's a 2 for 0. It should be Hellpigs now turning their attention towards this Baron, and with no poke and no real engage, should be picked up for them.
I think they have to try contest. They still have 2 big team fight ultis, but it feels really, really hard. They'll find Taco early.
They'll find Taco, or Taco will find them. He's getting pretty low. Where'd he go?
There he is.
Jax, come back! He does come back, and he's coming back with a vengeance. He may have got knocked up by that Pop Blossom, but the Pop Blossom user is deleted as WSL now having to just leave. It is the Baron picked up. Taco went on a bit of an adventure, but came back down to claim his bounty onto Xiaotu, and now Hellpigs with a significant lead.
Yep, Hellpigs feels like very easy game from here on out, and I wonder... I think Pepro, if he just committed the ult a tiny bit earlier and, of course, onto the right target, I think he could have actually just killed Tide there, and that would have completely changed the game. Could have been them looking towards the Baron, and that slight misplay cost them severely. Comes down to how much can Hellpigs get with this. We'll see how it started. I mean, there's no W. It's on CD for a while. Pepro jumps forward. He's got ulti. I think if he had just altered the Kai'Sa, probably would have got this kill and also got, you know, the damage away from him. And after that, I mean, there really isn't much Inhao can do. Just isn't tank enough even with the ulti to survive this many people. So unfortunate, but the Hellpigs, they kind of just get the victory, or at least the Baron for now, handed to him.
Yeah, and I want to say, Tide, this is the second time I think we've seen him play Kai'Sa, and it looks like his best champ by far, but that's just probably Kai'Sa as a champ in reality. It was Taco getting quite low here. He's going to have to commit that stopwatch at least for now. Trying to get away, but the Na'Ul should confirm his death, and it's WSL who does claim that bounty. 700 gold over to the Zinzal. Xiaotu, though, really, really low. It's essentially going to be a 4v4 if anything, but with that Glacial Prison going wide, I'm not sure if they'll have the lockdown needed. Inhao getting low, and the constant barrages here from the Cogmore, but it won't be enough to collect that kill, and ultimately it's just one kill found here onto Taco down the bot side.
It does allow them to slow down the game quite a bit, though, and also to contest this Dragon if they want. Now, they are missing the Pop Blossom, also lacking a lot of control around this area, but Taco's dead for 17 more seconds, does not have TP.
Tide's so aggressive.
Well, WSL needs to be careful.
Yeah, it's pretty hard for you to walk in here.
Oh, they're just taking so much poke on the way in.
Adiog's pretty low on mana. Tide also not got the most amount of mana you've ever seen, but Taco's back now. Does have teleport very, very soon, as it's going to be Godtone looking for something. Inhao does get sniped from the back there by this Cogmore, and it's Taco, but the Buster Shot denies anything there. But now you are at these towers, you still do have the Baron buff, and it's going to be Taco going forward. Adiox claims himself another victim from 3 screens away with constant barrages. It's the Pop Blossom, it will land onto 2. It is going to force out that stopwatch from Taco, Tide even. But it's just another tower going down, that's the second one found. It's also 2 kills now for the side of Hellpigs as the siege does continue. JP back with full health alongside Pepro. Glacial Prison again goes wide here from Godtone, but there's so much damage as Taco flashes forward, and on the other side, Pepro getting really, really low himself. It's another flash, but he isn't going to be able to find it. It should just be Pepero picking up this kill here onto Taco, although the Leap Strike will get him out for now. Tower does go down, a lot of low health bars. Inhale finds one, that's a reset. Pepero finding himself a second. He's now looking at Adiox, it's a triple. He could be looking for a penta here. It's going to be IC8 going down as well. That is going to be the Quadra. Are they going to be able to chase off Godtone? Godtone now running for his life after this heroic base defense coming out of Pepero. Dragon as well will be up, so it'll stop any stacking coming forward for Hellpigs, but massive defense.
Now they buy themselves some more time and maybe another chance. I mean, the Tristana getting this fed could be a way back in. They really need some teamfight DPS at this point, and it feels like Nico will not provide that. Third Dragon, I think it'll go the way of Hellpigs here. Massive performance from Pepero. get a replay of it. Looks like they just walked up a bit too far. Ooh, another Sedge ult goes wide. They commit on to JP, but Pepro, ooh, really nice flash there. And now so much used. Taco is the one who kind of gives over that first kill. Actually got out for a while. But look at this. I mean, the Nexus is getting hit here. And Pepro jumps in, dodges IC8's engage, takes out both the carries in the back
there,
line.
600 there.
Yeah, he made a lot of money in that fight. I think he has Treasure Hunter as well.
Oh.
Bought a full BT.
Yep. In fairness, Tide also sitting at 4 items, so more or less evened out these 80 carries, but...
Shadow Flame.
Yeah. Inting.
In this economy.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just perplexed by the fact it's an AP Kaiser, but they are still in the driver's seat.
Yeah.
Up 4k gold as well as... I mean, you do have the one type of damage, but in their favor, they're doing this damage from 2 screens away where Duelist team don't even have a point of responding. It is going to be the Spirit Visage picked up here from WSL. I feel like maybe missed an opportunity for an Abyssal Mask, but...
And a Force of Nature on JP. I mean, there is a lot of magic resist.
Yeah.
And there is no Void yet. It's being worked on by the Cogmore, but yeah, I think Kaiser probably should have gone Void, to be honest. So now, 3.5 minutes.
Galtu is a minion. Gold Tone quite far up there, but you don't really want to be solo ulting against the Sejuani. As in fact, fight breaks out. It's going to be the 4-man Magnet Storm, and there might have been magic resist, but there's not on the Nico. It's eliminated immediately as WSL now trying to find Tide. The Hex Drinker finding a lot of value as WSL goes gold and will be found. Is going to be now onto Pepero. He's slowed up in that Toxic Ooze. He's looking for Adiox. He does have the damage. The Bloodthirster is through. Does jump away. I feel like he could have gone forward, but ultimately manages to get it to be a 3 for 2. Actually, it was Taco on the bot side managing to find himself a solo kill there on JP, I believe. And now pressure should be coming through. Oh, the Void Seeker will not connect on the Alistair. And now an opportunity again to stabilize for Pepero and Enhao, although Gold Tone heading up towards this Baron. It's going to be teleport coming through for Taco.
There is a TP for Zhao 2 as well, but I think this is going to be given over. I don't see any way the Douche team can really get to it. But man, I mean, I really hope we get a replay of that fight because Zhao 2 went down instantly. And another kind of heroic effort put in by Pepero to somehow, somewhat even up that fight. Still though, it was that Baron picked up. Now Zonya's on Tide as well. Pepero must be sitting on a lot of gold here.
No Void Staff in the build. I mean, you have a little bit of pin, I guess, from Guinsoo's, but... anyway. You do you.
Oh, okay. Yeah, we'll see what happens. So I guess JP found Taco. Didn't have the flash, I don't think. And I think especially if you have itemized MR, it is very much for the team fight, right? It's definitely not going to help you face down the Jax, at least not much. Randuin's on Taco, which I think is pretty big. He wasn't in that fight whatsoever. LDR is being worked on by Pepero and a Void by Zhao 2, but it feels like Zhao 2's damage is not super relevant at this point.
Yeah, mainly playing, you have to feel for that Pop Blossom. As he is Alistair on the side. One problem we've seen with Nico's becoming those engaged supports is teams don't want to be near the Alistair, as well as they don't want to be near the Nico, and so kind of just doing the same thing there as Zhao 2. Does take quite a lot of damage. Taco's just a poke champion as well. Tide comes in and eliminates Zhao 2. It's going to be the Magnet Storm. The follow-up, it should just be an absolute clean team fight here. Pepero will not have anything to say about it, sorry, as that Magnet Storm locks him up for just too long. It looked a bit rough, but it will be Halpigs eventually in 36 minutes taking the win.
They do. I think there were chances there for Douche team to pick it up, but Halpigs, they got it over the line. And I mean, it was an interesting game. We got to see the Cogmore mid. We have seen a few Cogmores, actually, but it's always been in that bot lane. And I think it looked fairly good. I mean, did die early, as Adiox often does. You know, versus... He always plays something immobile in some crazy combo, but he's willing to accept the death and just outscale is what it feels like.
Yeah, absolutely, and I think he did just that this game, really. I do have questions around Tide. Tide played well, very well. But the build seems a bit suspicious because you have the Jax who does quite a lot of AP damage as well as AD, of course, but then you have Sejuani, Nico, Rel. And so a lot of mercs are just going to come through because you have to. And then you have no AD carry, you have no AD damage coming through. It was just kind of lucky they got so far ahead, I feel.
Yeah.
Because if they hadn't of, then I feel like you just lose that game.
Could be. Yeah, I definitely don't think they made it super easy for themselves with the build. And on the Durish team side of things, I think lots of misexecution, again, in the engages. I feel like the Nico this game was pretty invisible, and admittedly, Xiaotu actually had a pretty good game, at least most of it, on the Nico last time, but this time, I mean, I don't think found a single impactful ult, really. And Nico pretty much always does.
Yeah.
Right? Like, it's pretty consistent. One. Yeah, to get some big ultis off, or to even grab one carry, but I really don't think the carries felt any threat. Could be because they are so long range, right? They can play well into the Nico, but still, it's worrying.
Yeah, and I wonder if that was a draft decision for Halpix, because they saw the Nico come in blue second, and then after that was when we saw the Kog'Maw. They already had the Kai'Sa, of course, but seeing the Nico come in, maybe they're like, well, now we're just going to put that Kai'Sa obviously bot and have Kog'Maw as our mid laner for full AP Kog'Maw. Maybe that is a drafting decision, and to be fair, it looked really good. I mean, what's Nico going to find if he pop blossoming the Rel or the Sejuani? Doesn't really matter, because Rel and Sejuani aren't really going to die to that, and if they do die, you're probably using too many cooldowns on them anyway, and you just lose the fight regardless. So I do wonder if it was just a draft decision.
It could be. I do wonder if that would go a bit differently against a stronger team, because I feel like I'm not sure if Kog'Maw should beat Nico, to be honest. I feel like while Kog'Maw has a strong lane, I think Nico's is just as strong, if not stronger, and I think that they probably could have played around mid a bit more as well. They did get that kill on Adiogs at some point, but I was surprised there was no pressure kind of put towards it in the pre-6, because in the pre-6, I mean, the Kog was getting quite aggressive, right? Pushing the Nico under tower, and it feels like versus Xin Zhao and Nico, that should be illegal.
Yeah, absolutely. And yeah, we saw really the first 3 levels, 4 levels, it was Adiogs with the advantage. He went down 2 health pots really early, and from there it looked like he was just in control of the lane the whole time. And sort of on that note, if it was against a better team kind of talk, I don't think Jax is supposed to be up 20 CS at like 5 minutes.
No, I'm not sure what happened. It feels like it was just off that level 1 trade or something, because crashed a lot of waves into Gnar early and then just, I guess, bounced it back and started winning from there. I think normally we see the Gnar being the one that kind of edges out in that laning phase.
Well, yesterday we did. I mean, Taco, again, it was Taco. He was on the Gnar instead against Lakai's Jax, and he was winning that lane. And now this time he's been the Jax against the Gnar, and I mean, he did die once, but that was getting dove, and, you know, fair enough, you got dove. But he was, in the isolated 1v1, very much ahead there of JP.
Yeah, I mean, it kind of speaks, I think, to the differences between top laners and the laning skill, because there are just like a lot of matchups that we've seen play out very differently here in the PCS, even when it's often, you know, back-to-back games. But we'll take a look at some of the fights here. I mean, there were a lot of good fights, I would say, in this game. This one, Pepero kind of saved, but you can see, I mean, Xiaotu goes down, didn't even have the Pop Blossom, I don't think, at this time, but, I mean, just not finding anything whatsoever. And I think maybe Pepero could have cleaned this one up. I think he took a long time to jump towards Adiogs, whereas he could have gone on him a lot earlier. And I think backing away from the creep wave, it feels like the wrong choice, right? It feels like you need to keep lifestealing and then jump onto Tide. Because once you're denied kind of away from the wave, there isn't much way to really get back to it. And damage there for the 2 Helpix carries, absolutely insane.
Yeah, it was
over 1k DPM for both of them.
Oh yeah, wow. Pretty impressive. I mean, and a lot of it, this game did matter. I mean, by the very end after that base defense from Pepero and Inhal, he got the Bloodthirster, and so it was being lifestealed up at that point. But before that, there wasn't really any resistances. I mean, sorry, any lifesteal coming through, all way to get your health back. I mean, excluding, I guess, the Alistair passive. But yeah, all the poke was landing and it was meaningful. It meant that they were able to pick up those 3rd and 4th dragons in terms of their, you know, their 1st and 2nd. But IC8 picking up the MVP here on your screens, I think that makes sense.
Yeah.
Most of those team fights were him finding massive, massive Magnet Storms.
Yeah, it's probably the best game I've seen out of IC8. Although he did have a good Thresh game before, but after that first death, he played really well from then on out. Found Magnet Storm time and time again, and it was kind of one of those examples. I mean, it was an eco ult onto 2 tanks and just kind of sets it up almost for IC8 to come in and clean them all up, and just look how much chain CC will come out here as IC8
Now no more threats to keep him out. Dives in, grabs all 5, and just CC upon CC. Nowhere to go, really.
Yeah, in that play, he waited out the Buster shot from Triss, the headbutt from Alistair, and the Gnar ult to wait for his time to look for the Magnet Storm. So, impressive, honestly. I think to be able to realize that there are all those things that can just immediately knock you away, realize they're all now on cooldown, I'm going, and to find such a big Magnet Storm. Props to ICA. It was, I'd have to say, his best game, at least in terms of the eye test. I think he found more engages that game than he has previously. And I think overall for Hellpigs, shaky start to the game, perhaps, but they cleaned it up. They were able to get across the line, and I think they're staying true to what has looked good for them.
Yeah, I mean, the willingness to play the cog more certainly kind of speaks to that, right? And I think while it might have been a different game maybe than we expected, it was still that same outcome of Hellpigs picking up the win against Duish team.
Yeah, definitely, and unfortunately it does mean that now Duish team will be 0-12. They do have 2 more weeks to try and find themselves the first win here of the summer split. Looking a little bit doubtful, but that will do us for game number 1. Coming up next, we do have Beyond trying to redeem themselves against Impunity.
days. Second shift's the first to lose. Working in the gym, taking shots, I'm trying to perfect my moves. Early bird gets the worm, I don't got time to snooze. I'm not in the frat, but every year I still pay my dues. Do it for mama dues. Wanna get a house with a pool and an amazing view, so she could watch the son do what he wanna do. Cause lately I've been ballin' like an alley-oop.
We ain't in the same league, not even the same game. Going all in, I'm just trying to maintain. They don't want me to win, I can see it on your face. I can see it on your face. We ain't in the same league, not even the same game. Going all in, I'm just trying to maintain. They don't want me to win, I can see it on your face. I can see it on your face. I can see it on your face.
Luscious, divine, I'll empty your mind, 'cause you want me to. I'm so twisted, you're addicted. I feel your pain, 'cause you want me to. I'm so good for you. I'm so bad for you. I'm so good for you. I'm so bad for you. I'm so bad for you. I'm so bad for you. 'Cause I can't give you everything you want. Make you feel I'm so good for you. Love being bad for you. 'Cause I can't give everything you desire. So close the doors, let me in, let me taste the darkness in you. No one serves me like you. You ask me to slay you, to burn you, to haunt you, so you feel. So do you feel me now? I'm so good for you. I'm so bad for you. I'm so good for you. I'm so bad for you. I'm so bad for you. I'm so bad for you. 'Cause I can't give you everything you want. Make you feel I'm so good for you. Love being bad for you. 'Cause I can't give everything you desire. I'm so good for you. I'm so bad for you. Keep looking for it, but you can't find it. Can't find another one to get around it. You try and try, but never find someone who's fine. Keep looking for it, but you can't find it. Can't find another one to get around it. You try and try, never find another me.
Hello everyone and welcome back here for game number 2 of the night, and it's going to be between Beyond and Impunity. And now I think it's important here for Beyond to cement themselves a nice, quick and solid game, I think, because Impunity not looking very good whatsoever, and Beyond, after losing to Hellpigs yesterday, some question marks are now arisen.
Yeah, for sure. I think you still see Beyond going into this one as the heavy favorites, but they went in heavy favorites against Hellpigs and were taken out, and honestly, pretty solid fashion, right? It was a good game from Hellpigs, and I think that on Beyond, one thing I want to see is maybe a difference in the mid picks. It feels like 1116, he's got a very, I don't know, he plays a lot of different champions, but I think he has a wide range of skill on those champions. So I'd maybe like to see some kind of more consistency around there. And I think also, maybe not against Impunity, but something that Beyond kind of have to solve as a whole is around the top side, because it feels like Lakai gets very hard punished when he blind picks. So it could be a champion pool issue, maybe needs to strengthen his laning, or maybe needs more help from jungle. We're not too sure, but either way, they're going to need something. I really doubt that Impunity will be able to exploit that, but it's something that the other top teams are definitely looking at.
Yeah, and I think more than just the fact that he gets quite hard punished when he's blind picking. When he does get the counter pick, he sometimes loses those matchups too, and if not, it's just neutral, which you don't want. It means there's a glaring weakness, basically, in the lineup, and I think if you want to start contending, you want to get to Worlds, and right now you're at the latter half of the season. You're going to have to start picking up the sort of performances that you'd expect from a top team, and I think as well, yesterday, Kira's showing probably the first sign of faults that we've really seen out of him this split. He played the Rakan alongside Betty on the Xayah and didn't really find a whole lot, which is not what we're used to, at least in this split. Take a look at the Impunity lineup and everything still the same. Obviously, Felia now coming in. Seems like he is a consistent replacement at this stage for Smurf. And, I mean, they've picked up a win with him. Unfortunately, fell short yesterday, but today, I mean, if they are able to pick up a win against Beyond, then they are, again, you know, you can talk about them perhaps having contention for that 6th spot, although Hellpigs as well as Frank are, I think, 3 wins above them at the moment. And with only 6 games left, you're really, really struggling to get to that spot.
Yep. And Impunity's wins, it feels like that does normally come from big performances from Shera. There was a nice Jinx performance from Blaze, but I don't think they actually won the game. We'll check the 280 carries though, and first in damage percentage is Betty at almost 10% ahead of Blaze. That's pretty crazy, and the first blood percentage for Betty as well is very, very high. So this is a guy that he normally gets fed pretty early, and definitely shows in the damage there. And Blaze, I'm a little surprised his damage is so low overall, given that he did have that very big Jinx game, but I guess the other ones just hasn't really been finding the mark.
Yeah, I think the reason why it would be is because when they have finally found success, it has been pretty much just Shera having huge amounts of damage on both the Tristana and the Azir. And other than that, the whole team's kind of just been absolutely crushed around the map. So I guess it kind of makes sense in that when you think of it that way, but Azir going to be banned out against Shera. I think that's smart because while he did get a win on Trist, he's looked pretty shaky on that champion ever since. But as Azir looked pretty good for at least the most part of his last game against Duish team, so getting rid of that. On the other side though, of course, it's the Kai'Sa ban. You can never let Betty get that champion ever again.
No, I think there's a few 80 carries that you really just shouldn't be giving that to. I feel like the champ is just so strong. Really on another level. And going to be one of Tristana or Jace left up here. The Sejuani is available too. LeBlanc as well. Okay, so LeBlanc gets banned away. Might just see a Tristana Jace trade come through. Alternatively, you take the Sedge and kind of hope you could get one of them. Currently, I think he didn't look so great on the Sedge, to be fair.
No.
Or at least looks a lot better on the carry junglers.
I think it looks like an entirely different player. And Viego's left open for him this game, so...
Yeah, I think as well for them that they probably prefer playing around bot side, and I think Sejuani lends itself more to playing towards top. Annie is the first pick, so this is a champ that, when it gets picked, it seems to do very well. But first picking it is kind of wild. And I think it might just be off the back of Pretender success with, honestly, you know, the rest of the league kind of being like, hey, we forgot about Annie. He's still this really strong engage tool and pairs extremely well with carry junglers, which is exactly what Beyond are going to want to play.
Yeah, but with Viego taken away now, what do they look for? I mean, the Wukong's still available.
Yeah.
It's kind of an off carry. It's not really... It's not a carry jungler like Viego is, let's just say. It still offers damage, and especially more damage than the likes of the Sejuani, but in terms of its playmaking and whatnot, a bit lower than that of Viego, as Ari will be the lock-in against the Annie. That feels pretty decent.
Interesting. Okay, so that might mean that both Jace and Tristana just go missing from this draft, which would be a pretty strange turn of events. I suppose Annie could be a flex and a support, but I really can't imagine Kara's playing Annie. Vi, the champ being looked at here, it does pair very well with the Annie, and it's a good way to kill Ari. I mean, Ari's a very hard champ to lock down, but if there's something that can do it, Annie Vi might be the way. And a blind pick Renekton, I think, is the obvious choice. They do lock it in. So Impunity, do you choose Xayah or do you choose Gragas? Because that feels kind of like your choices. Maybe we'll see something completely different, but I feel like you either take... Or I guess you could go Jax as well. But you need something to neutralize the Renekton and something to survive the Vi. I really don't think Zeri would be it. Yeah, it has to be the Xayah. It's locked in. Really feels like the only 80 carry that can survive against this sort of engage. And even, you know, against this much engage, even Xayah might have some difficulty.
Now, next stage of the draft phase, looking at bans here for Impunity. Okay, so again, we're seeing this pretty consistently against Betty, is banning away that Varus. It's something we see very, very often. And when he did pick it, he looked pretty phenomenal on the champ. So I guess it does weaken Betty's champion pool here. I wonder what... I mean, you can ban away tops, although Rakan is obviously the most obvious ban.
Yeah, I think you just ban Rakan Jax probably. I mean, maybe you ban... What else could you ban? I mean, I feel like if you ban an engaged support, you might risk banning it away from yourself. Because you would like to have more engage here. If you can get something like... I mean, I guess there's both the Alistar and the Leona up. Let's see what they go for anyway. 3 seconds.
Are we going to get to see a Betty Jinx game? That could be fun.
Yeah, it could be an interesting pickup for them. There's not many AD carries left. So now Impunity, I think you just take your top laner here and give your last pick to support. They do lock in the Ornn. And that puts a little bit of pressure on Betty. I mean, there is a lot of tools from Impunity as well to kill AD carries. Could see the Tristana picked up in that bot lane. And they can pick both their bot lane here, so they could pick a really strong kill lane.
Yeah, I think the thing is, though, picking a kill lane into Xayah feels quite hard. Xayah actually probably one of the best AD carries in the game at dealing with a Tristana, because if she ever jumps forward, you can just line up a route, run away, wait for the bomb to time out, and she's pretty stuck. Now, what's going to be the support? Hovering a bunch of engages.
Yeah.
I mean, even the Braum, I actually don't hate the Braum.
The Braum does make a lot of sense, I think, against the champions that are shown.
Yeah.
It is
Alistar
more
does
engaged
as well.
locked in, though, so they want to be able to have more tools to follow up with the Ahri Viego. I mean, this feels like a game where both sides kind of just want to run at each other. Maybe you can kite back with Ahri Xayah, but at the same time, you've kind of picked champs for going forward as well. So I think overall, cohesiveness-wise, I do like Beyond's comp quite a bit more than Impunity's. I think Impunity's comp is still decent, but I have to give the edge to Beyond. Any first pick, though? I mean, that's something we haven't seen in a while.
I do wonder, though. There is always, because this Vi, if she's either looking or going forward, you don't actually have to go forward as Alistar if they are just coming forward into you. I actually think Impunity can play their team comp completely fine going backwards. I think every single one of the champions does fine doing that. And like, the Ahri Viego, you could look for a pick and then play the team fights by kiting backwards. Honestly, I think Impunity's team comp is fairly cohesive as well.
I don't really agree, honestly. I don't think you can play Alistar going backwards in this kind of comp. I think it's going to be real difficult for Ornn as well. I agree, you know, Viego can kind of wait for the resets and stuff like that, but I think when you've got, you know, the insane amount of pressure that comes out of the likes of Tristana Annie, I don't know. I feel like you've got to kind of find some sort of engage. We'll see, though, because their backline does get out DPS, you have to feel, right? Like, Ahri is not going to be dealing as much damage. Annie with the Leandry should be pumping more, but it could depend who gets fed, right? I think that's pretty important as well, because if Xayah's the one who does end up fed, you kind of have to play a kind of kite back comp no matter what. And I think they do have options, maybe if they can pull it off really well.
Yeah, absolutely. Ultimately, I think Xayah, Tristana, fairly even when it comes to that damage. In fact, even maybe when it comes to a late game fight, Xayah offering more just because of how much AoE she can output. Especially when those feathers start to do pretty much your entire health bar as they come through. We are loading now, of course, onto the Rift. It feels to me like not much attention should be given to this top side.
Okay, something I'm going to say right away.
Yeah.
If you're playing versus Renekton Annie, what sum would you take as an AD carry?
I would take Cleanse.
And can you tell me what sum Blaze has?
Blaze is just too quick on the trigger. He's going to Featherstorm every single Annie ult.
I'm pretty worried about this. I mean, I feel like even Renekton sometimes is just a cause alone for a cleanse, but against Annie as well, and still having no cleanse, I mean, it feels really greedy. Maybe they just want it to help survive their bot matchup because, I mean, there is a lot of damage that can come out, but I think, like you said, Xayah is pretty decent into the Tristana and shouldn't be worried too much. So
Xayah's actually good into Nord as well.
Yeah.
I think their bot lane matchup, I mean, level 1, they're going to lose because they have an Alistar. Yeah. But I think after, like, you're going to lose the push, it's going to hit your tower, and then it's going to bounce back, and from then on, you feel like as the Xayah Alistar, you should have fairly good control over the lane. So it doesn't feel like you need really, to have that heal. Cleanse makes a lot of sense against the Annie. I can see a world where Xayah doesn't really need the cleanse against Renekton because his engages can be fairly obvious. Like, if he's walking in a way, you can tell he's trying to look for a flash onto you. And you can't just Featherstorm it. But yeah, the Annie. The Annie can have so many unsuspecting sort of engages from any real direction, particularly with that flash. But we'll see. I think this just means it's really going to be Blaze having to step up and have a massive performance. And interestingly, Impunity do get the push here, so that feels a bit curious. I wonder if Betty used the bomb onto Blaze, which will certainly slow down the push, but it is still interesting to me that somehow the Xayah Alistair got pushed. I wonder if Blaze just committed all of his abilities here to pushing.
Well, both junglers are pathing towards the bot side, and Kongwei not the kind of guy that's going to let a Scuttle Crab just be given over, so wouldn't be surprised to see some sort of battle down there. Lakai getting some big trades in the top side.
Massive trades there. And I think this is how the matchup pretty much goes, though.
Yeah.
Obviously, we saw yesterday Driver playing the Ornn in this matchup and did lose pretty, you know, reasonably early game and eventually found himself a solo kill onto Rallia's Renekton. So we'll have to see if LJW can do something similar. I think a lot of that solo kill did come out of a mis-execution from the Renekton, but still, we'll have to see how this lane sort of progresses.
Arashi is going to come for the Scuttle.
Yeah, skips the Wolves.
Yeah, it's
so
down
we'll
the camp
be
currently,
level 3.
He's on it a lot earlier than Kongwei. Or big fight on bot lane,
yeah, Kongwei might just be going bot, and it should be Felia actually most likely going down as Rocket Jump comes in. Kongwei will not land the Vault Breaker. Does commit his flash as well. Obviously, Felia using his, and the heal does come out of Blaze, though. Arashi looking. Hook lands there onto Felia. Stunned up, does get Kyrus. He's rooted up here, but Blaze was not auto-attacking him at the time, and now Betty very confidently jumping forward with that Rocket Jump as Blaze trying to find damage back onto Kongwei, but ultimately it will be first blood picked up here for Kongwei on the Vi.
Feels a very random kill, to be honest. Feels like all should have been said and done there, but a hook that comes out turns it around. In mid lane, 1-1-6, it did force the reset out already, which is a nice look. Normally the Annie somewhat struggles early game, but has the Aerie, so probably just has a stronger lane. Get another look at it. So hook lands quite early, and Kongwei here very early as well. He kind of wants to follow with the flash, but I think his Q, yeah, so he doesn't quite connect it. It was very, very close though. I do understand why he went for it. I think after this, everyone can kind of just walk away, but a hook that came out, there wasn't enough damage to kill Keres. They were pretty close, but couldn't quite get it. And Betty just leaping forward. Procs that bomb. So all things considered, I mean, it's definitely favored for Beyond, right? There was the Scuttle Crab picked up for the Viego, but a first blood going over to the Vi has to feel very good as well. Some assist gold was shared around. I think Vi getting a snowball as well is pretty important because this champ can be very useless, or rather it can be very one-dimensional, you know, can only ult, can't do anything else. But we've seen before when the Vi's get strong in the PCS, they start doing a credible amount of damage and sometimes aren't even reliant on follow-up to end up getting kills.
Yeah, shout out to Gemini, I think, with that one. And Junjia.
Junjia as well, yeah.
Those guys, I think those guys take the Vi to a different level than most other junglers. But yeah, I think now, as the spot lane, you are still fairly okay in this lane, I think, as Impunity. Obviously, the Vi can impact the map a lot better now, but in terms of the 1v1, yeah, Lakai does take the tower shot. The Call of the Forge God will land, and it does force out the Dominus, but with that, it should be lane pressure now for LJW. Lakai has teleport available, though, so all in all, shouldn't feel too bad.
Oh, on bot side, though.
Yeah, it's going to be a 3v3. Felia finds the knockout, but it's onto the Nautilus. Arashi does come with the follow-up as well. They find the kill. It's a reset. There's a Nautilus in the picture. Double kill now found. It's Arashi picking up 2. And you think Vi looks good with some kills. Well, Viego, he certainly needs them, and he's found them.
He has, and I think that was a little bit of mis-execution from Beyond. Results in big pickups there for Impunity. A 2-0 Viego,
really crucial. Oh, Ornn does not have ult here. Now,
Does
there's
have
no
flash,
dominance.
and the stun was used, so he's okay to get away, but loses a fairly substantial chunk of his health. Take us through the replay though, Shot.
So engaged on initially here is the Nautilus, and everything's looking good. Now, I think the bomb being... Oh, I'm not sure where the bomb ended up actually going. I mean, maybe it was down. I thought it got placed in the wrong target, but I mean, it just feels like they run out of damage so early there. So maybe just needed to be willing to kite that one away. Instead, Kongwei, he gets that lead kind of taken away from him immediately. Now, it's taking away that second red. We often see this, the first dragon get traded for the second red. And the problem with this is it does make contesting the Herald a lot harder. Not only are you down the red, of course, but it's much more difficult to enter your top side if there aren't really any camps available. And maybe now...
Level 6 on the Vi. 116 up here as well. Teleport is going to come through from Shera, and that is enough to make sure nothing happens here. Somehow, despite the early lead that 1116 has found himself, Shera, there is going to be a stun, there's going to be a Vault Breaker, there's going to be a cease and desist, and you are going to be down. But Felia is roaming up here, as is Arashi. Is so much CC coming out of the Ornn. He's flashed away, he kept it from before. Kongwei following along, and the fight has completely broken out. Felia will be going down. It's now up to Arashi. He's stuck in between three. Can he get the one reset? He won't. And ultimately is Beyond. They looked in a bad position perhaps, but ultimately picked themselves up 3. And while Vi fell a bit behind, suddenly he's now ahead.
Unmitigated disaster for Impunity. I mean, they lose so many there. I think they lost 4 and didn't even trade over a single kill, which is insane. On top of that, the Herald now goes the way of Kongwei. I mean, Kerez had even started up that Herald for him when he came over there. Ooh, trade on the bot side. Betty, he did ult. Lots of damage being put out here. Blaze, he needs to be a little careful. I feel like that wasn't
Betty
worth
could
it.
have just... I guess maybe the CC chain, but... Wow.
Yeah.
That's kind of inexplicable, but I guess he gets away with it.
Well, this all starts off with Shera taking a very greedy path back to mid. Instantly locked down. Now, there are the Viego and Alistair coming up, but Ornn
I thought
doesn't have
Ornn
anything.
CC would have been enough.
Yeah, I also think Ornn probably should have stayed closer to the tower. I mean, he lived a very long time, but he ended up in the middle of nowhere. And after this, okay, it's only the Viego damage left. He used the ult, but he doesn't have any way of finishing off the Annie. And I honestly think this might have been an Impunity-favored fight if that Ornn had stayed on the tower. I'm not too sure, but it feels like they didn't execute it very well, and now Beyond to kind of catapult themselves into that lead. It is still a Dragon advantage, of course, for Impunity, but Beyond, they're going to be able to close that one up pretty soon.
Yeah, I think Impunity did well for themselves to recover, but after that disaster in the top lane has now found themselves down 3k gold. It's only 10 minutes in. A lot of it is on the Vi, though, and Vi isn't the greatest gold user in the game. Does have that Divine Sunder incredibly early, though, which you have to imagine will be very important. Shera committing that ult as well as Charm, but will not land it. Vault Breaker ensures Kongwei's safety, and with no Spirit Rush available, Kongwei actually going for Felia, but Blaze is going to be untouched. He's getting a lot of feathers down as Betty gets headbutted away. There's a lot of feathers to come through, but it's not really much damage as Arashi does eventually go down to that Tibbers. It will also be Felia down on the bottom side being taken out by Kongwei on this Vi, and there's just not the damage coming through, especially... I love these Tristana jumps, man.
Look, you get that on the big jobs and the big walls. Now, 116 did a lot of damage in that team fight, and it makes you wonder, where has the Annie been all split? Basically wasn't prioritized at all, and then suddenly it's just coming back, sort of like Nico, honestly. And this should be a lot of gold going into Betty's pockets.
Yeah, Betty feeling extremely happy about the state of affairs in the current game, as are the entirety of Beyond.
Yeah, probably will be able to get a reset off before that next dragon as well, though.
Felia isn't spotted.
Has flash.
Yeah, we'll just rocket jump away.
Yeah, so he is fine, but it's a huge item advantage right now for Beyond, and the gold, of course, is where that stems from. I mean, look at the jungle mid-top items. Mythic on all 3 of them to just components from Impunity, and it feels like there's just no way you can contest this drag. We'll have some time to scale, but
Definitely not the kind of game you want to be behind in. Feels like if an engage comp like this does get ahead, they're really not going to want to let up. And anyone that doesn't have flash is going to be in a lot of trouble. Lakai has built himself up a pretty big lead. Obviously, he did have that greed at level 6. It cost him his flash, but... Oh, Shera.
Yeah, it's going to be Shera going down again.
Yeah.
This is just Kongwei finding that timing. Take down Shera, and with that, the Dragon being live, there's no real feasible way here for Impunity to contest that. It should be picked up as Kongwei is staying just out of vision. Does have that cease and desist available still. Didn't really need it for that mid gank. It's constantly charging up Vault Breaker, seeing if anyone overstays from Impunity. They're all stacking this bush, but little do they know they're on a ward. 116 coming in, Featherstorm available. Didn't actually really need to use it there as Blaze. It's actually Arashi who gets stunned up as the bridge line. Will also find him, but no kills. It is definitely pressure though, and they should be able to pick up this Dragon, although Kongwei doing some investigation.
Ooh, the unstoppable does cancel it. Impunity though, they probably should just leave. I'm surprised. Oh, the Gromp did go the way of Kongwei. Does that bear cancel? Oh, he does. Wow, what a heist. So now, Beyond will set their eyes on this Dragon, and it should be picked up. Don't see any way to contest. Hopefully Impunity will be in a better spot to contest the next one as they complete some mythics for themselves. Beyond up 6,000 gold. Now tie up the Dragons. They're definitely in a good position. Now, there was a lot used bot there. Crucially, the anti-flash being used and not finding anything does kind of feel bad. But it's not the longest. Ooh, actually, he doesn't have the CDR boots. He has gone for the Sorks. It is actually pretty long cooldown, although he probably has Cosmic. Well, on the top side, 50 more seconds on the Herald. That's going to be one that BYG will want to pick up and probably drop onto mid. I think if you can open up that mid tower, makes making plays on the side lanes a lot easier. And it feels like making plays on mid, sort of an impossibility when there's Desire. The hardest ADC to gank, I would say. Especially for a comp like this.
40 CS up in the top lane.
Yeah, it's starting to snowball pretty hard.
It's being matched now by 116 though, as Kongwei in the area. Will just be securing this first tower. Should be going over there to the Annie. So even more gold on this Annie. Is building quite a lot of damage.
Arashi. He needs to be a little careful. He's down 2 levels in the jungle now. And that's going to make surviving those engages a lot harder.
Rift started and Impunity
well,
look like they're not willing.
Fight.
Yeah, they're not willing to give this over. Harrod Path means that he will be able to get in, but Felia certainly got in, but he doesn't want to be as he goes down immediately. 116 finds that kill, teleport in from Shera, but what is it for? At least for nothing. And now the Featherstorm comes in, will land the root there onto 2 people, but importantly not Lakai, who will manage to pick himself up that kill there onto Blaze. And now 2 people left alive. It's Shera and LJW, but the 3 for 0 as well as the Baron is just going from bad to worse here for Impunity, and Beyond really redeeming themselves from yesterday.
It didn't really feel like that was a close fight either. I am kind of surprised that Impunity wanted to contest that so hard. I mean, maybe just feel like their comp doesn't really function. I don't know if they're unwilling to fight stuff, but at the same time, it just seemed such an unwinnable fight. Probably needed to try and make a pick before it instead of just charging headlong. I mean, you'll see here, Alistair, he goes for the engage after, is hooked out of it. But I really think, again, even if you find Annie here, as long as she's got the bear off, it really doesn't matter. And really just a lack of damage. Shera misses almost everything in this fight. And not a good look from Impunity, unfortunately. They lose 3 for 0, and there should be a second Herald for Beyond. They've got it now. I hope it goes mid. I think it would be the right place to put it. 116.
Does feel like it should be going mid.
He's got flash in 30 seconds. So there is room for more aggression. They might try and wait for that, make a play with it, and then drop the Herald. Obviously, if you can get a successful play and then drop Herald, you can get a lot more off it normally. Lakai breaks the bot tower as well, so we're getting pretty close to 10k gold now, just coming up on 9. For mid, there should be the Herald being dropped. It is. Oh, Hook comes out.
Yeah, Featherstorm not available for Blaze. He does have to be careful,
gone.
but ultimately, Felia just explodes. And that's the second time in a row we've seen Felia hold his ult for a really long time and use it a bit too late because the damage reduction doesn't really work when you're already on just 10% HP. Synthesis comes through, but again, it's a nice channel there of the Unstoppable.
Ooh.
Flash away will get him away from the Vault Breaker, but with so much CC coming through, it's kind of amazing that Arashi manages to get out.
He did. There's 2 towers that do drop mid now and beyond, up 10,000 at 17 minutes. Feel like they're in a completely unlosable position. The question really is, how much longer will it take them? There's another dragon spawning in 50 seconds. And Impunity, I mean, if there's something to play for here, it's probably just trying to get 2 items on your Xayah. But it really feels like a pretty lost cause at this point, especially because if your only damage really is that Xayah and doesn't have cleanse versus the anti-Renekton, it's just too hard to play the fight. There's too many things you need to use ult on.
Yeah, this next dragon should just be given away. Fighting is almost certain death. And luckily for Impunity, they did pick up that first dragon, but at the point now that they're 10k gold down at only 17 minutes or 18 minutes in, feels very, very insurmountable, to be sure.
Betty as well. You know, he's had a rather quiet game, but he really is some late game insurance for them. Something I always notice about Betty is that no matter who he versus, he's always up a lot of CS. Now, it's not just yet, but it's really kind of in that mid game, right? I see him start to pull ahead, and it's not kind of unusual to see him, 70, 80 CS ahead of the enemy ADC, even in games when they're losing. Oh, TP comes out.
That's 1-1-6.
Yeah, I guess he feels confident enough. Obviously, he has a lot of CC, the Rylai's as well. But that's more towers going down. The Dragon picked up and beyond. They're getting everything everywhere. There's no trade at all for Impunity, other than more time, really. Not much to say, it feels like. Just kind of waiting for the next dragon to spawn. Impunity, they still have the ability to make picks, but it feels like even a 4v5 would probably be losing at this point. They really do have to find themselves a miracle back into this game. Betty is pushing up mid. I wonder, okay, so recalls will come out from beyond. They're not going to go for that tier 2 tower top just yet. It looks like they're content to kind of play back a little more, maybe play for that top side control, and if they do get a pick, can turn towards that Baron. Gold difference has been well and truly in Beyond's favor for a very long time now. Feels like other than that, the double kill that was picked up by the Viego early on, haven't really found a way into the game. Maybe
Looking
Lakai.
onto Lakai though, he's just going to slice and dice.
He's got the
Everfrost does not land, Charm does not land.
They're
and
still
with
gonna go.
that, yeah, they are still looking, but with what damage? I mean, maybe if Blaze can get there, they could have the damage, but he's now at the tower. Flash forward, should be headbutting him back into the team. He is charmed up finally and rooted by the Viego, but look how much he's finding. He's living for so long. And with 4 members committed down to the Croc in the bot lane, it's going to be this Baron now picked up for Beyond. They certainly have the damage to be able to take this out before any response comes through.
Yep. Don't think this was worth it, all things considered. It's difficult for Impunity because there are no good plays remaining. But I think if you did want a slim chance at winning this game, giving over Baron is not the way to do it. So Beyond, they're going to want to speed up this game even more now. Keep the pressure on, and Arashi.
Arashi. There's the depth charge. There's the Vault Breaker. There's the cease and desist.
Wow.
He's looking for the Gromp. I don't even know if he got it.
No. Even with Merc Treads, just CC upon CC there. Well, Blaze, he got himself a tower. Very much a consolation prize at this point, though. How much can Beyond get off this? They haven't actually reset yet, so do have a lot of gold still in their inventory. They're going to take this tier 2. I think breaking the base should be the bare minimum. Okay, resets will come out, and they'll still have 2 minutes to pressure, even after they spend all this gold. They've got 3 stopwatches in their inventory as well. So this is, I think, Beyond saying that we want to just win this next fight and win the game off it. I think it's a fine call. Pretty hard to stand up against the amount of damage that Beyond can put out at this point.
Yeah, game feels pretty over. I want to say Blaze, kind of, it's been rough for him. Doesn't really seem like he's done anything all that wrong as Kira's getting low, but Betty and the rest of the boys pulling up through that Hextech gate. They are just going to start finding themselves some kill. Kongyue finds the flash. A lot of distance covered there, but with all the summoners coming through, they are going to be able to pick up that Ari kill. And with Baron minions coming in, it's now going to be a 5v3 across the lanes here at the Impunity base.
It does feel impossible, right? You do have a Xayah for wave clear, but...
Lost your Ornn ult too.
Yeah. I think you're just going to have to give it up, though. Feels like 2 inhibs pretty much a given at this point. But might get some more time after that. See how aggressive Beyond get. I think they could play for the end if they want. They really only need one more pick.
Yeah.
And they have a lot of tools to get it. And there
Rush
it is.
116 does flash forward, finds the Timbers. It is going to be Blaze going down, and we're seeing the trouble of not having the cleanses. Now Lakai just chasing Arashi into the base, and LJW running away as Philia does go down in the middle of the fight, and Lakai going golden under those towers will be able to stay nice and healthy. As Sheeran now alongside Arashi trying to do what they can, but ultimately it's going to be a 2v5. It should be too much, and Beyond looking like they've got their revenge from yesterday, and they are looking a lot stronger and make the win that they should have got.
They do. Might just pad their KDAs a little more here, but ultimately do clean up the game. And you have to say, it was extremely one-sided. Feels like other than a couple kills that Impunity did get, it was Beyond who were just in control the whole time. And for me, the most kind of, actually the biggest takeaway from this game, because it was expected result and kind of expected the way the game went as well. For me, it was actually the Annie, right? Because I think the Annie once again just looks incredible, and it's so weird, right? It's just been missing from the PCS for so long, and you're thinking, okay, it did receive some nerfs, but Annie's just one of those champs that feels like as long as she has Flash Tibber's stun, she will always be an effective champ. And I think it also does pair really well with carry junglers, right? The shield is super nice, so the Annie first pick, no less, comes through, and obviously looks very good here. And I wonder, you know, when Beyond take on J-Team, if that'll be kind of a contested pick.
Yeah, definitely could be, I think. Maybe not J-Team, Minji not really playing it. Perhaps Frank, maybe
yeah, Frank
Pretender.
as well.
I think Pretender, he's been pretty much the only person, I think, playing it for the most part.
This split, yeah.
Even last split, he was playing the Annie quite a lot. And, I mean, everyone was last split, in fairness. But
yeah.
Pretender picking it up recently and finding good success, and now it looks like Beyond realizing that and taking it for themselves. I mean, Beyond in their own right, at one Kongyue at least, picking up that Viego to success and sort of brought Viego back into the PCS, and it looks a lot stronger than it did last split. But yeah, I mean, the Annie's an interesting one, because do you pick it when the AD mids are banned?
Ooh.
Or like when they're not getting picked? Because this game, the Annie came out blind.
Yeah.
So Triss Jace were up.
Yeah.
And it didn't get picked against them. But I'm not sure how well the Annie does. It feels like Annie would struggle against the Jace. Maybe does fine into the Triss, because you can never really jump forward. You just get stunned up and with jungle pressure. But Jace doesn't need to jump forward and can just maintain pretty much the range advantage for the most part.
I think Jace originally at MSI by night was picked into Annie.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure. So I think it is a matchup they're pretty happy with. I will say, though, that on some level, right, if there is more poke champs and you do have enough engage, you can shut that down, right? Like, I think Annie with Vi, for example, is very different from Annie with, I don't know, like a Sejuani, right? Obviously is going to be a much more threatening engage that comes out. So it could be something that is kind of experimented with a bit more. And I'd like to see teams kind of pick up these mids a bit more. It kind of feels like stuff like Tristana and stuff like Jace, they are very strong, but they are more difficult, I think, to play, right? But it feels like starting in something like the Annie, the Nico, or even the Azir, it just seems like such a simple path to success. And I think especially for the teams that are a bit weaker and maybe don't have that insane team cohesion, I think you just can pick it up and honestly just simplify the game a lot.
Yeah, and I think importantly too, when you have an AD carry like Betty, you know you don't have to be the one putting out the damage as the mid laner. And I think that's similar to Frank. Eminem, very good at putting out damage as his sort of AD carry role. So I think when you have that ability to not rely on your mid laner, you can pick these more utility heavy mid laners like the Annie, where your whole job is really just get your stun off onto someone important and then let the boys take over in terms of damage. And in fairness, in this game, actually, 1116 was a large part of the damage you have to feel. In
I
fact,
wouldn't be surprised if he did the most.
I would say he probably did. I'd be surprised if anyone did more than him. Maybe Lakai wailing in on that Ornn the whole game. But you're seeing here, Kongyue had a bit of a highlight reel of a game for himself too.
Yeah. Definitely felt like the Beyond mid jungle was on fire. just consistently out skirmishing in these small fights here.
This was such a massive turning point.
Yeah, I mean, this could have been... I really think if Ornn had stayed under tower, this might have gone a lot differently, because 1-on-6 flashing forward when the enemy is coming up is pretty risky, but I mean, damage is dominated there by the Annie.
By the whole team, really. There's no damage to speak of so much from Impunity. I want to say Blaze played fine in that game. I mean, he was, what, 0-1-3 after all the catastrophes that had already happened around the map, and Xayah does good into the Tristana, and he kind of showed that, in fairness. It was really just Arashi making a few crucial mistakes, as well as LJW up in the top lane. And I think Blaze, this looked like one of his better games.
I have to agree. I mean, Blaze, he did play pretty well in the Jinx as well, right? So maybe he's starting to power up. You just wonder if it's kind of... They can't really get everyone performing at the same time, right? Like, if they could get Shera on his good days and Bayless on his good days, maybe they've actually got some solid carries, but at the same time, you are kind of falling really far behind in your lanes anyway, which is making things really difficult. So, Impunity, they certainly have some work to do, but beyond, they're always going to be a tough opponent, unless your name's Hellpigs.
Yeah, absolutely. But I think, very importantly, as you just touched on the Hellpigs, their loss yesterday and coming in and being this strong does bode well for them, obviously. Big upset yesterday. And it's going to be Kongyue picking up the MVP. I think that's very well deserved. He was finding so many great skirmishes there, and it was really set up by him, the early stages of the game. Obviously, 1-1-6 kind of taking over engages later, but Kongyue playing extremely good on the Vi. Does seem like a much more Kongyue champion than the Sejuani we saw yesterday.
Not often as well do you see a Vi at 9 kills, right? Like, that's pretty absurd. But just, once this champ gets ahead, you can just ult people on cooldown, and there isn't that much that can be done about it. All the members of Impunity just cleaned up here.
Yeah. Here we go. Another one.
Oh, he comes through the portal.
Yeah, this is the one where he travels 3 football fields to finally land the ult here onto Shera.
Oh, this was crazy.
Ult, flash, still going. Manages to absolutely dunk him, hits him back, and then kill will be finished off here by Betty.
That just feels
I think that was
so
Betty's
bad.
first kill, if I'm not wrong.
Yeah, I think he was 107 at that point, yeah.
I think that was his first and only kill of the game, and it was off the back of Kongyue with one of the longest Vi ults I think I've ever seen.
Yeah, and I mean, like, the Ahri versus Vi thing as well. I think if the champs are even, sometimes Ahri can be kind of hard for Vi, because you just get dragged so far in the enemy team that you're just in a lot of trouble, right? But when you're ahead, it more just becomes, okay, we're running everyone down, and not even the Ahri with 3 dashes and the flash can get away.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, he was happy to just ult under that inhib tower, and there were no repercussions, in fact, benefits from it. And I think very good there for Beyond. They're going to have to keep being that consistent, especially if they want a chance to compete for that first spot, because ultimately PSG could still be taken out. I mean, they still have the likes of CFO to go up against. Frank coming up next, they have to go up against. And those are games that realistically PSG could lose. They're not infallible. I mean, we saw how badly they did against Beyond in the first round robin. So definitely an opportunity here for Beyond to get first, but you can't have any more of those terrible losses against teams that you should be significantly stronger than.
Definitely agree. And I think from now on, I would expect Beyond to win most of their games, but we'll have to see. Coming up next is PSG taking on the revitalized Frank. Will Frank get their 3-0 week? We're about to find out.
Flex on the beat. Flex on the beat. Flex on the beat. Flex on the beat.
Do you feel what the eyes can't see? You hear it calling way down deep.
myself, would you still be around? If I was begging for your help, would you let me down? Yeah, I could try to act like I don't need anyone, pretend it's me, myself, and I'd rather be on my own. But I know I can do this alone. If I had a nightmare, tell me, are you right there pulling me out? If I was too high, yeah, tell me, are you right there pulling me down, me down? 'Cause I need you to ride along. So tell me, are you right there? Tell me, are you right there? When it goes down, goes down. If I was falling to the ground, would you pick me up? If my world was crashing down, would you make it stop? I do for you, but would you do the same? When everyone's gone, are you gonna stay? When demons come through, would you push them away? Would you push them away? Are you gonna stay? If I had a nightmare, tell me, are you right there pulling me out, me out? If I was too high, yeah, tell me, are you right there pulling me down, me down? 'Cause I need you to ride along. So tell me, are you right there? Tell me, are you right there? When it goes down, goes down. 'Cause I need you.
It's not over till I say so. It's not over till I'm ready to let it go. Till I'm ready to let it go. Till I'm ready to let it
We are back. We are back. And not only am I back and Shock back, but Frank are back.
Frank is
How
back.
you feeling?
Look, okay, I think Frank can win this game. I think that the revitalized Frank, coming into this, signs of their split one form do have the potential, right? Potential being the key word, to beat PSG. But PSG also did kind of, manhandle Beyond. And
So did Hellpigs.
That's true. But I think the Hellpigs one was a bit of a draft mistake.
And
giving
Hellpigs
Adiox
manhandled
the
Frank too. Those guys are just beasts.
Yeah, maybe they are the best team in the league.
Look, PSG, they're at fit. Well, let's not talk about those guys. Those guys are solid. Well, we need to talk about Frank. Frank, what are their keys to success? Because they are looking good. But what do you think they're going to have to do to take over these behemoths that are PSG?
I'm not too sure. I think the key for Frank is not really anything to do with PSG. I actually think they just need to keep kind of playing what's been working for them. It feels like having Pretender on a champ that can really enable Kenny Chan, and Kenny Chan playing one of those more carry junglers seems to be fitting them a lot. I think if solo kill as well, especially as the red
Finds
side
a
here,
level 3 solo kill?
Well, I was thinking more that he has red side last pick, so he can get a good matchup here. Obviously, RJ has kind of had solo kills number pretty much the entire year, feels like, so it's probably a difficult one to go up against, but if he can find some sort of lead, solo kill or not, it would, I think, go a long way to getting Frank that kind of early game lead, because I think the longer this game goes, the less confidence I have in Frank to kind of pick it up. I think, 40 minutes, I'm definitely starting to favor PSG. But in that kind of, first 20, maybe 25 minutes, I think if Frank do have the right picks, they can kind of win in that spot.
Yeah, Wako does get pretty crazy as soon as that 40-minute mark gets hit. He kind of just says, all right, guys, you can't do it, I'll get it done by myself. But I think, Frank, they really need to sort of make their presence known. I mean, they took down CFO recently. What was like? You didn't expect them to. Yesterday, I mean, they came in. We got the Fiora coming in as the counter pick. He solo killed Rest at level 3, and from there, he just took over the entire game. You see the man on your screen now. A fall from grace, I think last split, when it came to week 5 and week 6, solo kill had like 13 or 14 solo kills in the top lane. I think that was the
crazy.
stat. And now he's at 1, which was yesterday. 8 isolated deaths. So that means he's been solo killed or ganked and died 8 times already, with only finding 1 solo kill for himself. And with his ID and how he was playing last split, you don't really like to see that.
No, it's a pretty big change, but I think he's started to kind of find form again lately. Up against Arja, though, certainly a different player. And a lot of it could come down to how they find a good top lane pick. It's always difficult, I think, to pick an Arja because he's got things like the Kennen that other top laners maybe unwilling to play. There's now the Rumble in the mix as well. LeBlanc is that first ban, so PSG, I think they've kind of written off the champ. Don't really want to play as or against it anymore.
Yep, Jace the answer. I wonder if we'll see a Tristana ban come through. I almost feel like, Frank, you probably just take the Annie, give Kenny Chan a carry jungler, and then solo kill a preferable matchup. Probably seems like the keys to success, at least recently here for Frank.
Yeah, okay, Vi ban. I mean, for PSG, I wonder if it is just worth banning Annie in the first 3. Because it does seem like it really enables the Frank mid jungle. And I don't think there's that many other champs that do that to the kind of same level. It feels like Ahri might be a similar thing, but definitely kind of value Annie a little bit higher for that.
The obligatory Kai'Sa ban.
Okay, last one here. I think they would be comfortable letting Tristana go through. I feel like for neither of these teams has Tristana been a really power pick. It's not like you're giving it to Minji or something.
Yeah, I think Frank are going to have to ban Nico.
Oh, the Viega was banned away. Okay.
I feel like you ban Nico here because PSG, you've seen completely fine with just first picking it on blue side. And in fairness, maybe now the Cogmore is a counter pick. Maybe it's something that's prepared, but you feel like it's just not worth giving over the Nico. Renekton ban. Okay, I think PSG probably just lock in Nico.
Yeah, it could just be a Nico Annie trade, which maybe they're fine with, or potentially they do want to pick up the Tristana into it. I wouldn't be a huge fan though. Let's see what PSG are going to prioritize. I think Nico is probably the best pick. Otherwise, what is it? You could take the Sedge.
Rumble, honestly.
Yeah, I feel like it might not be prioritized highly by Frank though, so you could drop it a little later. They're going to take the Tristana, and you pretty much have to think that this will just be playing into the likes of an Annie or a Nico. I'm not a huge fan of Tristana for PSG. Doesn't feel like they really use it that well. So far, does kind of feel like draft is going somewhat the way we expected, as this Annie is hovered and about to be locked in. I am curious to see which jungler gets picked along with it though. Because both Viego and Vi, the kind of premier AD picks that are gone. There could be maybe a Poppy later
That's what
on.
I was thinking. Kenny Chan looks pretty good on the Poppy.
It is good in the Trist too, so maybe they'll pick it up later.
Okay. I don't like the early Varus.
I mean, there is no Vi.
Yeah, but I don't understand why you'd let, Ashe or Xayah, Aphelios, just go through. I mean, you do have a versatility and build path on Varus that you don't have on the other champions, but Joanny Jax, at least for PSG, and you feel like they've got what they wanted in the top side here.
Yeah.
This should just be their top jungle and mid all locked in already.
Yeah, I mean, it makes things a little hard for Frank here, because I think if you do want that good top matchup, you probably have to take it now, unless you've got a variety of picks in a Jax. But if you do that, jungle has to fall even further. The Wukong is the hover. I think that's pretty good. I mean, it makes Tristana's life really hard. But I do now worry a little bit for Solo Kill's matchup.
Solo Kill's such a good Gragas too.
Yes,
I'm so surprised they didn't just take the Gragas.
I wonder if PSG will just ban Gragas and Gnar. And we'll see what they go for later on. On Frank's side of things though, I think you can ban out 80 carries. I guess there's potential that Tristana does go bot, but I feel like Tristana bot is honestly a lot weaker than mid. Milio is that first ban. And maybe you ban Milio Rakan or something and just kind of make sure there aren't those combos that can come out 4-5. I would still leave the Rel open though. I mean, I guess Frank could pick it up. It would be another blind pick though. Fiora. Okay, so one of Gragas and Gnar is getting through. Which means I think Solo Kill can be reasonably happy with whatever he picks up here. I'm a little surprised if the Fiora was banned, because I think that unlikely to find the same lead as it would yesterday, but I guess it's just an annoying champ for them to deal with. Braum is the ban. So Zyrakan is available for 5. I guess maybe you could take the Rakan away, but feels like we could be looking towards a Rakan Rel support matchup.
Yeah, and Eminem and the side of Frank will have the choice of which of those I'd like. I feel like Rakan probably is better, simply because you don't want to give over the Xayah Rakan. Although maybe Rel is just so strong at the moment, it's worth picking and letting them have.
They banned that Poppy for the top lane as well.
Yeah, this Gragas is getting locked in. Solo Kill, so good at Gragas. Very, I mean, Solo Kill and Drive are very similar in terms of their champ pool and their top lane performance, at least from the spring split. So I feel like if Solo Kill's ever going to get his revenge on how Artie has sort of manhandled him in the past, it would be Gragas. But it's going to be Cassante. I don't like it.
I wonder if that's to allow Varus to go the AP build, because I think it is pretty hard to get a lot of auto attacks off, you know, versus the Jack. So maybe it's just going to go the likes of Shiv Nashers, but I also can't say I'm a huge fan of it. Feel like that's kind of a missed opportunity there for Frank, and it does mean they'll have that support last pick, at least. But will it just be that Xayah Rakan locked in?
And Woody's got himself an Enchanter that can engage. Waco's got himself the Xayah. I think PSG now, especially with that Cassante being locked in, just have all the tools they need.
And yeah, I don't know, the Braum ban feels a little strange. Really feels that it should have been a Rakan. I mean, Rel could be the last pick here, but I think I don't know. It's still a solid draft from Frank, but it feels like it could have been better, right? It feels like if that Braum had been Rakan ban, feels like maybe if that Cassante had been Gragas, this does just look like a better draft overall. Instead, I mean, they must be reasonably happy with what they've got. They've still kind of got those pieces of lots of engaged. They did have a counter pick top. Whether it's a good matchup or not, I don't really think it's that great. But they've got at least what they wanted, but it feels like PSG have kind of the god comp. I am a little worried, I guess, about the Tristana. Feels like it's pretty hard to play it into this comp, but maybe the Trist doesn't even have to do a whole lot. Because, I mean, you've got Xayah Rakan, you've got Sejuani Jax. You might just be able to kind of farm up and not have to worry too much about being the main threat.
Does feel like that. I mean, you get to that Shiv and Annie will no longer have any priority over those mid waves. You can just clear out and go work with your team for vision, or look to group up around objectives, or whatever the sort of timing calls for. And I'm kind of sad we don't see the solo kill Gragas. I think it would have been really good here. But ultimately, it will be the Cassante locked in. Damage for the side of Frank is pretty low, and it's really up to Eminem. Eminem has so much on his shoulders here to be able to offer the team fight damage that Frank need to be able to win, because regardless of what build he goes, he's only really supported in damage by the Wukong and the Annie. And while they do offer a little bit, it's not all that much.
No, and it could depend a lot on what Pretender builds as well. I think Leandri's Rylai is very consistent, maybe Protobelt, more burst. Variety of Annie builds, of course, so we'll see which one he looks towards. I think a lot of this game's performance might lie on Kenny Chan. Just because, I don't know, Wukong, it is good up against some of these champs, but at the same time, it feels like it's not an amazing Wukong game either. It is paired with the Annie though, so they have really good engage, really good 2v2. Just what more they can find with it. I wonder if it would have been better just to take Poppy third instead of Wukong. And that way you just have it to go top into Jax if you really want. And it's still a flex for your jungle. So I don't know. I feel like Frank missed lots of opportunities in their draft to make things a little better. I mean, I guess it's still a good draft.
Yeah. I think they got a serviceable comp, but if Eminem's shut down at all, or if sort of PSG can find angles onto him in team fights, it does feel like an almost impossible feat to win these team fights. And in fairness, Pretender, probably one of the best mids here at Annie. Really good at finding those engages. And Kaiwing as well on this Rel. will be able to set up his team pretty well, you'd have to think. So if Eminem is able to stay somewhat healthy, even if not ahead in gold as the Varus, then there is definitely opportunity here for Frank.
Definitely. Not too sure what the issue is yet, but hopefully we'll be out of this pause soon enough. And if you think back to Split 1, when these two teams would play against each other, I think a lot of the time it did kind of come down to, you know, Frank having that lead, but ultimately PSG just being the better team fighting team.
Yeah.
And I could very well see that being the exact same here, right? Like, it feels like there are some reasonably strong early game in lanes, right? You've got a Varus, you've got that Annie Wukong for the 2v2, but when it comes to just that massed 5v5, I do feel like PSG's chances might be a bit better.
It definitely feels that way, right? Like, and PSG in general, there's never really been a game where it goes past 30 minutes and you don't start to think, well, PSG are probably going to win this now. I think every single game that PSG go to late game in, they are just the favorites because the cohesion, the way they play these team fights is a step above pretty much everyone else. And in fact, the only loss they've had this split was because they just fell so far behind. The game barely made 20 minutes. That was the only time they lost. And to be fair, most of their wins also have been before 30 minutes this split. So level up from PSG. But Frank obviously recently have leveled up a little bit themselves. Now, what do you say? If I'm going to ask you this, obviously it's about a different team, but if Hellpigs are to make the playoffs, do you think they're going to make it over Frank, or do you think there's a chance that DCG are sort of falling off and Hellpigs can make it over DCG?
I think, I mean, if you're super recency biased, you say they make it over DCG, right? Just because Frank have been looking better, DCG have been looking worse. But I think it's still more likely that they would make it instead of Frank. Just because, I don't know, it's hard to say. Is Frank's kind of recent turnaround a sign of things to come? Or is it just they happen to kind of get two good games? Maybe they're super reliant on this Annie pick and it starts getting banned away, right? I think that could be something that starts happening. And DCG, they feel too strong, I think, mainly from mission to not make it. But I don't know, if they get the gigantic leads that they keep getting and then fail to close it out, then maybe Hellpigs could sneak their way in. I'd still give Hellpigs versus DCG though, in that, you know, in that direct matchup to DCG, because I think Adiogs is such a consistent carry for Hellpigs, and up against Mission, I don't think he's going to get away with the Cogmore mid.
Yeah. And I don't think they get away with entire magic damage as well. But you never know. Stranger things have happened here in the PCS. I think one of our favorites to take it and beyond did fall to them. And yeah, I don't know. Things are interesting here. Not in this game though. We are in the Pause Championship Series currently.
I think
does
they
look
just
like, yeah, I see in the background there.
I've been watching that the whole time.
Frank is so helpful with that. They just have the screen in the background, so when things like this happen, you can tell what's going on. And they are in game now. Junglers, do you expect to see a split map or just pathing down bot? I don't think top needs too much attention.
I think pathing bot makes the most sense. Now, phase rush is picked up for the Annie. Oftentimes you see the phase rush just in general versus Tristana, so you can kind of kite away from it. But I don't think I've ever seen phase rush on Annie.
Me neither.
So I guess we'll see how that affects the matchup. Probably just wants to disengage. And I wonder, is it actually that useful? Because I feel like most of the trades kind of start by Trist jumping in and getting stunned.
Oh, Woody.
A little bit of a level 1 fight. And Varus is a champ that has been getting a lot of bans in PCS, right? Even last split, I think Varus was picked a lot, but really found no success. And I think it's pretty much the same this split.
Betty, the only person.
Yeah, he had that one win, but it didn't really feel like it was because of Varus, right? It was like because of Betty, right? He can play any AD carry like that. I haven't really seen anything yet that the Varus feels kind of unique in what it brings.
But his rush was proc there off an auto and his shield.
Yeah, and then kind of walks up to take the bomb anyway. So not sure if that
loses phase rush and uses it to walk into Tristana.
Yeah. Doesn't feel like the best use. Level 2 hit bot though, and Woody taking a little bit of damage. Actually, a lot of...
I'm kind of surprised by this bot because Woody started Q, and in general with this Xayah and Rakan, you can look to start W. And I get that you are against a strong sort of champion in the Varus as well as Nautilus, but I think still you're just favored to win almost every 2 level 1 all-in if you both have that W.
Yeah, maybe just the... I didn't see if it was Halo Blades or Lethal Varus coming out, but maybe it's just too strong for them to take an effective trade against. Both junglers are actually pathing top. Or is Jinjia just going to invade? I mean, he has the mid-prio.
Yeah, Pretender will get that phase rush.
Okay.
The whole bomb goes, okay, phase rush is useless.
So I think it's better on Jace, because I believe phase rush is better for melees, as far as I know, right? And he always procs it in melee form. So yeah, the phase rush...
And it just insta-procs as well. There's no wind-up. It's just QWE and you've procced it.
Yeah, that definitely feels like maybe Pretender hasn't played the matchup, because that did seem very useless. Because if the whole bomb goes off, like, what's the point?
Yeah, Pretender now very far down in terms of health. Does have a cookie, but that will not make up the difference.
Yeah, I mean, he is fine to sit under the tower, but that should just be the top scuttle kind of taken away. And if Jinjia wants to go into the jungle, he could. In fact, look how Kaiwing, I feel like, has had to come up here to protect this. And I'm surprised he's still here, because Eminem is losing a lot of this. In fact, can he be dived? I mean, he's full HP both sums. They might try.
Yes, you are looking for it. Make sure you attack the attack champion's only key.
It's pretty big, though.
Eminem flashing away.
And I'm not sure if what Nautilus got there was actually worth it, right? Like, he did manage to defend the Raptors. I think the red was probably going to go to Kenny Chan no matter what. Obviously, didn't get the Scuttle Crab, but yeah, I don't know. It feels like a lot lost bot, and also a Flashless Varus, especially when there are both some still from PSG's bot lane. Kind of feels like he's guaranteed a death at some point here.
Yeah, and Jinjia will be in that region very shortly as his bot camps start to spawn. And as well, Maple has so much priority in mid lane. Looks like Maple's going first item Hex Drinker, so...
Could be. I think it might just be Mercs as well.
Oh, yeah, true. I mean, we'll have to see.
Yeah.
Mercs would make sense.
I think the Mercs makes a lot more sense. It is going to be that Shiv Varus coming out. Oh.
So that phase rush worked.
It does get better over the game as you get higher level. Solico, he's got the wave in a decent spot for himself. Remaining frozen and shouldn't be too worried about any of the trades coming out. For me, it's just going to be, is Eminem going to get punished while this flash is down or not? So I think if he can get through this period without dying again and without losing too much CS for it, it is pretty fine. I'm a bit worried for him. And both top laners are very low. Feels like this should just be Crash, but maybe if there's a slight misstep, it could be punished.
Talking about slight misstep, looked like that was a fairly close call for Adzer, who will back now. This lane with the 3 range creeps will slow push back to the Jax. Does not freeze unless you have more than 3 range creeps.
A bit of a slower early game, but not to be... Ooh, okay, so now actually jumping away. It is that level 6 there for the Annie. Jinjia, he did look in the bot river a little bit.
He's pinging.
Yeah, he's on his way.
He's pinging down.
It feels so hard for Eminem to survive. I mean, if Woody just flashes in, and Jinjia does as well, I mean, it's very aware of it, at least. Ward is going to be cleared by Woody.
Yeah, but now Eminem just cannot play the game.
Yeah, he just has to sit so far back, and I wonder, is there potential that he gets dives? I'm not sure if PSG has confirmation on the top side Wukong, but if they do, then Eminem is in a lot of trouble. No, I think they're unsure, although, looking back, I think this is probably the right decision, given that you don't know where that Wukong is. But it's still kind of, while the Varus is staying alive, slowly bleeding, if Jinjia could pick up this drag, it would be really, really big. Can get towards top
spotted out
side.
though, and Annie should feel pretty comfortable to join this. Obviously doesn't really have items, but the utility that Annie offers, funny enough, in a scoff at is vision control, really what the real battle's about. It's actually, yeah, Pretender finds a stun there. Isn't going to have the damage to take out Maple entirely, but definitely a massive chunk, and with that, there isn't really any potential of this dragon, just going to have to settle for the Rift Scuttle.
I think, oh, Kenny Chan, it's going to take a bit of damage from Jinjia, but nothing too big. And I think now it's probably too late to start up the drag. Feels like too much tempo will be invested into it. And that would make contesting the Rift Herald pretty hard. Most teams, unless maybe a named CFO, do tend to prioritize the Herald higher. And to be honest, CFO, they still prioritize the Herald very highly. They just take the drag so early that, you know, oftentimes they get both.
Lolikill coming down, looking...
Oh, is he just going to freeze this wave for him?
Oh my god, he is.
Or is he going to take it? Well, he's taxing. Okay, well.
Oh, that's annoying.
Yeah.
I don't think it'll be too detrimental, though.
Nah, I wouldn't be surprised to see Pretender just push anyway and just try and get some wards down. Looks like he will hold it. Nichan's actually looking for a gank bot, and this feels pretty pointless to me.
It isn't spotted out, though, as Hook will land here onto Woody.
Wow.
Wako, though, has to get away. Woody will be able to use all of that mobility that comes from playing the Rakan to get himself out. It's the Ignite committed from Kaiwing. All summon is still available for PSG, but...
Yeah, I think that was really bad, though. I mean, Chain of Corruption and the Wukong ult Cyclone there was used and didn't get any sums. It feels like this Herald is pretty much just going over. And you wonder a little bit, because I feel like even if you get that kill onto Rakan, I think you probably still give up the Herald. And Frank, do they really want to try contest it? It feels
They have jungle, they have the support there first.
I think it's
just gone anyway.
Yeah.
Now, I guess you have two options really with this Herald. It's most likely going to go bot, but having that Tristana sort of in the mid lane means it can be very, very valuable to put it there if you are able to get Pretender off of his tower.
I think as well, when you're versus a Shiv champ, it is good to... Oh, Arja though.
Yeah, Arja is going to have to flash away, and flashes just in time to not be caught by that final tower shot, and is going to be safe, but will have to likely commit his teleport here.
Yep. As I was saying though, I think up against those Shiv champs, dropping first Herald on mid can be good. Just so that you can make sure the second one will always kill it, because you can really stall out in the mid game if the Shiv wave clear is too high and you can't actually end up taking the tower. And obviously it would accelerate Maple towards his own Shiv if he does choose to go for it. He probably will. Merc Treads, of course, picked up by the Tristana. Makes a lot of sense. And with this, PSG, they should be picking up the first drag as well as the first Herald. So kind of getting everything they want in the early game. And I would argue that they're the team that should be getting kind of punished, at least slightly, in the early game. So in a good spot, for sure. Could this be stolen? Oh, we got it.
Oh, sniped away.
Another trade in the top side. There is no flash for Arja, but he's already recalled and uses TP. Solika's going to have to stay here for a little bit longer before he has his. And actually getting pretty good trades despite being at a pretty severe item deficit until he does get this recall off.
I imagine he's just going to stay until his teleport back up and then likely use that to come back to lane. All pretty quiet game though. It is a 1k gold lead here for PSG, but... And in fairness, they have the Rift Herald still available and the Dragon, so definitely PSG coming to a slight advantage.
Shiv now completed by Eminem, which is still a pretty good time. I mean, 11 minutes is maybe a little later than usual, but I think given what happened to him, you know, with his support just leaving him level 2, I think it's decent enough. TP has come out. He's just going to try and hold the wave, but looks pretty difficult to hold it here. Jackson's on his way mid. I wonder if there's a gank that can come out.
Oh, it's going to be Maple jumping forward. He's getting that Tibbers out. Could be Rocket jumping out. But Tibbers now on cooldown means this lane's a lot safer for Maple.
Yep. Has a lot of push as well, so Pretender probably will just be forced into a reset. And I wonder, okay, it's not going to be Herald dropped mid, at least not just yet. Jinjia.
Hook will land onto Jinjia.
No real follow-up though. There should be Leandries coming out of Pretender, which I think is a good choice. Helps him deal with those tanks, for sure. Now looking at the bot reverse Kaiwing, Hook lands.
Yeah, Kaiwing does have to be careful, although Wako not being here and rather pushing forward to that bottom lane means can be fairly safe. It is still 2.5 minutes until this Dragon and the Rift Shield, so you have to think the next objectives should likely be a trade. And oh, okay, so they do land the Glacial Prisoners, Pretender getting really low, Cyclone comes through, Woody will be there to finish it off, makes sure Maple gets that reset, and with just how slippery this Rakan is, he went from the inner to the outer in 0.1 of a second. Is able to survive as well as pick up that first blood. And while the gold on the Rakan not so problematic, it was likely the reset that made sure Maple could stay alive.
Yeah, definitely. And you got to wonder, I mean, remember that Frank did opt to ban the Braum instead. And I can tell you one thing, Braum can't do that.
Braum doesn't have backflips between towers, that's for sure.
He was released.
He just jumps in and says, stand behind Braum. That's all that guy does.
Well, Wako, he's got both his sums. I think he'll be all good to just collect this wave. But I mean, with that death, plates went down mid, and a lot of gold in Maple's pockets now. Looks like he's going towards the Kraken. So they aren't going to have much magic damage, actually. I mean, not that Shivtris really adds that much more, but it is a little bit. I guess just wants to be able to deal with that Cassante better.
Yeah. I mean, a lot of armor against Cassante and Wukong is almost playing into what they want, to be fair.
Yeah.
Because it means you can just go for that Iceborne Gauntlet, which is probably the best mythic to have on Cassante, but against a lot of AP, you're kind of forced into going Jaksho.
I want to see if a lot of mercs come out or not from side of Frank.
I want to say, though, Solo Kill looking pretty good here in this 1v1. He found himself 2 plates against Azer, is up a level, and CS remaining even, so this Cassante definitely doing what you'd hope.
Yeah.
Kenny Chan is up in the top side. Azer, I don't think you...
Is he really allowed to do this?
Doesn't feel like he should be, but at least for now, it's Kenny Chan clearing his Raptors.
Yeah, I mean, I guess he's getting away with it for now. Maybe just don't want to commit too much.
Is just... I'm so surprised no one went here.
Yeah, I think maybe just feel the need to answer the lanes.
They're looking now, but I think even now you can look to try and at least get the flash out of Jax.
I think now it might be too late. Dragon's up very soon. Pretender, though?
Yeah, Pretender doesn't have flash. This should be the Annie, unfortunately, going down. In fact, they're going to get the teleport out, and it still should be the damage coming through. Tibbers is used, and Solo Kill arrives, but he arrives just too late. And it's a kill over to Wako. It is also going to be that follow-up Dragon. Frank, though, claiming themselves the Rift Herald, so it's not all for naught.
It looks like it will just be that Rift for Dragon trade. And he did pick it up in the end. There are pings on this Dragon from Frank. They have TP on Pretender. Maybe they'll try play for the fight afterwards, but I think it's probably done. Yeah, it looks like they do just take it. Maybe can instantly Herald mid and try and take at least a little bit of gold back for themselves, but are just trading it in the top lane as well. So this is looking good for PSG.
Yeah, Junji here, Chain of Corruption. The Glacial Prison will not land here on Demon M, and he feels a lot safer now knowing that massive Sejuani cooldown's down. They are going to claim themselves mid-inner. They get the mid-inner before PSG are able to get theirs, so when these next objectives start to come up, the likes of the third Dragon, it does mean that you have a little bit more freedom to try and get vision.
Maple can probably drop this bot tower, but Solo Kill might just stay. And you've got to be pretty careful here. I mean, I think that Tristan is fine, but Cassante just one of those champs that feels like it really can pull rabbit out of the hat.
Pretender going to get stunned up. There's a stun traded, and he's going to phase rush on out of there. Turn around, find some more damage for himself onto this Jax. Good awareness to realize Azer could just be sitting there.
Pretender once again down a lot of CS as well. But despite that, you know, he does find teamfight impact on the Annie. I mean, we've seen this pretty much exact same thing happen before. Solo Kill's pushing out. Woody does not have flash.
Yeah, has the grand entrance and a blast cone there, but does get chunked fairly low there by Kenny Chan. Of course, having that Divine Sunder means Wukong's damage goes up a fairly significant amount. But now it is just slowly but surely Frank trying to find themselves some towers, and the Tippers misses.
Yeah.
So now Maple feels very, very comfortable in that at 1v1.
Yeah, should be able to just keep pushing for free, and Pretender might be the victim again.
Although it's turning into a 3v3. And with both AD carries, we might be seeing a 4v4. And for what? The top outer. There is no other objective. It's going to be Woody just found. It gets CC chained, will be going down. It is a tower traded though, so I mean, all things considered, I think fairly even. It was Eminem picking up that kill. definitely the person you need that to go on to.
Well, third dragon will be spawning in only 3 more minutes, and I think that is one that Frank are going to be forced to contest. And I think they are looking fairly strong at it. I think a lot of it will just come down to who sets up beforehand. I will say that fighting PSG when they have all their flashes is pretty scary, but maybe the same could be said about Frank. I mean, flashing the Annie, Pretender, we've seen what he can do with it. Nash is now completed by Eminem as well, so the spikes are definitely here from Frank. Just wonder if it's going to be enough in time. That PSG team fight is so absurdly strong. Mid tower will fall, and Wako does not quite fall. Stays up for now.
Yeah, both where everyone was, maybe Wako does have to commit too much to get that tower, so at least for now, Frank will maintain that one up there. And gold still remains fairly even. It's 1.5k, but some of that is onto the support here, Woody picking up that first blood, so that part's fairly inconsequential, but it's the all-out coming through as well as the follow-up from Maple. And there's 3 men coming down. Kaiwing first, but he doesn't land the hook, and with that, it's just going to have to be a disengage, as PSG now will turn their attention towards perhaps trying to get this tower.
Ooh,
Teleport coming through, Kaiwing will land the root. Buster shot will have to be forced from Maple. So again, both of these teams are so scared. They don't want to make the play that loses the game, but this also means that none of them want to make the play that wins the game.
Yep. I think PSG are probably fine with that.
Yeah.
They can just wait for this third dragon. Feels like that is just where PSG as a team shines, as these dragon fights. Just execute it and set it up so well every time.
Eminem's so strong, actually.
Yeah, he is really big. They could maybe trade Baron here. Would be third dragon given over, but you'd have to think it's worth it. They have a Leandries too, so maybe if they can't find a way in, they could trade. But I think they should try and fight. I mean, all things considered, the game is very even. If you're PSG, I think you have to make sure you kill that Varus, or CC him at least.
Okay, Wako back and let's see what he gets. It might just be the Warhammer. Yep, Crawford's Warhammer is picked up here. As well as a pink ward for this Xayah. Now, dragon fight. You have to think this is what's coming up. There's no teleport available for solo kill, so it is Pretender up top matching this Jax, and I think that's something that does favor PSG. I think you really want Annie to be there for the initial engage. There's fights breaking out here though now, and teleport will be committed. PSG though smartly just running away, although Woody's gone back in. They find a route here onto Kenny Chan. It's going to be Arzi teleporting in. Stun lands onto Solo Cool, who is so slow, but he's trying to run away. Will manage to get to that blast cone, but the consequences of so much health lost here for Frank could be this third dragon going over. In fact, Pretender also going to have to lose his flash alongside what is likely PSG's dragon.
Feels like a disastrous engage from Frank. So much use on the Junjia, who never even dips below 90% HP. And that's a third drag going over, one that Frank can ill afford. Even though there were no kills, I kind of hope we get a replay of it, because I really feel like the engage from Frank was pretty terrible. They're going to lose a lot off it. Dragon, or this tower falls as well. So the gold lead, it's starting to build up. And now just having that Dragon Soul win condition kind of looming over your heads is Frank. It's super annoying. Means you can't really make a mistake around the dragon anymore. Even if you manage to collect, 2 drags to yourself, there's still the chance that PSG pick one up at any point and put the game in such a good spot for themselves.
Absolutely. And I want to take your mind back to sort of the playoffs of last split around Yubao. PSG were playing sort of this way of playing the game where they just had Yubao never at the objective and always split pushing. And in those instances, PSG was so clean at the 4v5 and just not allowing an engage to come through. And at least if an engage came through, it was not a favorable one for their opposition. And that's kind of what we're seeing here. But instead of having the Tristana in the side lane, it's been the Jax and Arza in the side lane. And then the rest of the members are just maintaining safety whilst putting out pressure, which is causing Frank to really slip up here and there.
For sure. Looks like Solika will grab himself one bot tower. Maple's going to have a pretty tough time dealing damage against Wukong and Cassante. Definitely feels like there's not much he can do in fights right now. But there's more than enough strength on the rest of his team to deal with it. Kaiwing, he's going to take a tiny bit of damage on the way out there, but Nothing to really be too worried about. Wako, though.
Chan, Wako, nice Featherstorm. As the Featherstorm traded for that flash of Nautilus, and while the next fight now could be favored for Frank because Zaya without Featherstorm against the Annie and the Wukong, very, very scary.
I wonder if there's potential for just forcing the Baron at some point with Zaya's ult down. Feels like if you wait for it to be up, there is really no chance at all. 2 items completed for Maple. It's coming online, but really needs LDR if he wants to deal any damage to Cassante. Gia, just going to clear out some of this top side vision. It's pretty content, I think, with just letting the game go slow. And once we do get towards that 4th drag, it feels like everything will happen at once. Just 2.5 more minutes away. Really feels like Frank almost kind of do or die at this next fight, though. They pretty much have to get the drag.
Yeah. The game's very even, so they definitely have a chance, but the fact that it's even means if PSG win it, it's pretty much the only fight that matters this game. It'll be the only fight this game, but it would lead to the Soul. As Kenny Chan is taking so much damage, he's going to lose his flash. Importantly, doesn't lose his life. Dragon's still 2 minutes away though, so perhaps his life being lost would have meant just 1 tower. Still, important with how little amounts of kills there are. You don't want to be giving over gold like that. Does get away, but flash will not be available now for the Dragon.
Yeah, that's really important. Because PSG, they're already favored to win this fight, and that's just another thing on top of it. Especially when all those flashes, Barge and Gias are up. And his might be up soon. Doesn't look like it's that far away.
Featherstorm available again too.
Yeah, it just feels so hard here. Even though the gold is pretty good for Frank, I just don't really see them winning the fight anymore. It just feels like PSG already scaled up enough and strong enough that none of this should really be an issue.
Yeah, those top 4 champions are all pretty much just within touching distance of each other. Each wave comes in and swaps over who has the most gold.
1 minute away. If these bases are checked, there could be a Baron looked at. There is a lot of DPS, but looks like they will get the base off relatively for free. And PSG, they have just so many choices here. I mean, they can trade the Baron for the drag. Frank get there first. That would be completely fine. Do they feel the need to trade, though? Probably not. I mean, you can just grab this Baron or this drag, and I don't think it can really be contested. Frank, maybe they would put a Hail Mary towards the Baron.
Okay, Janjia's position noted. Kaiwing flashing forward, and that hook was so close. If that dredge line connected onto Wako, could have spelt disaster there for PSG. This one will! It is going to be the Featherstorm coming out in the cleanse to get out of that Tibbers, but now Wako goes down to Tibbers. It's a 4v5 Frank. They're trying to find more, but ultimately they don't have to. 15 seconds until this Dragon, as well as the Baron up. Oh, this could be scary though. There is still an 80 carry available, and you're not going to do the Baron quick enough to get back and contest the Dragon.
No, and they don't really have engage tools either. I think PSG might win this fight.
Yeah, well, I think Maple has to play extremely well. Azir stunning up, solo kill there as Kaiwing taking a lot of damage to Baron. They do get the Baron away. Solo kill, flash fall into Tofu strikes, lands onto Azir as well as the all out. But he's staying fairly healthy, he's still half health. And Maple, in the meantime, putting out so much damage onto Kenny Chan as Azir turns it around. He looks likely to go down, but what is he going to find? Just a bunch of damage here onto this Wukong, and now it's the rest of PSG kiting away. Wako's respawned and he's headed down towards his bot side, and Maple, he's starting up the Dragon. This is the Mountain Soul. Frank, you have to check this. You can't let this one go away, especially after such a team fight win. Kaiwing's going to come down the Dragon, 4k HP. There's no jungler, no Kenny Chan in sight, and Junjia secures the Mountain Soul.
PSG just get away with absolutely everything there. Felt like a big overstep from Wako. Really could have cost them, but Frank, they greed a bit. They go towards the Baron. Couldn't quite get it, and then couldn't get the Dragon either. Maybe now, will they turn back towards Baron?
Maple has teleport available. Is bot pushing.
Feels like the window might have been missed.
Zaya ult back up again.
Oh, it feels rough now for Frank. I mean, again, the gold lead's not that bad, but down 4 dragons to 0. Obviously, the Mountain Soul is pretty hard to deal with, but the resistances on top of it do add up. We'll see how Wako was caught.
The second hook is crazy.
Wow. Pretty crazy that was found. And it actually looked like he was going to live. I think the corruption spread to him, maybe? And then just the Tibbers.
Oh, it was the Nautilus ult. The Nautilus ult knocked him up while Tibbers was just wailing in on him.
Yeah, he's not too happy with that, I'm sure. Lots of armor pins starting to come through for PSG. And Maple, I think, just lost his flash. I'm not too sure what to. But doesn't have it now. Doesn't really look like... Maybe it was the Wukong ult?
I guess it had to have been.
Oh,
Jinjia flashing. All out takes him to the side of the wall he wants to be. In fact, solo kill now. He's the one that's in a bit of trouble.
That was pretty close to Jinjia being taken into no man's land. Reset will come out from solo kill, and PSG, they're going to take that opportunity just to start this up. They know that Frank have to come and fight them. I think PSG do want to turn, though.
Kaiwing's hook will hit that Mountain Soul boulder, but this Baron is so low, but it's stolen by Kenny Chan. The missed timing could be crucial, but ultimately here, there's a two-man grand entrance. Will find their targets. Solo kill, Pretender, they're down, and Kaiwing's flashing away with his life, but still 3 members did pick up that Baron, and very, very clutch steal from Kenny Chan, who manages to get away with his life as well.
I think Kenny Chan, he buys them more time. Really just 3 minutes and 40 seconds to the Elder. Feels like that's probably it, but that's important time, of course. 1 tower will go down, but I'd be surprised if there's anything more with the Baron waves and the Shiv wave clear. Should be fine just to clear all this out. And I think it was left on so low.
Yeah, the missed timing.
Oh, 75 there. Heartbreaker for PSG, but I mean, they come out and win the fight anyway, and they still are in firm control of this game. I don't think Frank can get a whole lot done with their Baron. They can really just use it to defend their own base. Maybe if they could get the top outer, that could be a little bit of gold, but really feels like it's all going to come down to that Elder fight. And I think while it's a PSG favored fight, I don't think it's unwinnable for Frank by any means. If you take a look at Eminem's items, he is absurdly strong.
Yeah.
If he can get a good fight for himself, I could see him finding a way to carry.
Very hard for a Varus to play fights, though.
Yeah.
You have the cleanse, but what are you going to cleanse? I mean, if you get hit by a Sejuani ult, that's the cleanse gone, and then Arza can look for you. Has the flash available, Counter-Strike as well, and then Woody, of course. The Charm knock-up, and the problem with that one is you could cleanse the Charm, but you can't cleanse the knock-up that follows it directly after, so... yeah, feels pretty hard. If Eminem's able to position perfectly and find, you know, the absolute perfect ult, or perfect positioning, then I guess he could theoretically do it, but it does look a little grim as Wako. Every time he's seen, Pretender is just revving up and running at him.
Well, 2 more minutes on the Elder, so something is going to have to break here. And I feel like Frank, they want to get set up pretty early. Otherwise, it's going to be really hard, I think, to face check. You know, don't have a super tank other than the Cassante, and Cassante just can't be everywhere at once. Is the one having to match the side lane at the moment. 2 LDRs completed for PSG as well, so there's a lot of damage that can come in from them. Zonya now on Arja as well, and with those items coming in, you have to feel like it's pretty hard for Frank to fight this. Just has to be an Eminem 1v9, I think, if they want to win.
Well, we'll see if he's capable of doing it. Certainly is a very, very talented AD carry player. With a champ that does a lot of damage, flash forward will be used here, but it's onto a tank again. Actually, it's onto the Woody that gets absolutely decimated. The depth charge will find Maple as well as that hook, but it's Wako. Wako's turning around so much damage. Arzo jumping in here. The damage is coming from everywhere as double man, the Tofu strikes, and Wako's been all out and into the middle of the team. Maple, though, on the backside, he's untouched. He's finding everything, and it's going to be a team fight win for PSG.
6,000 damage done by Maple's Tristana in that team fight. Wako even went down, but it didn't even feel that close at the end. You can see the health bars on these remaining PSG members. Kind of just feels like Frank gave over too much and are now really starting to suffer for it. I don't think the game will end just yet. Looks like it will just be an inhib taken. And that was a fight where Woody died instantly. I mean, he didn't even get an ult off.
Yeah.
And it was still tough. And this is going to make contesting the the Dragon just impossible. I mean, Kenny Chan's not even going to be alive. So it feels like PSG, they get this for sure. Unless Kaiwing can somehow steal it, but not in this lifetime. Might have bitten off more than he can chew as well.
Okay, double teleport committed. The Elder has already been started up.
Yeah, there's no way they get here.
Yeah, they're not getting it there. This is going to be Elder. The Elder will mean that in the near future it should be Baron for them too. Solo kill, you're getting a bit too far up. With that, it's... Ooh, Unstoppable comes out. Frank will be able to run away. And now they have to try and delay for this Elder to end. But before the Elder ends, Baron spawns.
But what he was taken out very early.
I think Kaiwing's played so fantastically.
Yeah, I wonder... I think there was kind of overkill on that. I feel like it should have been Chains of Corruption or Chibbers, but it was both. I think you can see here, now they kind of just run out of damage. Admittedly, I mean, they've still got Eminem auto-attacking, they just don't really have the AoE to deal with this. And while Waka goes down, Eminem or Maple's still full HP. Never really felt like he was in danger. I think, yeah, maybe slight misexecution from Frank. It is difficult, right? They are just pretty far behind, especially considering all the dragons. And now with the Elder as well, Kenny Chan.
Yeah, Kenny Chan, he's just going to get executed. The Elder Dragon, absolutely paying for its worth as now you're without a Wukong. Wukong didn't even get to get his ult off. Although, looks like he actually did, sorry, but was pretty meaningless. It's now a 4v5 against Elder Dragon up PSG, and you're seeing the damage come through. All Out will take Azi into the wrong side of the map, but Natofi strikes mistimed there from Solo Kill will mean Azi is likely to get away. Counter-strike to ensure his safety, but you're seeing Wako. Wako now executing Kaiwing, and Maple jumping forward will get stunned up, but it's going to be another execute there. It's going to be another. Maple, ooh, will he find it? Yes, he will. That's the double kill. And just Solo Kill left alive. He's going to have to sit and watch as his base is absolutely decimated here by PSG. And it was a slow start, but what an explosive finish. PSG take it.
They do. No, I think I really want to come back to that draft phase for Frank, because I think there were a lot of mistakes in the draft. I think first, taking the Wukong third instead of the Poppy feels pretty bad, right? They've already shown the Jax, so if you can have the Poppy, it's good into the Trist, it's good in the Jax. You can put Poppy in the top or the jungle. It gives you a lot of options. In that second phase as well, I feel like Xayah not being targeted, if you are playing the Wukong and the Annie, feels kind of weird. And I mean, if you don't want to target the Xayah, maybe the Rakan is the place to look instead. So I'm not really too sure. And then maybe the Cassante as well, right? Feels like they could have had a harder winning matchup in the top lane. So overall, I mean, PSG, they played very standard. They played very good League of Legends. And Frank, I think they also did, I don't know, they did fine, but just feels to me like they could have had so much more.
Yeah, absolutely. I think having Varus is pretty much your sole damage against the Sejuani. The Tristana, honestly, the Rakan, the Jax, felt pretty impossible there for Eminem. I mean, you saw in that last team fight, I don't even know what happened to him. It was like he was there free hitting, not taking any damage, and then all of a sudden he just combusted. Just spontaneous combustion, he disappeared, and that is their entire damage. And after he's gone, there's nothing really to do anymore. And I think all things considered, PSG played that game very, very cleanly. It was an extremely slow start. I think we only had like 3 kills up to about the 25-minute mark. And then once there were sort of those kills, it was really around that Dragon Soul. And even they got the Dragon Soul. By the way, they got the Dragon Soul after 2 of their team members died and no one on Frank died.
Yeah, that was pretty crazy. I don't know. I question the Varus a lot as well. It feels like it hasn't really found any impact. I mean, that even could have been just the Xayah taken away or something. Yeah. Or maybe you do just take, I don't know, the Jax away. I mean, I feel like Jax blind there is probably not the best. But I don't know. Just feels like Frank made their whole life really difficult in the draft, and PSG just got everything they wanted.
Yeah, certainly. I mean, looking at the picks there, it seems pretty ridiculous how strong of a comp that PSG ended up with.
Yeah, especially Zyrakam 4-5. That just feels...
Now, you have to ban away the Melio. You have to ban it because it's Woody Waka. You can't give over the Melio Lucian. And even if you give away like Melio, there could be just the Melio Ashe. We've seen Wako play pretty well on the Ashe as well. So you have to ban the Melio.
I like that.
But I don't know why you ban the Braum.
I mean, I can see
it's
why
fine
they
into
banned
the
the
comp,
Braum. Yeah,
but like
that's the thing.
Rakan is just
or even Xayah, right? Because I feel like if you're intending on playing, you know, lots of engage, right? They've got either Nautilus or Rel. They're going to have Varus. They're going to have Wukong. You know, Xayah is the best champ for dealing with this. And it feels like teams just aren't really respecting, or maybe just like aren't thinking things through enough. And I hope this kind of gets cleared up as we get towards playoffs and people kind of get a bit more comfortable in the meta and the comps they're playing. But just, yeah, I don't know, it really feels like Frank they just made things so hard for themselves.
Yeah. And I want to say as well, because of Frank's loss there, it does mean they are now tied for 6th alongside Helpix.
Okay. Well, interesting development in the standings. And this was that fight that PSG won basically 4v5. Kaiwing, after the flash came out from Waika, was taken too far. And let's see Eminem here. I mean, he's getting a lot of damage off. But like you said, he just kind of disappeared. I think the Sejuani and the Jax just going forward, and then he just disappears. And I will say, I've been a bit of a Tristana hater for most players, but I think Maple did a pretty good job this game. I mean, he was winning his lane and certainly did well in the team fights. I mean, yeah, look at that. 26k damage. I think his impact kind of went almost missing in that game.
I think he'll probably be the MVP.
I think so.
Question around the fleet, what is it? Yeah, fleet forward. No, phase rush on the Annie. Big question there because it feels weird. But I don't know if you noticed when they played the replay of that fight there in game. Right afterwards, they showed Maple have it like laughing quite hysterically.
Yeah, I saw, yeah.
I think he was probably laughing because he got hooked by the Nautilus and then Wako died.
Yeah, true.
So they're probably like making a joke about how Wako died because Maple got hit by the hook. I don't know, that's just my feeling. I know as an 80 carry player, it always feels terrible when that happens to you. But yeah, looking at this, probably should be Maple picking up the MVP. I think all around everyone played fairly well. Solo kill as well. I mean, he's playing Cassante into Jax, but he found himself quite a handy advantage. He was up 2 plates, up CS, and there on our screens, it will be Maple. 35.5% of his team's damage.
It's pretty good. And nice to see that they kind of do have that backup carry in Maple, because Wako definitely hasn't found the same heights that he did as Split 1, and so Maple, I mean, I don't know, he did have kind of lackluster start of the split, but now I think he is really starting to do pretty well. And I think this is a replay of the fight different fight, actually. Is it?
No, this is the fight.
One.
This is the fight. Jumps away, Wako gets knocked up.
Yeah, this is funny. Wako
has to use the Feather Storm because Maple jumped the depth charge into him. And then the flash away gets Maple hooked. Wako runs forward and gets one-shotted.
Yeah.
At some point.
And so nice, I think, here to just a DPS from pretty much over the wall.
That was nice by solo kill too.
Kenny Chang goes forward and there just is no follow-up left as well, right? Like,
yeah.
Full HP. And I think with the Mountain Soul as well, makes things a lot easier.
Yeah.
Because you're just a lot tankier.
Killing Junjir and Arze, not this game.
No, definitely not. He was pretty happy, yeah.
He's happy, man. Did a lot of damage. I mean, I'd be happy if I was at Tristana in that game. It didn't look like the easiest game to pilot her, but if you're piloting her as well as Maple was, looks pretty good. And I gotta say, maybe it was just give Maple one game in Eco and he can switch online, because it really was that one game in Eco where he found that 5-man Pop Blossom. After that, I think it was the Jace game where they were losing and he turned it around by the magnificent teleport top. And now this game. Just 3 massive performances out of them in a row.
I do think they're kind of finding what works for them a bit more, right? Like, clearly the way PSG play is they want those big 5v5 team fights, right? So banning away stuff like the LeBlanc, that not only does LeBlanc not really play like that, but also playing into LeBlanc makes you play a bit differently, right?
Yeah.
So I think PSG just consistently setting up so that they can always have the 5v5 team fight comp.
Absolutely. I think it's exciting to see PSG are able to maintain this consistency, because obviously while they did falter one time, I think you're allowed to falter one time. You know, you're against a pretty tough competition. I mean, Betty coming in, he's an international representative many times over in the LPL, and coming back here, you're allowed to lose to that guy once. And then after coming back, they've smashed him now, and Frank, who have looked on an upward swing, now have just fallen pretty handedly to PSG as well. So things looking really good at the PSG camp, but we are not done for tonight. We do have possibly our game of the night between J-Team and CFO is coming up next.
imagine. All of the hours that I put in running and gunning no passion. All of them clap, big applause. Wish I could pause all they reaction. Ooh, we know I never had a losing streak. I know you see what adrenaline's doing to me. I've been kicking game, Bruce Lee. You ain't in the game too weak. Make them feel the pain too deep. Tell them get out the kitchen, you can't take the heat. Hey, what I'm doing, getting right to it. The money is talking, I'm flowing, it's coming in just how I do it. Yeah, can't stop, nah, won't stop. Yeah, spin on live, you don't believe it, just watch.
taking shots, I'm trying to perfect my moves. Early bird gets the worm, I don't got time to snooze. I'm not in a frat, but every year I still pay my dues. Do it for mama dues. Wanna get a house with a pool and an amazing view, so she could watch her son do what he wanna do. Cause lately I've been ballin' like an alley-oop.
We ain't in the same league, not even the same game. Going all in, I'm just trying to maintain. I don't want me to win, I can see it on your face. I can see it on your face. We ain't in the same league, not even the same game. Going all in, I'm just trying to maintain. I don't want me to win, I can see it on your face. I can see it on your face. I can see it on your face.
Luscious, divine, I'll empty your mind, 'cause you want me to. I'm so twisted, you're addicted. I feel your pain, 'cause you want me to. I'm so good for you. I'm so bad for you. I'm so good for you. I'm so bad for you. I'm so good for you. I'm so bad for you. 'Cause I can't give you everything you want. Make you feel I'm so good for you. Love being bad for you. 'Cause I can't give so close the doors, let me in, let me taste the darkness in you. No one serves me like you. You ask me to slay you, to burn you, to haunt you, so you feel. So do you feel me now? I'm so good for you. I'm so bad for you. I'm so good for you. I'm so bad for you. I'm so good for you. I'm so bad for you. 'Cause I can't give you everything you want. Make you feel I'm so good for you. Love being bad for you. 'Cause I can't give everything you desire. I'm so good for you. I'm so bad for you. Say you're looking, keep looking for it, but you can't find it. Can't find another one to get around with. You try to stop, but never find someone's life. Keep looking for it, but you can't find it. Can't find another one to get around with. You try to stop, but never find another me.
Hello everyone and welcome back to game number 4 here between J-Team and CFO. Week number 4, day 3, final day of the week. We're at our second to last game here and there is no rest if you're CFO because you got J-Team really driving in here full steam ahead.
Well, there is a rest for CFO and he's in the top lane, but you're right. I mean, J-Team, they're looking really good. And I would have to say they're coming in as the favorite for sure, right? And I think J-Team as well, they feel like, along with BYG, the two teams that have leveled up the most off their roster changes. Like, definitely. I think CFO, you know, they've grabbed Xiaoxi, but I don't think CFO really had, like, a huge support problem. It's more that, like, Xiaoxi is good, right? But it wasn't really fixing a kind of glaring hole, whereas I feel like for J-Team, Driver has really taken what was a weakness of J-Team and turned it into an absolute strength. So I think that J-Team will come out on top.
Yeah, absolutely. It does feel like going in there, J-Team are the favorites. I will say though, if you are CFO, it does feel like your best opportunity in this game is probably in the bot lane because Bruce has had some good games, but in general, he's only had a couple of good games, whereas you've got Driver pretty consistently playing well and Minji has been dominating most of his lanes. Yeah. And so it feels like at least if J-Team aren't favored in those lanes, they're at least even, you'd have to say, but whereas the bot lane, you do feel like it should favor Shun and Xiaoxi.
I think you're right. I think Bruce and Enzo, like, they're fine, they're solid, but they definitely feel like they're kind of outside that top 3 of ADs and supports. Whereas I think you can make a pretty good argument for the J-Team top side being within those top 3, right? And I think, especially as you get towards the top of their role, the difference kind of becomes bigger, right? Like, I definitely think that the difference between the mid laners that are performing right now, for example, and the ones that aren't is pretty huge, right? Like the amount of impact they're having on the game. And the same can be said for AD carries because it feels like at the moment, if you have the better AD carry, you've always got, you know, once they get 2 or 3 items, once the game's going 30, 40 minutes, you have like a win condition, even if you didn't have one before. That's not to say that you'll win the game all the time, but it's just really nice to kind of have that. It's almost like an extra lifeline back in the game of, oh, we might just have like an AD carry pop off and win a team fight, which kind of allows you to make a few more mistakes.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think sort of an unsung hero of J-Team is actually Lauva. Yeah. He does just play the likes of the Maokai Sejuani, but he is probably the most consistent at like never getting caught out, never dying, and that is so big when you are those champs because a lot of the times you're face checking as the Sejuani or the Maokai, and you're going down really early in the fight, and yes, you get your cooldowns off, but if you're able to stay alive and get more of your cooldowns off, which Lauva is consistently doing, it actually changes how team fights are played quite a lot.
Definitely, I think I agree. Lauva feels like just the most solid jungler almost. You know, I guess you're saying Jinjia when you're thinking most solid, but I don't think I can really think of a bad game from Lauva. It's just always solid. You know, I'm never looking at a J-Team loss and being like, wow, Lauva really entered that one. And you can say that, I think, about, well, not many players here in the PCS. There's a lot of inting that goes on, and a lot of carrying, to be fair.
There is.
It's a very explosive league.
It is extremely explosive. And I think Gemini is also pretty consistent. And he's been picking up his Vi again recently, so I wonder if it's something that even J-Team look to either first pick or ban away, because it feels like Gemini, similar to how Kongyue operates, is far better on these carry champions. It looks like Gemini, if he's on the Vi, is just so much better than otherwise. And looking at stats, just look at Driver.
Wow.
Look at Driver. First in solo kills at 7, up almost a K gold at 14, almost 30% of his team's damage as that top laner. I mean, even he's got Ornn up there. His Ornn yesterday did 30k damage.
Yeah.
So, like, even when he's on these tanks, he's outputting so much damage. I think he did 30% of his team's damage yesterday as Ornn, if I remember correctly.
That is pretty absurd. Well, Driver is on the blue side, so it's going to be a bit harder for him to get the winning matchup. But we'll see if he can find as we head into draft here. Renekton is that first ban, matched by the Tristana. Nico comes through as well. Do you think we'll see any priority this draft?
Jimmian has been known to play Annie. I think Minji probably...
He played a lot last split.
He did, but I think Minji should look for the Azir. Last time these two teams faced against each other, Driver had a bit of a quiet one. He was just playing a tank against tank up in the top lane. But it was Minji on the Azir and Bruce on the Jinx that really got the job done. And I wouldn't hate to see it again because it looked really solid. And it means... honestly, I'd like to see Driver on a carry as well, but like... I guess how... Rest doesn't really get solo kill that often. Yes, he did yesterday against solo kill up in that top lane, but it's not something you can really rely on. I think Rest one of the more consistent top laners here and should be able to absorb a lot of the pressure that Driver puts off. But Minji, at least recently, looks like a very dominant mid laner that is also playing these team fights magnificently. And now Azir is open, and it is the first hover. I really want to see this locked in.
I think it could be a good takeaway as well.
Yeah.
What else is open? I mean, there is the Maokai, but there aren't really ADs to pair with it. There's the Kai'Sa, which feels like, okay, they're going to lock it in. I think that Azir doesn't fare that well into the Kai'Sa in terms of, in the mid game, it does kind of struggle at getting poked out. But, I mean, Azir is also an extremely strong champ. So I feel like you can kind of pick it in games where it might not be the best and it's still going to perform. It's just that insane right now.
Is there ever a world where you take cleanse on the Azir because it's an Annie?
No, I don't think so.
No?
No, I think if you're CFO, if you can take... Okay, this is going to sound wild, but if you play something like Kai'Sa Corki, it's going to be really hard for Azir to end up playing. Taking away the Poppy could be an interesting choice. I actually kind of like this. It's still a flex, although most likely going in jungle, but it denies the Azir Poppy. And also, Poppy is decent at dealing with Azir at early ganks before Azir has so much range that you can't really get on him anymore. Oh, is he going to go back to the Vi? I'm not sure if I like that as much. I feel like if a Xayah comes through here with the Azir, that's pretty much an untouchable backline.
I mean, yeah, perhaps if its nameplate's off, but Gemini's Vi is a cut above the rest, you have to say. So I think for the player, feels pretty good.
I wonder, if you just take Poppy Xayah here, it feels like you just shut down everything CFO want to do.
Minji doing a bit of troll hovering.
Yeah, they lock it in. Okay, I'm really liking what G-Team is showing. The Ahri does do well into the Azir early. Starts to struggle later on, though, and it does pair well with the Vi. I think it's the most likely lock-in here.
I think it's almost certainly going to be locked in.
Yeah, can't really imagine anything else being picked up here.
And you have so much pick potential between the Kai'Sa, the Vi, and the Ahri. Although in saying that, it's pretty hard to find those pick angles against the Azir and the Xayah, but if there was ever a 3 champions to be able to do it, it's certainly these 3.
Okay. Into the second phase now, though. I think...
Top laners.
Yeah, top lane and
support. It could be top Poppy yet, but unlikely.
Will we see the Rakan ban? I think it's fairly likely that it'll come through. I think if you're CFO, you probably want Rel pretty badly.
Yeah, I think J-Team could just ban Rel Nautilus. I don't think they should be too concerned about top laners.
That does mean, though, whatever top laner you're blinding, you know, has no bans. I mean, you say not to be concerned, but I would, like, what top would you blind? Because Renekton is gone.
Jax.
You can, but then you are just going to verse Gragas, right?
Rest hasn't played a whole lot of Gragas, so you might...
I guess you might not verse Gragas if there's Kai'Sa Ahri already.
Yeah.
Maybe you can get away with it. Well, Blitzcrank is that first ban. Definitely respect paid to Shao C for that one.
I guess that makes a lot of sense. That guy's pretty crazy on that champ. Have to see. What is it? CFO gonna ban? I mean, again, this actually looks like... Okay, they banned the Milia. I don't know that that matters all that much. I don't know that Enso would have been looking for the Milia. I mean, perhaps...
Maybe it's just too strong with the Zero and Xayah. Okay, last ban though. Will it be the Rel? I mean, maybe they're fine with dealing with Rel, but I still feel like that champ is just too strong. Okay, they banned Rumble. So I think that probably does suggest Jack's blind pick.
Yeah.
Okay, CFO. I think it's probably better to give counter pick to top, just based off what happens to top laners that blind against Driver. And they can take away that Rel. I'm a little surprised that Blitzcrank got banned over Rel. Feels like the Rel is a lot stronger.
Yeah, I mean, in fairness, you have the Azir with the Emperor's Divide as well as the Xayah, so you have tools against the Rel this game. But it just looks like such a strong teamfight support champ, and we almost always see the answer to the Rel be this Alistar. Although...
Can it just be Gragas blind top?
Well, what do you answer into it, actually?
I feel like if you're verse Gragas, you just pick a tank, probably.
Well, that feels pretty good for Driver.
Yeah, I mean, if your blind pick can just be stable, I think you're very happy with that. Overall, definitely liking the look of what J-Team has for us.
Yeah, I at the moment at least, I'm preferring J-Team's draft because I think they have the tools to not get picked, and they have the better team fighting comp.
Yeah, I think a lot of this, until we see this last champ, a lot would come down to how well Shun can deal on the Kai'Sa, because I think that if you can poke out the Azir before fights, that goes a pretty long way. But if you can't, I mean, team fights don't look too good for you.
I wouldn't want to see the Nah. I think Nah will get poked out. I think if it's Nah, we would see the poke, the Arcane Comet Gragas build.
Yeah.
Will be the Cassante. Now, I'm interested to see. Was it Cassante last? I don't remember, but Driver played one game of Tank Gragas. It might have even been against the Cassante, where he went Rod of Ages into just resistances.
Yeah, I can't remember what the matchup was either.
And it was
but
the grasp, I believe.
I think you can definitely play tankier this game because you've got Azir Xayah. I mean, you're not lacking for damage whatsoever. So I think J-Team's comp is insane. And I am glad that we're seeing more Azir because I feel like everyone kind of thinks of Azir right now as that level below some of the other strong mid laners. But I think he might actually just be the best, right?
Yeah.
Like, I think he's so broken. And he's now being picked up here in the first pick position, no less. And Benji's clearly very good at the champ. Had that highlight play earlier in the split.
Against Jimmian, by the way.
True.
Well, against 3 members, but Jimmian getting yoinked out of the sky was the highlight for me.
That was funny.
Now, I think I'm interested to see runes. Will it be the Conqueror or the Lethal Tempo on the Azir? Will it be Grass the Undying or the Phase Rush, or even the Comet, I suppose, on the Gragas?
Could even be First Strike, maybe?
It could be, but I don't think you want that if you're going
be
tanky.
Might be too greedy versus Cassante anyway. But
we'll have to see, yeah.
I think this is the first Gragas blind we've seen in a while. I mean, you used to see Gragas blind all the time, but after they nerfed the sustain, you've seen it less. But honestly, if Cassante is your answer, it feels like Gragas is a very solid blind, right?
Yeah. Well, I mean, what else could you really pick into? I guess the Gwen.
I don't know. It doesn't feel like it has a super hard counter.
No. It kind of just feels like you could pick like a scaling tank, like
I
the
think
likes
Ornn
of
or
Ornn,
something. Yeah.
Sion even. We often saw Sion and Gragas last split, but we do load in now. I think this is what I consider to be the match of the night. It's hard to tell who you think's going to win this one. Immediate thoughts is going to be J-Team. Obviously, they picked up the win last time as well as they have just looked better thus far. Phase Rush on the Gragas as well as the Poppy, and it is the Conqueror on the Azir.
That Gragas has absolute focus and Scorch as well. I don't think you can get through Cassante early, but I'm willing to be proven wrong. If there's a man that can do it, it's definitely Dr. Ivor.
Double magic resist on the Cassante too, so
yeah.
Will be pretty hard to ever find something there. Cleaning up this ward, Jimmian will pick that one up, so we'll hit level 2 off the first wave, and that can mean a lot. Obviously, Ari does fare extremely well into this Azir, at least pre-6.
Pre-6 is good, but post-6 up against Azir Poppy, it's not going to be that easy.
We've seen this, I believe, before as well.
Yeah,
I don't remember which team it was, but I think it might have been Frank. But there was like the amount of times that Ari only just survived to the Poppy ganking, trying to hit them into the Azir Emperor's Divide. J-Team looking for Prio in this bot lane early, and they should get it because they are just sitting in that wave. There was a leash coming through for CFO.
Yeah, we'll be interested to see where the junglers go from here. Trades early game. They can favor Ari, but Jimmy hasn't gone for the best early game page. Often you see the Airy picked up by Ari in this matchup just so you can W4, but he has the Electrocute, some more scaling, and is getting very aggro here with his level 2 first. Yeah, nice trade for himself there. Not much Minji can do.
Massive trade.
And Minji did start the D-Ring, so isn't going to have anywhere near as much sustain, especially after that recall comes in. Ooh. Nice dodge out there. And topside there, Resi has Prio. Maybe we can just go, it drops a shallow ward in the river.
This is the Dr. Ivor special though. Lets them push and then freezes it here and just keeps throwing out those barrels. Without the Arcane Comet though, I don't feel like you're ever going to make any real damage.
Yeah, I feel like Absolute Focus on Scorch is a really weird choice versus Cassante. Because I think versus Cassante, there's just no way you can get through him early. It's better off just going, Transcendence Gathering, if anything, and just scaling up a bit.
I guess maybe you could, but you'd need the Arcane Comet to do it. Phase Rush, while it will be better for you in those team fights and skirmishes, it feels like if you're taking the phase rush, yeah, there's no real point in going early game focused. Oh, looking up here though.
Especially when there's, you know, second wind grasp D shield.
Yeah.
It's just so much sustain to get through.
Yeah, things going well for Rest here. It is early days though.
Mid CS though, starting to go in Jimmy's favor. To be expected from this matchup. I think as long as Azir hits level 6 without being too far behind, he's in a very good spot. And honestly, from that point, is kind of outscaling already. I think definitely is pretty strong. Top scuttle. Could be a fight.
Yeah, Gemini might be able to look for both, although it seems like Lava
He might
knows.
just cross.
Yeah, it seems like he is just going to cross, go towards that bottom scuttle. And again, we're seeing, really it is Jimmy and finding quite a bit of pressure in this mid lane. But the bot lane priority is in favor of J-Team, so that means that Lava is going to be able to comfortably secure himself at least one of those crabs. And actually, Ping's going down into the bot side jungle for CFO, so I think they're suspecting that Lava's overextending, but he's in fact not. Playing very safe.
Now, top side, the CS, it's starting to build for Rest, but there is a lot of gold to be grabbed still here for Driver.
We just heard Jimmyan has had a mouse issue, so game has been paused for that reason. Hopefully we will get back into it soon. And I think looking at the scoreboard on our screens here, things going pretty much as you'd expect. But it is CFO that have to find things, because I think if you are entering that team fight stage, the likes of, I guess, the third dragon sort of timer, and you're even, it should start to favor J-Team pretty heavily. I think the Azir and the Xayah in a team fight is pretty ferocious to go up against.
Yeah, it's going to be tough. And remember that they could have taken away that Poppy.
Yeah.
You know, because it feels like the Vi, I don't think Vi is particularly good versus Xayah anyway, because again, he can cover so much distance and has the ulti to shove you away after. And then the Xayah as well, you have to think it's always going to come through if you pick up the Vi.
Yeah.
So maybe a little bit of a weird choice, but like you said, if we consider it's Gemini's Vi, maybe that makes a difference. He's really good on the champ.
I always love how intense Driver looks when he's in his screen. I mean, when you go to the player cams in the game, as you see on your screen there, he's just so into his screen, yeah. You actually, one thing I noticed between different esports is like you look at FPS players and they like have their face in the monitor. Whereas League players, I guess you need to see more of your screen. Like, it is, in an FPS, you're quite fixated on your crosshair, you know?
Yeah.
Whereas in League, you've got to sort of keep an eye on the mini-map as well as what's going on in the peripherals of your screen. But Driver, very, very dialed in. Maybe that's why he's so good at lane, just notices so many little things and
could be
capitalizes on them.
Every CS is life or death for Driver. Maybe now, looking at mid, Minji doesn't have much mana.
Oh, okay. Doesn't use the Q, though. Charm misses. He's going to have to commit his flash, but because the charm misses, he does get away with his life.
Yeah, imagine if that charm was held. Because I feel like Minji probably wouldn't have flashed the Vi Q. Or what do you think? Do you think he would have?
Well, he didn't. So, I guess he probably wouldn't have.
Yeah.
Oh, Shun.
Oh, yeah, big damage on the bot side.
Yeah, Gemini is going to arrive here, but the Poppy just throwing that shield out. Shun, though, should be forced out of this lane. And the wave's in a very comfortable position here for J-Team.
Yeah, liking this for J-Team. And I mean, Minji, while he is falling behind off this, as long as he doesn't die, he's fine, I think. He can keep farming up, and it's not like Ahri really has kill pressure. She just will poke and get priority, which, hey, it's all annoying. But if nothing comes of it, if the side lanes don't get dived, if you can still secure some objectives, you know this Azir is going to hit mid-game and just destroy.
I will say, though, it is really CFO getting CS leads in every single lane, which is making themselves just balloon to a gold lead of 600, sort of from nothing.
Yep. You're fine with that, I think, though. There's a lot of scaling.
Ah, the CFO classic.
Yeah, CFO, they always like to put a timer on that scaling. You grab drags nice and early. And it looks like this one, it should go over. I'd be very surprised if you can test this with an Azir. I think giving over the first one, sometimes two, is basically a given. Something that isn't a given, though, is the Gragas build, and he's got a chapter. So it could be Everfrost, could be Leandry.
What do we think?
Well,
What-
for
what do you-
1v1, Leandry's better, but I wonder if just having the Everfrost for Peel might be better.
Yeah, I get. You already have so much peel though. You've got an Alistair, Poppy, South peel within the Azir and the Xayah. I mean, Gragas just peels anyway.
I guess we'll see what the Doctor orders.
I wouldn't be surprised to see the Everfrost in fairness, but I think I'd like to see the Leandries.
I'd be down for Leandry's too. Might depend as well what Minji ends up building.
He'll probably go Crown. They all do. It's kind of sad.
I miss the old Minji.
Bruce. Okay, is staying safe. It's always so scary when you're seeing... Oh, okay, Jimmy, a nice ult there. It is an ult for ult trade. And that does favor Minji, I think, as long as he's able to evade the Vi ganks. The Ahri not having the ult means she never really will have kill pressure over the lane. Should be a reasonably similar cooldown.
And that's a big reason why you see Ahri picked into Azir, is just because there's not that many champs that can survive that kind of gank. Just such a huge distance covered. Gemini is still bot lane with Herald now up. In fact, Lava is around as well, so no Heralds being started on spawn. And Lava, will he? No, so he does not show. I think that's pretty crucial. Oh. Okay, now he shows.
And Gemini is hit at top side.
Okay, grabs level 6 off the bot wave. Ooh, big trades in top.
Phase rush is proc. Well, that comes out, but that puts him on the wrong side of Driver. Driver is forced to flash away, though. And with no teleport down, good things here for Rest in that top side. Is I think you do have to just give over this Herald. It looks like Gragas not faring so well into Rest's Cassante. And again, as long as you don't lose a tower, giving over 2 plates, which the Rift Herald pretty much guarantees you, isn't so bad when you have the Azir scaling.
I think if you can proactively trade as well, it's pretty good. Like, a lot of the time we see teams kind of make a poor attempt at contesting and then kind of figure out they can't and don't really get a good trade. But I think it's fine to give it up. I mean, your top matchup, it's difficult, right? And the mid matchup, I mean, Azir is definitely not ready to fight at this point.
Driver just popping the explosive barrel there and clearing the wave as quick as possible, and off he goes home.
Top bot lane is forced away though.
And this is good. I think you've realized now that the Vi's on top side, you have, you know, a good 15 seconds to be able to do this, but they have to be careful, of course. Jimmy and Gemini both headed down bot side. Spirit Rush will be available in the near future. Oh, the stun misses, but Cleanse is used. As Headbutt Pulverize is going to be used in the opposite order, but ultimately it is First Blood. Minji picking that one up for himself as Jimmy trying to run away. Does have Spirit Rush available, so should be fine, but First Blood to the Azir with only the Lost Chapter. Not a good sign.
No, that's a really big pickup. And that was Gemini. Obviously, he had the Herald, and I guess looked mid. But the Vi Poppy, or sorry, the Azir Poppy combo comes out. And Minji, I think, you know, if you're CFO, that's the last person you want to give this First Blood to. He's going to accelerate so fast.
Oh, it's Enzo.
Okay, Enzo finds him in the river. The ulti was flashed over by Jimmy. Spirit Rush was not yet up, but, I mean, Gemini, he didn't really have the opportunity to do anything.
Yeah, and Gemini missed his Vault Breaker, importantly, on Minji. And then just gets swept up into the boys. Damage certainly there to ensure that kill. Now, Driver doesn't have Flash, and Gemini is in this top side.
Yeah, this could be troublesome. There's no Gragas ult either.
Yeah, use that to clear a wave. Does he have the Body Slam available? In fact, he's just staying out of range, so... Nice spacing there by Driver to ensure that could not, you know, result in a death. Cooldown boots.
I mean, I guess maybe you'll just do the full CDR build. I think cooldown boots is good. I mean, you got double AP. Mid lane. There's that Ruby Crystal for Minji, so probably is going to be the Crown rushed out. And Driver, I mean, he could be building a couple different items still, but I hope it's the Leandries. I think having one Leandries on your team versus Cassante is pretty nice.
Yeah. And it's so easy to proc the Leandries on multiple people too, as this Gragas. You have things like the Flash Body Slam. Crown, 11 minutes in. It's picked up already by Minji, and with that now, this lane becomes even more survivable for the Azir.
Yeah, I think it makes it really hard for Vi to gank mid now, and also in team fights, I think as long as you don't end up losing your crown to the Kai'Sa W.
That's crown procced, and I think he uses Q to go forward there, but...
Well, just back to laning normally for now. That second dragon is alive, and I think if you're J-Team, probably don't want to start it, but just slow it down as much as you can. I mean, the slower the game is, I think, the closer you get to 3 items especially, I think at that point the game's in a almost unlosable, I feel like, if you get to 3 items and you're still even.
Yeah, it looks like top is now sort of swinging in favor of Driver after picking up some cooldown, getting that sort of mana regen that comes from having the Lost Chapter. Gemini looking mid again. He spends so much time trying to get Minji. And in fact, all that's resulted from it is actually a kill on the Azir.
Yeah, I don't even know if they can kill him, even if they get the ult off here. There just isn't enough damage follow-up. I mean, maybe they're going to look. Feels pretty
Minji's
forced.
backed off, so...
Okay, well, Herald does get dropped.
And it's just only going to go to Gemini, so...
Yeah, and I don't think the gold is particularly good on your Ahri either. You need gold on Kai'Sa,
nice
if anything.
dodge out of the charm. Yeah, I think all that gold did just go to Gemini, so... Enso, with the ward in the bush, will go and look, and finding so much CC there onto Chelsea, but ultimately it's Minji who comes in. He cleans himself up one. Shun trying to hit. He's untouched for now as he does dive over to take out the Poppy. But ultimately, it's a team fight win. Double kill there will be found for Minji on this Azir. Shun picking himself up one. Yes, it's important, but 4 kills for 1. 2, actually. 4 kills for 2 even. Definitely in favor of J-Team.
For sure. Team fight win, but it really just feels like team fight destruction because Azir picking up those kills.
3-0-2.
Yeah. It's going to be so hard now. And Enso, you know, same place, same time really as before. It just starts us off so well. I mean, look at the health bars. Before the TP even comes in, the fight's already done for CFO. They managed to trade back something, but I mean, Minji in this fight is still full HP, and it's the strongest member of his team at the moment, so can just come in and clean up all these kills. And I think this is really worrying for the side of CFO. Your one saving grace is that Kai'Sa's the one getting fed. Kai'Sa, I feel like, the only one that can really deal with Azir just by W poking. But even that, it's not super easy if you fall behind.
I think that J-Team can probably look to contest this. I don't think they have to give this over.
I mean, look, the Azir has item way ahead of Jimmian. I mean, Jimmian doesn't even have Mythic at 14 minutes.
Yeah. And even when he has a Mythic, it's just going to be the CC coming through from the Frost. Yeah, and it's... I mean, Ahri doesn't do damage when you go this build.
No.
You just don't. You offer the ability to find picks, and it's more secure to find those picks in terms of lock-up CC, but you just don't have the damage that you would if you go either the Ludens or the Liandry's.
CFO, I think they need to try and contest. They're bringing people down. They
It
can't
seems like it's a bit too light. It's just got it. And even if you're not really aiming for a sole win con, that just allows your Azir 5 more minutes.
Yeah, I think this is really getting away from CFO now. They have to be fighting these because you will not outscale. Unless they think that maybe they can fight on Shun's 2-item power spike. Maybe that's the play.
Enso will find a Vi and chucks him over the wall. Bruce, though, doesn't have that Featherstorm available and is just completely annihilated. Gemini looking for more. Will find this Alistair as Minji is positioned, but not really to do any damage. It is just a clean kill found there. Onto Bruce on the Xayah, and I think that Featherstorm was so close to being up, but never had the chance to use it.
I think might have been Enso getting Bruce killed there. Kind of feels like he's the one that pushed Gemini into range of Bruce. But either way, I want to see do you remember who picked up the kill?
I don't. Because
I think that'll be pretty important. We're going to have to do a check. I think Kai'Sa needs to be getting these kills if they want to be able to pick up this game. She might pick up a bot tower as well, so it's going to be a lot of much-needed gold for Shun.
Yeah, that was first blood tower too, if she is able to.
Got the kill?
Yeah, looks like it.
Yeah. I mean, Jimmy, he's been doing really well in his lane, but, I mean, it's what you expect. At the same time, even if you're up 20, maybe even 30 CS over Xayah, there's an argument you're losing, right? That's how hard the champ scales.
Yeah. Definitely. Everfrost is going to be the pickup on Driver. I'm a little bit sad to see it, but I guess it is the safer option. This is definitely winning these trades out now, though.
Yep. Still no Mythic there for Rest. and a lot of CS for Driver here. Most in the game, actually. Just farming up a Storm.
Yeah, and that's crazy. He was down like 10, 15 to rest earlier in the game, so really hitting his stride.
Minji looks like he is working on the Nashes.
Yep, seems so, as is Shun. Both of them likely to pick it up in the very near future.
Yeah, I think both of those are very big pickups. Especially as if you're not taking the lethal tempo, once you finally get access to some more attack speed, feels really, really good.
Now, the next fight might probably over this Ocean Dragon. All sums are up, although Bruce going to have to use his Feather Storm. That'll be back up in time as the teleport's coming through, though, as Driver's going to be immediately stunned up there by the Ahri, but the ult comes through, and Xiaoxi's been delivered on a platter. Yum, yum, yum. Bruce picking himself up a kill for free, pretty much. And a pretty explosive fight, and you're not really sure over what. It doesn't seem like any objectives can truly come through. Minji's making some damage on the bot tower.
That was a 4v5 fight.
Yeah.
Minji just grabs that tower. And it's so weird, right? Like, the Xayah had it's not like we were punishing the lack of it. We just kind of engaged mid and got
Driver is on the side, but they're choosing not to. I think if they were able to get that tower, was certainly an angle where Driver would have been happy to go in. Doesn't have the stopwatch now, though. That is a very, very big item to have lost. Meanwhile, Jimmy and Empress Divide will come through and find him. He has no Spirit Rush, already using it, and Minji likely to pick himself another one. In fact, Driver takes that, but Driver, he's everywhere. He goes mid, teleports in and delays, gets himself a kill, and goes bottom and gets one as well. And wow, things going bad to worse.
They're really getting out of control quickly here. I don't think CFO, I mean, they have to pretty much win the next fight or they're going to be in real big trouble. Nashes is picked up on both those carries, and also, Lava's Poppy has a locket.
I like it.
Yeah, I think just making sure your carries survive is pretty much all you need to do.
Yeah, you don't care if you're the Poppy. Honestly, you could even go like a redemption or something if you really care, because it feels like Poppy's job is to disrupt the team fight and help the boys. And
Shun.
Enso! That's the second time he's found a nice pulverize into headbutt into the team combo, and Shun now getting so low, as well as that killer instinct will not be available now for this Dragons fight that is likely to happen.
This feels so strange. I mean, even without, like, imagine no TP had come through. It would just be an ult trade, and you're fine with that. But Driver, really nice stopwatch.
Look at that, man.
Yeah, and it almost looks doomed there for Bruce, but he manages to get out. And like you said, they managed to pick up that kill, and that was a 4v5 fight that they came out ahead in. CFO, they want to look again. Driver does not have TP.
Yeah, Gemini coming through. It is onto Minji, but he's gone so far. In fact, having to flash even closer to the base of J-Team. He's doing good work here on Bruce's health bar, but he is in no man's land. Is going to be going down, and Enso finds 3 into 4. It's such a huge team fight as there's AoE everywhere, but the benefactors, it's all coming up J-Team. The Emperor's Divide finds another 2.
Like a Baron.
It's 4-0. Baron likely on the cards.
And just like that, I think J-Team, I mean, they've put a stop to CFO completely. I don't think this game is losable from this point on. You feel a little bad for Shun sitting there at 1-0 and 2. But the fights are just not going well. And I do have to say, I think Enso is having the game of his life here on the Alistar. I mean, this has been an insane performance. And wow, with that, J-Team, what is this, now 7,000 gold ahead?
I have to see that fight again. I have to watch this beautiful Enso. This man.
Yeah, look at him go. He got that flash out of Gemini. And then Gemini getting pretty low, but he finds the engage here. I guess it was a flash, yeah. The flash onto 3 there. And the 4-man knockup follows it up. And wow, I mean, if you're the one with the comp that needs to peel, and you feel confident enough to engage because you're that far ahead, things have really gone well and truly wrong, because there's no way they can ever get to the backline because, you know, your entire backline's dying at the same time.
Baron picked up. Shun did take the dragon, but yeah. Bruce pretty much isolated the Gemini on the Vi, takes him out. But man, what a team fight.
And 3 levels down here is Jimmy.
Driver! Oh, you absolutely disgusting man. Jimmy, and you can ult as much as you want, but Driver has 8,000. Oh, the Zhonya's Enso now. He's going to have to peel. I think Driver's committed his life, but he sent a message.
He did.
He will flash under that tower and claim that Ari. Jimmy actually had flash. He probably didn't have to die, but...
No.
This game. And now the sandcastle is built. And it's 4-man strong, working now on this inhib tower. I think J-Team without Driver are strong enough. J-Team sieging down this inhib, likely to take it. If they want to continue, Driver does have teleport, but the waves aren't very good for trying to continue for anything more. Can look towards bot. In fact, pings are going over towards it. Minji hopping on the slip and slide, getting down there.
And Minji is so strong, and it's only going to get worse for CFO. Feels like you're almost better off just trying to engage maybe after the Baron expires and just try and find something. Because I think the longer the game goes, I mean, unless you think Shun can 1v9, I don't think you have too much hope.
Yeah, I think your Ari is so giga outscaled at this point. As well as you saw Driver, he's got 8,000 ability haste. He's just constantly going forward, looking for CC. There is only one more wave left in this Baron. Will they look for a dive? There's so much...
I think it's hard to dive.
Oh, I think it is too, but Gemini on the side here. I mean, what can he look for? There's Featherstorm available. In fact, they don't have to. It is just going to be CFO giving over this tower, and what a huge swing of the game.
Yeah. And this is crazy. I mean, level 15 versus level 12. I mean, this is a fight that Ari probably wouldn't win, even if they were even in levels. Dragon's just really hard for this champ to deal with. And the CDs are so low, as well as having the phase rush means you can just constantly chase. I think it's a 3-second cooldown on the E. Probably just could have left it there and kept sieging, but he went for a bit more. No,
not Driver.
He gets the single dingle, which is what he's here for. Shutdown did go over to Kaiser, though. More gold onto Shun. It's maybe your last hope here, really.
Look, Driver, you can't be too upset. You've just increased your solo kill stat, which you're already first at.
True, it's the only stat that matters. And damage, which he got.
That's right.
Well, no objectives here for 2 more minutes. But JT might not be content to leave it at that. They might keep pressuring. And there's a stopwatch now on this Azir. If he wasn't unkillable before, he certainly is now. Vamp comes in on Bruce as well, so that's going to make that Kaiser poke much harder to stick.
You know, I think, thinking back to like all of esports that League of Legends esports that I've watched since like season 2, I don't think I've ever seen a person that can so consistently land Gragas combos like Driver can. Like, some of his combos are insane. That one, like, there on Jimmy being able to predict the explosive cask and where to put it after a Spirit Rush too, it's just otherworldly. Resh getting himself some gold bot. Feels a little bit inconsequential as 1 minute off this Dragon. Importantly, Dragon is not really a win con this game.
No. CFO normally have their soul by this point, instead sitting on only 2. Resh grabs some gold, but doesn't really feel like it makes a difference, in all honesty. There is no Void stuff yet for Azir, and that could maybe be... slows him down a little. I mean, there's a lot of magic resist coming through. There's still a lot of damage from Bruce, though.
Yeah, we spent a lot of time talking about Minji and Driver, but Bruce, 4-2-5 on the Xayah, has his Navori, has his Kraken, definitely will be outputting the damage you need, especially when you are against a very minimal amount of armor.
He's been having a really good game for himself as well.
Yeah.
J-Team, I think they're going to play it a little safe. Just grab this Dragon and make sure you don't give CFO any chance to get those a bit more.
Gold.
Yeah, it's pretty high. He's up a lot of CS. Does feel really tough to do something, though. I think Kaiser is... You know, if you don't feel like you can dash forward, which I really don't think you can here, all you are is that poke bot. And obviously he has the Rage Blade, but if it comes down to DPSing, I don't think you win the race.
Definitely not against the Azir, you have to feel. I think your team is just so far behind that they can't really support you if you do go forward.
Especially with Ari's items. Just down a full item over an Azir, and Azir's pretty tanky as well. 5 seconds on Baron. CFO, they've got the control. Maybe they can make a pick here. If they can make some sort of pick and get a Baron, that could be one of the only ways back in. I think as long as J-Team play this out safely, though, they should be able to walk in here pretty easily.
Here they come. Driver leading the charge. Oh, okay. Lava does lose his flash.
The message was sent, though.
That's right.
Oh, that ward was missed, I believe.
Yeah. But they're not going for the Baron in any case. Vamp Scepter now picked up by Bruce, so... Shun, while he is ahead, his poke will mean less and less. And in fairness, he hasn't really gone for a good poke build.
Ooh. No Ariel. I think if J-Team are really bold about it, they probably could start Baron just off Ariel being used. Ari really not a champ without it. Oh, a little bit of chunk, but not enough.
Oh, Driver goes forward, will find Gemini, but he's actually just getting really, really burnt down. Will likely go down. In fact, he is so low. It's going to be just getting away on such little amount of health. No casualties as of yet, but health definitely in favor of J-Team. Driver recalling, has teleport available, will be teleporting to that Baron, and they're going to start it. They will almost certainly turn as soon as they see these CFO members. Enso has his flash available, does not have Unbreakable Will, but Minji, importantly, everything up. Bruce, everything up.
Oh, TV flank for Rest.
Rest could be looking. Minji, you have to be really careful.
Well,
does get his
Jimmy
crown back up, and Jimmy, yeah, still doesn't have access to the Spirit Rush and lost a considerable amount of his health. And at least for now, J-Team feel pretty happy just burning out that teleport from Cassante.
I'm a little surprised they didn't commit a bit harder, but I think probably feel that as long as they don't 50-50, there is just no way really to lose. They don't need this game to go faster. They can very comfortably outscale here. Third item comes in for Driver. He's got the Cosmic. BT fully completed by Bruce as well. And Shuni's working on a Void Staff, which I'm not sure it's good.
Well, he's building the auto attack. He has a little bit of pen.
Yeah, but there's just no real MR to speak of.
Yeah, I guess. Poppy a little bit.
Yeah,
Alistair
I mean, there's some.
Okay, fight. Kind of breaking out. Rest getting low. Rooted up, actually. Bruce dodging out of the charm, too, but the explosive barrel will just help Rest get out of there. Again, though, this Cassante just burnt his teleport, and now he's low and having a recall. It could be another angle where J-Team start to head towards this Baron. Minji hitting that ward from across the wall. These Void Seekers, though, will keep constant information on whether or not this Baron is being done.
The Kaiser is slowing down the game a lot. I mean, the constant poke to check Baron and do your damage, and of course the shift for wave clear.
Driver has his flash up. No, doesn't have his flash up, in fact. Oh, and he's going to be engaged on, but that Zonya's, again, another clutch timing. He will likely go down, but that's a lot committed here onto the Gragas. At least for now, it looks beneficial for CFO. Big chunks out onto Enso. It's going to force out the Featherstorm here from Bruce. And Jimmy will be Spirit Rushing forward. And with that, there's a lot of health advantages here for CFO. Are they able to do this, Baron?
That could be the pick they need.
Still full HP, and Bruce, while not having access to Featherstorm, does have his flash still available. Half health now on the Baron. As Minji and Lava will arrive, it's going to be this Poppy ult. Doesn't connect, and the Baron is still being aggro. Gemini keeping it low. It's going to be a fight breaking out, it looks like. Rest getting low, but it's Minji! Minji is found. It's now all up to Bruce. Is Bruce going to be able to stop this alongside Lalva and Enso? It doesn't appear like it. It's all out comes out. Lalva now in a world of his own, and CFO running away with an absolute heist there on the Baron.
Yeah, how on earth did they end up getting that? I mean, now CFO, they kind of close up the goal gap, and while they might get outscaled eventually, I don't think the items necessary are really coming through. You know, there's no real magic resist up against this Kaiser. Minji is building a lot of defensive items and now building a Shadow Flame for whatever reason instead of a Void. What is going on? There's so much magic resist. So, Shun, he might put this game on his back and win. He is so far ahead now. The Void start feels more preemptive than anything.
Devil's advocate take is that Minji realizes the only person that needs to die is Kaiser. And the Shadow Flame will offer more in terms of trying to kill the Kaiser. I still think it's bad, but
it's definitely bad.
I guess that is the only way to really look at it, because you build Shadow Flame for a bit of AP in the pen, but Void Staff will just give you more.
Yeah, I think he just... I don't know. Oh, lots of chunk on the Bruce. CFO, it feels like they might even win the fight at this point, just off the back of Shun.
Does feel like it. J-Team, though, aren't going to go down without trying. Although the speed in which this Kai'Sa is able to take down that objective is just too quick. They do pick it up. Importantly, though, not really using the Baron for anything more than the Dragon, at least for now, is take a look at the replay.
And I would have thought that after all this being used on Driver, that they'd actually be in a very solid spot here. But I think the problem was how much damage Bruce took, and then Minji feels the need to play this quickly. I think after the Poppy ult was kind of wasted, but he's frontlining, doesn't have the Gragas here.
Hit.
Yeah, got hit there, and despite having the very defensive build, once you're kind of in the team like that, whether you have Zhonya's or not, it doesn't really matter. Same with the Crown. You gotta wonder, maybe it was just better to build a bit more damage and honestly just play a bit better.
Damn, Rest landing another one, and that Void Seeker.
God. They hurt. He does have the BT. Oh no.
Bruce.
Yeah. And Kai'Sa is, well, poke champs in general are very good versus here. So if Shun can keep this up, I think he's hit a few in a row now. He can keep this up, it can be hard. He gets the crown as well, just with the Shiv there.
That one goes wide, so they do have about 15 seconds of leisure.
Isn't Mikhail's on Lalva?
I like it.
Yeah, I think it's good.
I actually think you should just play full support Poppy.
But yeah, I guess it's good.
Oh, that didn't seem too confident.
Well, I don't know. Yeah, you know.
I don't know.
You know.
All
Okay,
right.
sieging top. 14 seconds on the Baron. They've got this last wave. Don't think they'll get anything with it, but man, I mean, CFO are keeping this game. And what looked like a completely lost game. Very, very competitive. And it feels like Shun with the Kai'Sa and the Shiv has single-handedly probably
comes
kept them
out.
in this.
Not the target you want. But they do weather the storm. That Baron now is off the table. I think maybe you just want to wait till Bruce gets his LDR completed. You still do outscale.
Yeah.
Although this Kai'Sa is becoming an absolute pest with these Void Seekers constantly coming down and chunking half your HP.
Oh, and Minji, the buy of shame, now has a Blighting Jewel and the Alternator in his inventory.
That is the buy of shame.
He probably should just sell the Alternator, honestly.
Yeah, I think you never want to really complete.
No. It seems pretty useless.
You want the Rabadons.
Yeah, for sure.
Void Staff Rabadons, and you're having a good time, but at least for now it won't be. Maybe, I didn't see when he purchased it. Maybe he thought there was going to be an important fight and just wanted the immediate power. I mean, in that case, I think it makes the most sense. The Blighted Jewel offers less than the Hex Tech, I
I'm
think.
not sure it does. I mean, look how much MR is on that Cassante, and that's the main person he's hitting. By the way, doesn't matter too much now. He is working towards the Void. There are chains on Driver, so I guess he's put those on Kai'Sa.
Oh, you'd have to think so. Driver's build is wild. This guy's going wacko mode.
I think it's solid. I think the chains is definitely the only real weird thing, and I think it's still pretty good.
Now, I think, what do you do here if you're J-Team? Because the Baron's coming up, as well as the Ocean, and with that last fight, Ocean's Soul is on the cards for CFO. And while, yes, you have quite a few members that will be able to apply Grievous Wounds if the Ocean Soul comes through, you really don't want to be itemizing into that.
Yeah, I don't think there's any chance you can give over the Ocean Soul at this point. And I think Baron is probably not fast enough. Like, they can do it very quickly, but they really only have about 10 seconds to do it. I think it's pretty unrealistic. I mean, maybe they could two-man it. If Poppy Azir could two-man it while the rest kind of pretend like they're contesting the drag. But even then, I mean, the drag might just go down to Kai'Sa.
I think you need Azir to pretend.
Yeah, maybe. But Azir can at least TP. I'm not sure. Well, we'll see what they do. It looks like for now they're going to set up control around the bot side.
Bruce recalling. Does he have LDR? That's probably the main question here. The biggest item that could possibly come through. Oh.
Did he really base for...
Maybe he's waiting on gold.
Okay, he's got it.
Yeah, okay.
That's
LDR
a pretty
completed.
late base. They might lose control if they realize that Bruce isn't here.
Yeah, Lalva... thought he might be in some trouble there for a second, but ultimately is going to be okay. Void Seeker connects here onto Lalva, which means in another 3 seconds another one will come out, but that does miss. So They're 15 seconds off. A driver, he's been found. He goes golden once again, as does Gemini, and it's Inso in the middle of the fight. Nice ground there found by the Poppy to stop any rel engage as Gemini comes back in, but it's coming up all J-Team. Minji's found the Emperor's Divide, and Jimmy-in, as well as Rest, will not have the damage. And after all is said and done, one death on the Kaiser, and it's going to be J-Team picking up the game.
Insane team fight there from the side of J-Team. Oh, Jimmy does get out, but I don't think it's going to be enough. Lava can just hunt him down while the J-Team members look to end. And credit to Jimmy, and I mean, he's kind of not too impactful, useless even for most of the game, but 6,200 damage in that fight. Put in the work. Happens. As long as they can keep chasing him, it should be fine.
Oh, I can't wait to see a replay there. I think the steadfast presence from Poppy there was crazy. It completely negated rel engage. What a game, man. There were so many crazy team fights, and Shun playing out of his absolute mind there. It feels like he alone was robbed. I think everyone else on CFO deserved to lose, but Shun alone deserved to win because he put on a heroic performance.
He did. I think Kaiser is one of those champs that just can stall out for so long, right? Because now that you've got the Shiv, are those Gragasses, or is that just something?
Is it Cassante?
Oh, maybe it's Cassante.
I don't know. I love this man. You do you.
Yeah. Well, I mean, the Kaiser, it makes it really hard to start up those objectives. It's hard to siege because you've got all that wave clear. So it's just not too easy for the side of CFO. And I think that, I don't know, the Vi for me felt very out of place. I think it should have just been a Poppy, probably. So I don't know. I feel it would have been better for the denial. I think it would have been better against the champs. Maybe Gemini just kind of valued the comfort, but I didn't really like it.
Also pretty sure, we'll see in a bit, but I'm pretty sure Sejuani remained open that draft too. Which is another champ that you could look towards. I mean, it appears fine with Cassante. Cassante actually having a good start of the lane, so...
Yeah.
I don't know. But I think, after all is said and done, credit to the entire team of J-Team, really. I think all of them had moments of brilliance. Enso, for the start of that game, was phenomenal. The engages he was finding time and time again was outrageous. Driver, as well, being able to start the lane pretty much on the back foot and then come to his own and win that lane, be the highest in the game at CS, and then have so much impact in that mid fight, going bot, finding impact in the bot lane. And Minji was the benefactor of a lot of these good plays set up by that support, by Driver, and by Lava.
For sure. I think you're right. The J-Team bot lane really felt like they stepped up for especially the early stages of the game. And that's a really good look because, well, it feels like most of the J-Team wins are just off that top side, and the bot side can kind of just sit there and do fine. But, I mean,
lied about Sejuani. It was Maokai that was open.
Ooh. Yeah, probably can't take the Maokai.
Yeah, too much AP.
Yeah, and they don't have any other ADs that can come through. But I don't know. I think the Ahri, it's fine. I really think the Vi is the most out of place champ for me. And I think also moving towards that second phase, I think that, I don't know, it feels like you kind of do have to ban both the Rakan and the Milio, right? But also, the Xayah is just getting so much more value because of what you've picked into it, right?
Yeah, I do feel like, though, the Milio feels a lot lower priority when you've already picked the Xayah, because the Xayah's already been seen.
Yeah.
And Milio, when you think Milio pairings, it really is like the Caitlyn, but Caitlyn's not really meta anymore. Ashe is a really good one, Lucian's a really good one. And after that, you're kind of at a stretch.
Yeah. Yeah, maybe, I mean, they swap out the Milio ban for something like the Gragas, because it feels like most of the time, the top laner that's blinding at the moment is going to lose pretty significantly, if not in lane, in terms of impact, right? Like, something will happen, either there'll be a scaling counter pick or, you know, whatever, they'll get ganked a lot, lose heralds, stuff like that. But it feels like Driver, if he can just pick the Gragas and not really lose anything, I mean, hey, he's got everything he wants.
Absolutely, and this might be the hardest one we've ever had to try and decipher, but MVP for this game.
Okay, so I think it might be hard to decipher just because PCS really likes their damage stat, right? But I think, for me, it should be Enso, no questions.
Yeah,
I
mean,
think that guy just smurfed.
I think so too, but I wouldn't mind seeing it go to Minji too, because I feel like...
Sorry, Minji's build was too bad.
Yeah, he did have a bad build, but I don't think MVP goes off the builds, unfortunately. Take a look here. This is the last fight. Look at this. Look at the steadfast presence from this Poppy, by the way.
Okay, I'm excited.
Holding it, and as soon as that comes through.
Wow, yeah, he kept a lot of people off their carries there.
Yeah,
and by the time Jimmy can get to them, the fight's pretty much already done. Nice Emperor's Divide obviously came through the end. Yeah, it was very nice value from the Poppy.
And we kind of knew that going in, just seeing what Poppy was against, that it was a really, really good Poppy game. And I want to say the build was really, really good coming out there from Lalva. I think just going full support is pretty much all you need to do as the Poppy.
Wow. Definitely some surprises for me in this game. I'm very surprised that Ari out-damaged Azir. I mean, I guess it is just down to the build for the most part, but I mean, Bruce's damage on the Xayah, very impressive, especially because, you know, he's not the one poking, right?
No.
Compared to the Kai'Sa, so yeah. And 5k damage Vi, not what you want to see, but almost feels just a result of the comp. I don't really think there's that much Vi can do. And I think Enzo, or maybe Bruce.
To what the damage graph looks like, I think a lot of that comes down to the fact that there was just full MR builds coming through, pretty much until like, what, the 30th minute. It is going to be Minji picking up 5-1 and 8, sorry, there on the mid lane, and 81% kill participation. Not up as much gold as you would have perhaps thought, but I mean, ultimately, he was involved in a lot there, found some really nice ults in the team fights. I'm sure we'll take a look at the replays very shortly, but I think the whole team played well. I don't think you can really fault anyone too much for the game.
Yeah, this one was pretty nice. Drags the Vi so far back, and Gemini feels the need to kind of... I mean, I think that is the correct play to flash the wall, but really nowhere to go afterwards. And that was what set up Enzo to just come in and... Yeah, I mean, this was crazy. Just the knock-up. Another one that comes through.
Poppy.
And then the carries just kind of gets a hit for free. Minji untouched in this fight completely. Rel didn't get to him at all. And just comes through, sweeps these last two. He got a double kill off that fight, was then 3-0-2, which was... Yeah, very hard to deal
beginning
with.
of the end almost. And in fairness, it was a good effort from CFO. I mean, Shun. A good effort from Shun to try and turn that around, because it seemed like the game was just done. But there was still this 2-0-2 Kai'Sa that was topping the gold charts. And yes, I mean, like, you're in solo queue, you're topping the gold charts. You're like, oh, I could have carried that game. I think in competitive it's a little bit different, because the Kai'Sa, when you're that far ahead, often in solo queue, you can just dart into the back of the team, take out the AD carry and be good with it. But there's too much coordination there coming through. You can't really do that anymore. And it was really just J-Team were the better team.
I think so. Yeah, feels like kind of across the board they were better, and I think their draft was a lot better. I really am expecting to see Azir come playoffs be extremely high priority, because it feels, I don't know what the win rate is on the champ, but I think it might be above 80%. I think it's very, very high.
Yeah, it was 100% for like the first 2 weeks, I think, and then I think some of the lower teams started picking it as well, which like Duish team have picked it, so it's just, you know, a loss there, unfortunately, but I think the win rate, when it's on one of the top tier teams, is probably near 100.
Yeah, I mean, even on those lower tier teams, right? Like, Helpigs have had 2 wins, I think, with the Azir, so it is just looking good. And I think Shera, he got a win on Azir too,
He did, Shera got a win, yeah. That was against Duish team as well.
Yeah.
I think, if I do remember correctly, I can't remember exactly who the Azir wins were for Helpigs, but I think they played it against... Did they play it yesterday? I think they did. They played it yesterday, and it was also against Frank. So it was against the two teams you didn't expect them to win. They won from Adiog's Azir. He was putting out a lot of damage, but enough about that. That's game number 4 done. We're going to go to a break, but once we are back, it's West Point versus DCG for our final game of the week. So do stick around.
Flex on the beat. It's F Flex on the beat. Flex on the beat. Flex on the beat.
Do you feel what the eyes can't see? You hear it calling way down deep. Trust your heart, it'll keep you true. This world expects so much from you. From the dark out into the light, it'll come in the middle of the night. You were raised in the sacred place. Evil runs when it sees your face. Throne calls your name, you know it's your time.
myself, would you still be around? If I was begging for your help, would you let me down? Yeah, I could try to act like I don't need anyone, pretend it's me, myself, and I'd rather be on my own. But I know I can do this alone. If I had a nightmare, tell me, are you right there pulling me out? If I was too high, yeah, tell me, are you right there pulling me down, me down? 'Cause I need you to ride along. So tell me, are you right there? Tell me, are you right there? When it goes down, goes down. If I was falling to the ground, would you pick me up? If my world was crashing down, would you make it stop? I do for you, but would you do the same? When everyone's gone, are you gonna stay? When demons come through, would you push them away? Would you push them away? Are you gonna stay? If I had a nightmare, tell me, are you right there pulling me out? If I was too high, yeah, tell me, are you right there pulling me down, me down? 'Cause I need you to ride along. So tell me, are you right there? Tell me, are you right there? When it goes down, goes down. 'Cause I need you to
It's not over till I say so. It's not over till I'm ready to let it go. Till I'm ready to let it go. Till I'm ready to let it go.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is with my deepest regrets that I have to inform you we're now at the last game of the week. It is going to be between West Point and DCG. And now, interesting between these two teams, last time they faced up against each other, it was the first time we saw the Shadow Flame tech coming out of Oriana from Mission. So maybe something like that again. It was a pretty dominating performance, really. From memory, it was Mission just completely taking over the game, really, as that Oriana. Really finding a lot of advantages against Nuli's Ahri, and I kind of expect something similar to come out again, because while Nuli has looked okay, hasn't looked as strong in lane as Mission has, and it feels like DCG have been failing a bit recently, but I think they are still light years almost above what West Point are at the moment.
Yeah, I think I definitely agree that it should be expected for DCG to just kind of come out and obliterate West Point, but at the same time, I wouldn't be super surprised to see West Point actually end up winning. Right? Like, I'm not giving them good odds. I'm saying, I don't know, maybe a 20% chance, but I think there is a realistic chance. And I think that is mainly because DCG have kind of faltered lately. And I also think that West Point have started to look a lot better. Like, they've kind of found their footing. You know, mid-jungle is doing really well. Rel here, to his credit, I think was oftentimes a weak point of this roster, but has found a lot of stability recently. Whether or not it'll be enough to beat DCG, I don't think so. But honestly, I'd kind of like to see it.
Yeah, it would be interesting to see, and it would shake up sort of how the ladder looks as well. It would mean that West Point have a more realistic chance of making those playoffs, because at the moment, they sit on, I believe, 3 wins, which puts them 2 wins behind what is the 6th spot. And as I said before, you've got, including this one, there are 7 games left of the split until it is those playoffs. And so you are quickly running out of time, and to be able to get there, you have to start taking games off the teams that are already in that top 6, and of course DCG currently sitting at 5th is going to be one of them.
Yeah, and I feel like, you know, that 6th and 5th place position are still pretty up for grabs. You know, the point lead hasn't got to the point where it's, yeah, people can mathematically make it, but there's no realistic chance. I think it's still very realistic, you know, that both of those spots could be taken by other people. Whether it's likely or not, I think is a different matter, but DCG kind of have to start pulling it together, and I think while they are, you know, should pick up this win, I'd like to see them do it in a very dominating fashion, of course, as DCG normally does. Honestly, I'd like to see it be clean as well. You know, not just dominating, because sometimes you can dominate but give over a lot of kills and trade with a lot of towers. But I really just want a nice clean game from DCG, because that's what they really struggle with, is just having it clean enough that the top teams can't kind of find a way to sneak back into the game.
Yeah, definitely, and I think that's a really important sort of note to touch on, is because of how close we're getting to these playoffs, to have confidence when you're heading into those sort of best of 5 matches, you have to be clean, because ultimately, a best of 1, sure, you can make a mistake and lose off that, but if you're in a best of 5 and you're consistently making mistakes throughout these games, you are most likely just going to be going down. Now, top lane comparison, second in the league, Hanabi is with 5, and that kind of surprises me because he seemed like a bit of a weaker top laner at the moment, but it might just be that he isn't able to perform like the sort of top laners that are better than him. But when he's against the top laner that isn't as good as him, he just decimates them.
Could be. And KP was really low for him as well. I think it was like 38% or something there, which is, you know, one of the lower in the top lane end. Up into the pick ban, and Azir in the first 3 bans. I think something that we're going to start seeing more and more. I mean, we always saw it against Mission, but I think you should see it against a lot more teams now as well. LeBlanc taken away, of course, is a power pick, and Nully's probably been one of the better LeBlancs. Kaiser comes along with it. Last ban for West Point. Will it just be the Maokai? Oh, they ban a different tree. Ban the Ivern instead.
Now, do DCG ban out the Maokai? There is still both AD mids available. I'm almost certain they're just going to be the picks.
I think it might be better to ban Maokai, because what I'm thinking is if Maokai gets first picked, you're always going to get one AD mid with it.
Yeah.
But it's harder to take an AD mid anyway, you know, if you're DCG, because you don't have an AP to pair with it. So we'll see what they end up choosing. So Jace, Tristana, Maokai.
I think, yeah, the
ones.
first 2 lock-ins here should just be Tristana or Jace, and then the other one picked by the other team.
Yeah, I think so. But I think it's much better. I don't know. The problem with this, though, is you now, if Jace Maokai is picked up, you have Tristana without the AP. That's why I think it was better to take the Maokai.
Maybe Relia feeling comfortable if he picks a Rumble. The Rumble,
yeah, I mean,
Gragas.
He could play the Gragas. If they can find a way to get AP, then I think it's fine.
Yeah,
but
it will be
that's the worry, is the Jace Maokai coming through. So what are you going to play with it? I guess there is AP you can get from other places. You know, maybe Milio bot, maybe Varus. There are ways to fix it, but I still feel like the Maokai first pick would have been better. And the Viego, admittedly, has been looking better, but I still don't really like it. Okay, so this would mean that Nico is probably just mid and Tristana going bot. Okay, I do like that. I'm not sure if I'm sold on Tristana AD carry, but I think if you can just find a way to fit Nico in your comp, you should be pretty happy with that. The champ feels very, very strong.
This I like.
Yeah. I mean, DCG, just they still feel like they have the better draft. Going into second phase bans, I would say... What do you target? I mean, maybe you just ban away some of Reliant's blind picks. You could ban away more supports, but it feels like there's enough kind of engaged supports available that it doesn't really matter too much. I don't know. I feel like if you ban away stuff like the Scion, it could make it really easy for Hanabi just to have a super hard winning top matchup. Or maybe ban the Renekton.
Alistair banned. I have a sneaking suspicion that Rakan will be banned here.
You'd have to think so.
We'll have to wait and see, but at least one of these 2 bans is almost certainly going to be that Rakan. Now, interestingly enough, Renekton has fallen through the draft thus far and is a very good blind pick. So
yeah, probably will be Relia's blind. I think DCG probably should spend a ban on top. Renekton, I think, could be good. Just to make it easier to counter. I mean, you can always play something into it as a counter, but I don't know. It's better, I think, to... Well, they banned the Milio instead.
Also, you know, one thing I don't think we touched on this week is that Nesty is no longer playing.
Oh, true.
It is Orca back. So, again, maybe similar to Frank, there might have been something that just caused Orca to not be able to play. But yeah, it is Orca back in the lineup.
Okay, so West Point banned the Renekton. Interesting. I feel like that kind of deprives Relia of that top blind. So now DCG, as long as they're comfortable blinding support, they can have Hanabi have a really good top matchup. Okay, so West Point, what are you going to blind top now? Maybe you do go for something like the Rumble, or you could do the Gragas like Driver did as well. I'd be interested to see what Hanabi's going to take on the Gragas blinders.
You know, another thing. Char and Orca were on the same team last split. In fact, Char subbed in for Orca at one point.
Yeah.
And now they're going up against each other. That could be something interesting to follow. Let's see how these two sort of former teammates match up against each other. Obviously, last time it was Orca picking up the win. Now, Jax could be blinded.
Oh, the Jax blind with no bans feels really risky.
And, yeah,
I mean, there's the
hovered.
Gragas, the Poppy, the Kennen. I don't know. I feel like there's so many bad matchups.
I think
for
it
this
should
Jax.
be Gragas. I think Kennen's not too bad because you can just go Mercs and it's pretty hard for the Kennen to reliably do anything. But I think Gragas, it just looks so crazy against Jax. It will be. Hanabi will have the Gragas into the Jax matchup. We'll see if he can make it look as good as Driver does. I do feel like he might just be able to do so.
Yeah, really, I think definitely one of the weaker laners as well. So Hanabi should be able to take advantage of him. All things considered, I think I definitely favor DCG's draft. But once again, West Point do have tools. I think having the Nico Leona is obviously very strong 5v5. But it feels really hard in the DCG's comp. It kind of feels like Jace is your only viable target unless you can somehow get Cruscada's ult out before. Everyone else just feels a bit too tanky to deal with. And I don't think you really have winning lanes either. I mean, bot lane, maybe the Nico can beat Jace, but it's missions Jace. You know, it's a bit different.
Absolutely. And again, we're seeing the Xayah versus Tristana in the bot lane. And I'll reiterate my point from earlier. Xayah definitely one of the best AD carries against Tristana because you pretty much force this Tristana to never be able to rocket jump forward because if you do, she's just set up for such a easy route. And with that comes a lot of damage. Obviously, the Nautilus can follow up pretty easily if there is a rooted up target with no escape. So it does mean that some of the pressure that you would traditionally see a lane like Leona Tristana have doesn't really have it because of the Xayah.
Yeah. Well, I'll be looking a lot, I think, at the West Point mid jungle to try to get this game rolling because you've got the Viego Nico. It's a lot of power early. I think that the Jace is gankable and you probably do win the 2v2s. So just if you can get a lead there and kind of spread it around the map, that's probably good. Feels like you could definitely be worrying about your side lanes collapsing though. And obviously the Gragas and a Jax, a matchup that time and time again the PCS has looked pretty horrible.
Now, I think Solo Kill the only one that made it look like Jax can play it.
Yeah. He used some dark technology to do it too.
Yeah, I think it was like level 2 he just went in and started proxying.
Yeah, I'm a big fan of that. Well, on to the ref now for the last game of week number 4 here. And could it be another upset to top off a whole week of upsets? West Point versus DCG.
Yep. We are loading in, of course. Now, junglers, this game, I think you can go to either lane in reality. I think it's hard for 665 to really find anything onto Hanabi on the Gragas. But I think for Hana, there is a pretty good chance that you can look for a dive here, assuming that this lane plays out how we traditionally see it play out. And that can be worrisome because not only can this Maokai look bot, there's so much set up there, but you can also look top. So keeping track of where Hana is on the Maokai could be one of the most important things this game. We're seeing earlier, I'm sure we will find out where he's starting through the ward. 665 looks like he's preparing to try and find that.
He might just come in here and drop a ward on the other side for DCG. Do place it. Now, one thing I want to quickly draw attention to is Jace took both second win and D-Shield, which I think is probably the correct decision. Nico is just on another level when it comes to laning, and having all that extra sustain will go a very long way. I remember a long time ago, Jace used to actually be a really good matchup in an eco, because you could always just E her away when she ulted. But now, I think the fact that she's going to be invisible for a lot of it, or you won't see it rather, it makes it a lot more difficult.
Yeah.
Now some good damage already onto Orca. And top lane, Hanabi, he's got the Comet, of course. I want to see if that lane... Oh, as Orca, he's getting traded on again.
Yeah, he's taken a lot of damage early on here in this lane. Already lost one pot.
Yeah, West Point's bot lane doing very well for themselves. I really just want the camera kind of on top lane at the moment because I want to see what ends up happening because it always feels that Jax gets chunked down, but then the wave gets frozen at tower, and from then, Gragas just kind of snowballs the lead.
Rolls those barrels on out, and
yeah,
Jax's health slowly but surely depletes.
Okay. Well, it is looking fairly similar. I don't think Rel here will be able to crash this wave, and he hasn't done the solo kill strat of going to proxy, so I think we are going to see probably a pretty rough top matchup for the Jax, especially because there is going to be no help for him. Both junglers are on that bot side of the map. And Mission, I think, is doing pretty well here. Ooh,
oh, here we are.
I'm getting flashbacks.
Yeah, Rallia's not going to be able to get this wave.
Yeah, this might be even worse.
Maybe.
Well, he gets level 4. I think Hanabi might just be able to pull this, though. Yeah, even if he just holds it there, I think it's pretty solid. Will he go and chase the reset? They're not going to go for it. Oh, the reset was cancelled. Cryscata?
Oh, Cryscata is going to have to use that flash and that cleanse, but he... Oh! The flash forward from 665 misses. It is going to eventually find that first blood. Almost a disaster there, but Cryscata getting way ahead of himself is going to be stunned up, taken down, and West Point on the board early.
A first blood for Viego is really important. Is going to be able to snowball quite hard off that. Nice damage.
Orca.
Yeah.
Lapping Char around down there. That was, if that last tower shot came through, that was going to be a kill.
I think Cryscata, he felt like he was safe here, had the Maokai very close by, but unfortunately walked into E range when the Nautilus was a bit too far. You can see the hook doesn't quite connect, and really didn't respect the Viego either. Probably should have just ran towards the Maokai instead, but with that, his fate was sealed. Orca had to flash as well. Big win for West Point on the bot side of the map.
Back to live. Rallia is maintaining CS, but how long will that stay true? Mission, though, getting pretty hard chunked out there by Noli. Nice little trade. Now a contest over this Raptor. Does go in favor of 665, so it's Viego finding himself even more of an advantage.
Aurelia, he still hasn't got the reset off. Has some cookies, and Mission needs to be a little careful. I think he's dead.
Mission just dies.
And that's with all this extra sustain that he took. I mean, to be honest, that was pretty greedy. I think definitely had the opportunity to base a long time ago and decided to stay instead. He grabbed some magic resist, but I always say that if you intend on building defensively, you've really got to get it before you die, because at the point that they get accelerated, obviously it's just a lot harder to survive.
Yeah, Sork boots. So your null magic means nothing already.
Oh, yeah, it's going to be really hard for Mission. I think he only has the tier, doesn't even have any swords or anything.
The 2-0 now, 1k gold lead, only 6 minutes in for West Point. If they're able to maintain this, you have to like it. There is obviously DCG outscale late game, but when you are getting accelerated, it doesn't matter so much. Oh, they wish, oh my goodness gracious me. If either of those skill shots landed, could have been pretty good there for DCG, as Hana was well ahead of 665 in that sort of bot lane region. But as I was saying, I think really late game, this Jace will turn on and it'll be really hard to go up against. But ultimately, it's not that big of a difference. And the team fighting capability of this West Point team probably just makes up for that gap, as long as you are able to find the engage. Nico obviously a lot stronger in those 5v5s than the Jace.
Yeah. And I think as well, if you look at the top lane, despite the trades going in Gragas' favor, Rallia's actually kept the CS very close, which is a lot better than what we've often seen.
Yeah. Credit to him there. Ooh. Explosive cask, but he doesn't go under the tower.
Quite in the right spot.
Still though, Hanabi does look like he might just have
can he
kill
chase
pressure.
this?
Okay, Rallier has taken a tower shot. This barrel will
he
land
didn't
the
flash?
comet. He's gonna have to flash. There's gonna have to be a reaction here. Is gonna get away. Oh,
I can't believe he managed to keep Flash there. I think not flashing that Q was pretty greedy.
Yeah.
He got out though. I wonder if Hanabi could have chased a bit longer. He kind of turned around pretty early. Oh no, he's trying to find the base. Wow, that was OP.
Yeah, how broken. Orca though is in the region. Will now be able to assist Mission getting this wave pushed in. Look how much? Oh my, that's half his HP gone.
Yeah, pretty annoying.
Bro just came out of base
And the wave's
lost
not
his
even
health.
really fixed either.
Yeah, it's not.
Oh, he fixed it for him.
Okay. Plate goes to Gragas here.
Yeah, Herald is spawning, so kind of do want to push
Ooh,
your
okay.
lanes.
Prage is top.
Okay, just straight lane swap. I actually kind of like that because I think if you can get Herald, immediately use it top for your Tristana. That feels really good.
Yeah.
And I think they should be able to get this. I mean, they're a lot stronger around here right now. Compare especially the mid lane items. Mercs and Tier.
Oh, okay, Rallier. Now more than ever, it's pretty important that he kept his flash in that instance. I will say though, if the tower's not found and this lane swap continues, Gragas is a lot better at dealing with the pressure than a Jax will be.
Pings back onto top side.
Oh, okay.
Oh.
Rallier hooked up. He's lost so much HP.
Yeah.
Luckily though, Orca not 6 yet, which means he's not too scared of his life, although now he certainly has to be, as Orca's just going to sit in this bush. Rallier's not going to be able to walk up to that wave. It is going to be looking like a dive topside though. Hanabi though, realizing this, backs off, uses that body slam to create space away from that bot lane of West Point, and Herald is available. Will be placed down now. Cascada though, happily farming down here.
I wonder who this favors. I mean, in terms of gold, it should be West Point, but the gold is definitely split.
Yeah,
right?
whereas Cascada's just...
Oh,
Oh, okay, definitely... Okay, does get away from that dredge line, but now it's Char. Now Char is the focus, and he should be going down, and Hanabi will pick himself up that kill. And meanwhile, Mission does arrive and pick himself up the kill credit there for 665 as well, as Prage now stuck in this pit. Does get rooted up, does not have flash available, and it looks like Rocket Jump won't be either, and Hanabi picking himself up too. So the Rift Shield, as well as some plates found there for West Point, but the huge team fight win for DCG.
a lot of gold traded back. 600 kills for Hanabi. Pretty nice. I think he's now sitting 2-0-1 on the Gragas. And important in that fight as well is that Mission managed to get the Viego in there somewhere, because this Jace was looking pretty out of the game at this point, but being able to get this Dirk now does matter a lot. And feels like 665 got very greedy for this Krugkran, was lucky to get out initially there. And Mission chases him in, takes him out. Nice goal for him. Doesn't really have anywhere to go after this, but a lot of cooldowns used for him, admittedly. And Prage flashing in.
He did have the Rocket Jump, just no mana for it.
No. Yeah, stuck, kind of nowhere to go.
Stuck right next to some beefy boys, that's for sure. Poor little Tristana's stuck in the Baron pit with a Maokai, Nautilus, and a Gragas.
Not what you want to see. And I think as well, you know, Rallier, he was keeping it admittedly very even in this matchup. He was doing a really good job. But because he was weak-sided so hard there, he lost a lot of CS, and Hanabi got 2 kills. So now this matchup that Rallier put in a lot of work to make sure was, you know, somewhat playable is about to get very tough.
Yeah, Hanabi even upper level. 80 carry items, fairly even really, all things considered. In fact, I think it's almost exactly even. So it does feel very nice there, and now we're seeing the fruits of Hanabi's labor. The explosive cast comes in. Rallier does have his flash available, but he's just holding it. He's holding it for next game. In fact, he does get away for now. Leap strike over to the ward. This guy's got nerves of steel, man.
He does.
There's no way I'm holding my flash there.
Well, credit to him. I do feel a bit bad for Rallier, because I think this game state isn't really his fault.
No. The team made a decision, and unfortunately went a bit awry.
Yeah.
Cascada again, picking himself up another solo plate as Prage completely zoned away. Do have to be careful now. They will know where Orca is and Char in the vicinity.
Looking at that, by the way, the 4 plates to 7, that's West Point coming out 3 plates behind after getting Herald, and they're the ones with the Tristana.
Yeah.
It feels really strange. Feels like the macro went very wrong.
I think lane swapping into a Gragas is
Yeah,
when you have the Jax. Even though Jax loses to the Gragas anyway, Gragas is so much better at dealing with a 2v1 than a Jax is.
Yeah. And West Point, I think they do want to fight this.
Yeah, Nature's Grasp should confirm this Dragon 2v theirs, and now just leaving. Oh, in fact, Orca's going to go in, but the Zenith Blade channels and manages to find Mission. Nice Feather Storm. It's only going to be the 2-man found there for that Pop Blossom, but what can West Point do? They're fighting a lot. Criscata, though, relatively unhit. He's getting out a lot of damage. 665 will not find another reset, but Prage will. It's going to be these 2 members of DCG. It's the top and 80 carry versus the top and 80 carry. It's Hanabi now, 2v1ing. It's going to be a 4 for 4. Or is it? Is Hanabi going to find more? He's not. He's not going to risk the tower dive. I think that's smart. Don't want to accidentally give over more gold, but what an insane fight, man. How did that end up being a 4 for 4?
I don't know. That was absolutely wild. I hope we get a replay because it was just, you know, just stuff. Wait, Prage, what are you doing here, buddy? Hops away.
All right, so this will be a tower now. First tower of the game on Hanabi, and Hanabi's so fed now. He's just found so much gold.
And look at the Zenith Blade. Okay, so it caught Mission in the back, but I think it was actually bad for him. You know, it's so far in. Nicole wasn't the best. It misses both the carries and is then immediately taken out. But there's still a lot of AoE, and it looked like there's a lot of people low, so resets from Tristan Viego look very, very good. But they just can't quite manage to get in without dying. And I think Criscata must have done a lot of damage.
I think it was 3k, which at this stage of the game is...
That's pretty ridiculous.
Yeah.
But this Gragas is becoming a major problem. I think he's 4-0-1 now. And he's up about 40 CS when we last looked. So
and the first plate.
Yeah, look at him. Oh my god, he's strong.
Yeah. Yeah, this Gragas is going to be scary. And the thing is, Relia is also pretty strong himself. I mean, he hasn't picked up the Mythic just yet, but 2-1-2, not doing so bad for himself in his own right. And honestly, he's only doing this poorly in CS because of what his team forced him to do. And
yeah, he's down 2 levels though.
Yeah, that's massive. And Gragas really taking control of that side lane now. Nature's Grass comes out. They will get mid lane priority and now head towards what is the Rift Herald. Neither top laner having teleport, so should not be involved unless Hanabi starts making his way up now, and it looks like he will be. Definitely has the fast tracks here, so DCG just patiently waiting, and now as Hanabi's arrived, it's going to be Orca looking. Does manage to land that dredge line there onto Char, but nothing too significant comes from it. But with Hanabi here and Relia on the bot side with no teleport, it should just be this Rift Herald given over to DCG.
It's going to be a nice pickup. I think I'm sure they'll want to use it mid. Feels like if you can break that open, would be able to speed up the game a lot. So it does get picked up. And Hanabi did have to walk to that, so he is going to lose some CS on the bot lane. Allows Relia to catch up just a little bit. Got a little bit of damage there as well. Mission's still pretty far away from item though. I mean, he's getting closer, but 15 minutes, no mythic is pretty late. And you kind of understand why. You need the mercs, you need the tier, and also don't have the first strike, and fell behind, plus ratio. So there's a lot of reasons, but...
Wow, that was a lot of
he's got it now. Okay, actually did get it decent time. 16, well, I say decent. Decent considering what's happened.
Now, possible next point of contention. This dragon, which is spawning in a minute. It is 7 kills to 7, so when you're in game, it does look like things are mostly even. And even when you look at items, there's not that big of a discrepancy anywhere other than the top lane. And so I think West Point might even try to contest here. I wouldn't be surprised to see them try because they do get outscaled.
Yeah, I think they should contest. They've got a really good 5v5. I'd like to see them fight. Maybe if they can fight a 4v4, it might be better though.
Yeah, Criscata no flash and Prage does, so perhaps a bit of autonomy afforded here to Prage.
I do think Relia needs to just play for the split push probably and just try and bring that Gragas away because I think a 5v5 with Gragas and Jax involved is definitely not as good as a 4v4 without them. All the side of West Point. Herald has dropped mid, and I think this tower should fall unless they can get people here in time.
Yeah,
Probably
the troops
not.
going to be gathered.
Well, they might try to defend it. Cascada sidesteps it.
Oh, Cascada does not sidestep the Zenith Blade, though. Is going to have to use that Featherstorm, and there is still the Pop Blossom available, but Mission jumps on in, executes Char up, and that's going to be a 1-for-0 with Dragon spawning in just 5 seconds.
Nice pickup there, of course. That mid tower did survive. But a second drag for DCG isn't something they'll say no to. And Mission is actually pushing for that top tower. Needs to be pretty careful. There's a creep here. Mission.
Nolly looking, lands the root. There is flash available. He does use it and gets out of that Pop Blossom, but 665, hot on his trail, will flash, land that stun. It should be a kill picked up here, but who gets the credit? It's going to be Nolly.
Very greedy, I think, by Mission to try to be pushing for that tower when you are just getting a lot bot side. You're getting the dragon. Really, your job is just to not die. So 4 deaths on him. Not a good game, unfortunately. But the mid tower, well, it'll survive for now. The top tower did fall there, so everything remains pretty even.
I think it remains pretty even until Gragas gets involved.
Yeah, that's the problem, really. 2 items on Cascada. 18 minutes in. Doesn't have himself the boots, so can get them a little quicker.
Game paused. Found out. Sound issue for Hanabi here. So I'll ask you, Shock, who's winning the game?
I think it should still be DCG. I think the Gragas might be too big to deal with.
Yeah?
Yeah, I think so. Because Nico is not very good at killing Gragas. Nico's pretty good at killing all the squishies, but it's kind of hard to actually reach the squishies, right? It's just the Jace, really. And the Jace is really long ranged. Desire has enough self-peel to cleanse the R. So it should be fine. But yeah, I think I'll give it to DCG. But I think it's still quite close.
Yeah, I definitely do as well. And there is always that big question mark where, at which point in this game does DCG do their first throw? And how impactful is it?
True.
It's coming somewhere. I mean, maybe it was just what Mission did. Maybe it was a nice little
out
one.
Of his system.
Yeah. I mean, to be fair, the first blood was a bit of a... Well, no, it was second blood. Dying there solo to a whole lot of nothingness, really.
Yeah.
That was a big problem as well.
Was pretty greedy.
But I think that just speaks to the power of Nico, but also how well Nully was controlling that lane.
Nico is a pretty crazy champ.
Also a possible bit of mind control in there, forcing Mission to not recall and just teleport back to lane.
Yeah, mind control can't be underestimated. And Nully, he's looked pretty good. You know, we've kind of said that maybe he isn't on Mission's level, but proving us wrong in this game. 2-1-4, and the big reason why this game is still so even.
Absolutely is. This bot lane, well, top lane is in the bot lane. Seems like it's going to be pretty hard for Relia.
Okay, 4 minutes away on the next drag. 1 minute until that Baron. I don't think either team really has the DPS to look at it. So I think for now, there might not be a whole lot going on. Probably just want to farm up items. If you're West Point, I think you do kind of want to keep the pressure on. Especially if that Gragas is away. In fact, if you can force Gragas to TP...
Oh, Mission.
Oh, I think he's fine.
If he get... Oh,
he's not fine.
Oh,
he is fine.
Okay, that was well played by him. Gets out the Pop Blossom. Costs him nothing. Yeah, that was very well played.
It was.
But
maybe
Char,
now a fight in the river. I mean, it could be good for DCG with that Pop Blossom missing. Enemy is here early, though. Wouldn't even be forced to TP if a fight breaks out.
are looking to just pick up this mid tower. There's no one there to defend.
Falls.
And this blows open the map a lot more. Mission, though. Mission's going to go down
flash.
here. No flash. He's got no hope.
Ooh.
Teleport, actually. Oh, another teleport. It's an absolute fiesta up here. As Hanabi first to arrive, Rally coming in, but it's going to be the Zhonya's that dodges out of at least the initial counter-strike. Explosive cast hits Relia close into the team, but it's likely going to be Hanabi picked up there. Cascada on the backside is able to find a kill onto Char, but it's ultimately the shutdown over to Relia as now the team kind of trying to give it praise, just looking in the sapling. Will stun him up, and What a flash from Cryscata. Gets out of Rallia's initial flash there with the counter-strike. And in fact, Makai is going to take that kill there, I believe, with a demonic embrace. But well, I was asking when DCG's Throne is going to come in, and
there it
bada
is.
bing, bada boom.
I do think we should get a replay of that, because I think that might have been the most mis-executed skirmish I've seen in a while. I think the Gragas and Jace in that fight did a lot of trolling, and I, for one, would love to expose them.
There you go. We'll have to... I'm sure we'll get a replay, but we might unfortunately get the replay of the bot side that we didn't catch.
True. Okay,
But
two
yeah.
items come in for Prage. Game is still, I mean, very, very even. Okay, are we gonna see it? We are. Okay. Oh, no, we're not gonna see it. Tragic. Well, okay, well, let's see what happened on the bot side. Hana found out Char. Orca, did he hook the wall there? I can't tell what he did. Char was very low. How did Cryscata lose all of his health? Was it to Tristana? Must have been. Oh. Gets E'd on. Oh, wow, yeah. Okay, so he lost his R here and a lot of HP. That was actually a pretty big turning point, because now he's so low for this team fight. He had that flash that kept him alive from Relia, but that was an interesting flash from Orca. I see what he was going for, but I think just couldn't really find a way. And wait, that was Mission's TP. I didn't even notice this in the fight.
Oh.
Yeah, okay. I will say the DCG solo laners, while they're normally a huge strength of their team, they did play that pretty horrifically.
Report that, man.
On bot side, though, Relia's caught up in levels almost. He's only one behind. Mission does grab that top tower. Okay, 50 more seconds on the Dragon. I think, again, both teams will be looking at this. 2 items completed here for Nuli. He's got that Shadow Flame. Has ignored the Zonya, so it's just going to go to deal lots of damage. Mission also gets his 2 items down. That's a very big spike. I mean, the Jace has been very lackluster, but as he inches closer to these 3 items, I mean, 2's a pretty good spike already. He's going to really start to have the poke come online. Hull Breaker now for Rel here, so I think definitely wants to play for that 4-1, try and make it a 4v4. But it might be too late to really set it up here, because Dragon's only 10 seconds away. Maybe just keep sprinting it down the side lane. I think it could be good.
Possible game-deciding fight could come through here. Baron is alive.
Yeah, West Point need to play this really slow. Allow your Jax to split push.
Ooh, okay.
He's got a red buff.
Jace has found some poke, but they're hunting fruit as well as that red buff. Praise should be fine to heal on back up. Hana now entering the pit as Nuli is on the side there, cloned as a Leona, and it will be Relia turning up, but the fight breaks out. Nature's Grass coming out nice and early. It's going to be the Dragon, at least for now, found by 665. Is massive route there from the Everfrost, and Orca now does try to find the route onto what was an Eco clone. Char slowed up. Hana's going forward. He's flashed, twisted advance. He's not got the damage as Char does manage to get away for now. Relia, though, has gone in, and so has Mission. He misses the shock blast, and Relia is really, really tanky. Turning it around, will likely find a kill. Does go down for his efforts, though, and on the top side is Cryscata trying to find the damage. Prage is not very healthy, but he's walking forward. The Feather Storm will not catch him. Oh my god, Nuli cleans up the double kill.
How are these fights just always so close? Just one person surviving at the very end of that, and on a sliver of health as well. Another insane team fight. This West Point DCG game is just absolutely delivering. It is now 3 items picked up by Cryscata, though, and I think that is a pretty big turning point in this game, because he's kind of putting the team on his back at this point, and having the BT is going to make it a lot easier. And once again, I think that this actually looked pretty good here for DCG. You know, initial engage, it's not the best, but there's a lot of damage down. It feels like you can kind of just chase West Point down. As long as you just keep poking, don't need to overcommit. You could even maybe turn towards Baron at this point after getting some chunk. But I think what really kind of...
Right here.
I think this wasn't too bad. I actually think what Mission did was a little worse. So if you notice, just keep your eyes on the Jace here. I mean, he's doing fine. But once he chases Relia into this bush, I mean, you could play this fight slow and it's completely fine. You can keep poking. No one can hit you now. But he walks into Relia and dies, and that's a lot of damage now missing from this fight. Cryscata, he did a lot of damage here, but was eventually taken down, and Harnaby tries to save him, was slightly too late in that. Nuli just gets him all at the end, but what a crazy fight. I mean, what an absolute banger.
I don't even know what's going on in these fights, man. Every single fight we see, there's just 2 different fights going on in the same fight. And one side of them has Mission missing a lot of skills and teleporting into the middle of 3 people. But
they do. In that picture-in-picture there, we did have Hanabi go down to a Nico ult. So it probably was just a minion down mid-wave or something. Ooh, Mission. This might not be...
This could be
a
terrible.
Bad idea. Okay, he gets out.
Yeah, luckily he has the phase rush. Of course, I'm sure he was aware that he could get out, but it was a little dicey. 3 items for Gragas now. You need Hanabi to really pick it up here in the team fights. He has so much of the gold.
That's so annoying.
Wow, that was probably a lot more committed than needed to be.
Fine, they did get him. 3 items, yeah, for Nuli and for Prage, and that's pretty big. I think Zonya's on the Nico can buy a lot more time. I feel like team fights are honestly favored towards West Point right now. You kind of need some poke to land from Mission beforehand. There is no lifesteal from West Point to deal with it. And Cruscata, he's got stopwatch and BT, so he is pretty hard to kill. But I feel like if West Point play out the fight well, they should probably come out ahead. And for the first time this game, they have themselves a gold lead.
Now Hanabi has walked up to mid again. Maybe trying to force out that teleport from Jax. Wouldn't be a bad decision, but they do have to be careful about it. Mission recalling. He might be the one that answers the Jax here.
Yeah, I mean, he can at least clear the wave. Does have the TP. He's probably pretty... Okay, so he gets the last Whisper there. Still pretty far from Cyrilda's, though. Okay. I'm a little surprised that Maokai didn't go for AP this game. Just because Gragas is more of the off AP, right? It does a lot of damage, but it's not often that you buy magic resist just for Gragas. Although that being said, Relia, he's got a Wit's End and a Hull Breaker, so he is built for the side lane.
Yeah. Although less built for the side lane if Mission's the one answering.
I still think he beats him though.
Yeah, still absolutely beats him. At least for now. There might be an argument later that Mission with his short trades might be able to stand up against Relia. But you definitely need the Shielders first. Dragon though, 20 seconds away, and we might see our next circus show of just, I don't know. I can't even describe what happens. Normally though, on this Nico, could have so much effect, does have the flash available, and of course the Hextech Rocket Bout. And at least for now, it looks like DCG want to give the Dragon and contest this Baron.
Oh, they started up already. They're going to force Relia to TP away from bot, which I think is the main idea. I think when TP is committed, though, they might turn. Although Baron's already very low. They might just 50-50
Baron
it.
is going to go over. 665 flashes into, well, actually ults into the pit, flashes on out, and Char now hooked up. Should be okay, actually, after flashing out, as Orca's going to flash just the same. Both supports now flashless, but it's Baron picked up nice and quickly there for DCG. Now Hanabi recalling, here comes the minion, it's going to be a Pop Blossom, but it's only going to find Orca, and Chris Carter's going to go down there. It's Praise who eventually finds that kill on the other side of the fight. Mission, Hanabi, Hana trying to do what they can, but it's this Jax, it's this Tristana, still alive, but the flash body slam will ensure that Praise does go down, and now Relia last alive. Explosive cast not used during the fight will be used here, and Relia does not have it in him to find the stun onto the Jays. It's an ace. It's only 2 kills for West Point. And with Mission marching down mid, it looks like an inhib. Hana starting on this Dragon. I don't even know what's going on in these fights.
It was another just absolutely crazy fight. We will get a look at it, I'm sure, but I think Nuli's Pop Blossom, if it had been slightly later, actually would have got Cruscata. It was really good, though, I think, by DCG to just commit this Nature's Grasp, burst the Baron down, bring Relia away from bot lane. All this looks really, really good. And then a nice initial re-engage here, forces Sums out of Char, gets him very low, of course. And now it feels like you can kind of just chase him down. Do have to be, you know, keeping in mind the re-engage, which is exactly what happens here. So pay attention to Nuli. I feel like maybe should have just waited a little bit longer. I mean, it is hard because eventually you'll get spotted, but his ult, again, didn't find anyone, which is a big problem. And then at the end here, really nice target selection to just go past the Jax and commit everything to the Tristana. That was very, very nice from DCG. Another creep goes down mid. Ooh, it is found there. Cyrilda now on Jace. So Jace just got a lot scarier. I think once you reach this point, it's really, really big. Now, a GA picked up by Prage. I think it's definitely the wrong item. I think this needs to be some lifesteal up against the Jace. Now, I don't think GA is going to do anything for you.
Ooh, Everfrost is used there. It's the Rockabout in response.
Why does he have a GA?
I don't know. Maybe, I don't know, not get assassinated by the Gragas. It's hard to tell.
Well, we'll see. Void Staff on Hanabi, so that might make his side lane matchup a bit closer. Obviously can just sit under tower, especially with Baron, and never really be an issue. But DCG, they're up 5.7k gold with this Baron power play, so what an absolute gold swing. 3 minutes on their 4th drag. They didn't end up cracking the base with this Baron though, but they got themselves some much needed items. Well, not much to say for a bit.
Yeah, I think it's just things should be relatively quiet, at least until 3 minutes time, where we might see yet another absolute beatdown.
Absolute beatdown. That's what I'm looking forward to. Cruzcado doesn't have the flash just yet, so they might want to wait for that as well. I think he has a stopwatch still. I didn't check. Yeah, he's still got one.
Ooh.
Ooh.
Navi knows.
That creep's looking awfully suspect there. And maybe DCG will try break this without Baron. It is going to be hard, but if they can land some Jace poke, I could see it. Do need to be a little careful walking up, though. 2.5 minutes. As long as DCG can maintain control over this bot jungle, that's really all they need to do. Hana's getting a bit aggressive on mid.
Okay, Baron and Dragon do spawn at the same time, and this is always the worst conundrum to be in. One team on Soul Point, one team's not, and both objectives spawning at the same time.
Yeah, does not feel good as a team without that Dragon Soul threat. Another tower goes down, so just more gold being picked up, but it's only a 4k gold lead, and at this stage of the game, you feel like 4k gold doesn't matter too much. Will probably just mostly come down to teamfight execution. Prage picks himself up some magic resist. He's got a Hex Drinker.
Yeah, and I think it's not realistic, but you really would have liked to have had that Rabadons available for Noli prior to this next fight. But obviously very, very expensive item. Unless he's got a lot saved up, shouldn't be able to get access to that. And that could just be the difference as well. We've seen so many of these fights come down to the absolute wire.
1 minute away now.
Oh my, there's fights on different areas of the map. Yet again, Nature's Grasp.
Ooh.
Okay, does get the flash.
That's a pretty big cooldown.
Yeah.
Yeah, it makes the fight a lot easier for Cruzcado. Okay. And if you're DCG, I mean, there is the chance that you could just burst this Baron down and do Dragon. I mean, the Baron comes up a full 20 seconds earlier. You've got a lot of damage. You definitely have control. GA now on missions Jace. Now, as if they can push this up. Okay, no jump from Prage. I think they could just walk to Baron and burst it. It kind of looks like what they're doing. Need to be a little careful of funneling themselves into the choke, though. They might be better off taking a fight in mid lane instead.
Yeah. Obviously, Nico throwing out her clones is so annoying. It gets so much vision.
Does give Cruzcado some lifesteal off it, though.
Yeah, true. Now, that's another wave cleared. Dude, they are hitting topside. Hanabi is waiting, but he is absolutely sitting on a ward.
Okay, looks like they might 3-man Baron. I like this.
Yeah.
I think it's gone.
It does look like it will be. You're not going to get here in time, West Point. Char, though, flashing forward, will find an engagement, but it's just going to be onto the Nautilus, and Char getting so low, likely to be taken out here. I'm not sure what the Zhonya's is for, but the, 4-man Pop Blossom. Noli doing his absolute damnedest to put this team on his back, but ultimately the damage just wasn't there. It's going to be, so far, one picked up here for the side of West Point, but it's 3 4 and almost certainly going to be 5 for DCG. And despite what was a heroic Nico ultimate, it's going to be the team fight win here. Although Relia finding himself a kill onto Cascada might mean the game doesn't end just yet. It is, however, definitely going to be this Dragon as well as the Baron for DCG.
Yeah, big wins there, and I think with that TP, they probably are going to try play for the end. Oh, there's 15 seconds on Viego, 5. Okay, they can't play for the end. Maybe an inhib, though, could be picked up. And Mission, he had a horrible early game, but he did 7,000 damage in that team fight. So, can't say no to that, really.
I wonder if Hanabi fat-fingered Zhonya's instead of...
Yeah, probably. Okay, but the Pot Blossom was incredible.
Yeah.
But the problem is that Relia has already used E and is so far away, he can't follow up. You know, maybe if he had that flash from before, could have actually followed up, and maybe that could have been a very different fight. But those carries, they limped away. You know, Cascada and Mission with very low health. There'd been a bit more damage. It could have been a completely different story. And Relia, he buys a lot of time here at the end and probably does save the game from ending. But he does go down nonetheless, and I think Mission might have killed his AD carry here. Hey, it's a sacrifice that he's willing to make.
Boy, these fights are getting close. That one, while obviously health and members was in favor of DCG, I think if one or two things are different, it goes to West Point, because that Nico Pot Blossom was phenomenal, but there was no follow-up for it, really. And now, it was hard then, but now you've got to stare down the barrel of a Mountain Soul across the DCG side. As well as Mission now, 4 items GA is completed. It also has the BF sword in his back pocket, and full build now for Cascada on the Xayah.
Yep. Some damage does come out here from the Jace. I mean, he's almost full build. If he can land it onto the right people, would be really good. Prage, he really only has that red buff for lifesteal, although he probably has Bloodline. First Baron wave is crashing on bot. They need to sync these up. Mission can probably just hit the mid inhib. Yeah, he's going to get a couple orders on it, and it won't last long.
Does go down.
Well, that's one. Now they're going to work on bot lane. I think Mission should just keep these mid waves baroned up, kind of draw people away from it, keep landing the poke. Mission's going to base. Is he going to TP to a creep here? Okay, TP's to a creep far back. Baron is now expired, but they're still going to get 2 inhibs. And I think that, I mean, I don't know.
That should be a good feel. Although Orca finds a max range hook onto 665, they decide not to capitalize on it. Instead, preferring to play safe. They're backing all out now.
Okay,
and this game
Rabadon's
is
on Nuli.
Oh, okay. That is a very big item. That could really be a team fight deciding item.
If you can find another ult like that last time, I definitely think so.
Although GA available on Cascada this time, which makes it just that much harder to reliably win a fight. We are ultimately 40 minutes in here, and any death is such a long death timer. It feels like West Point have to win 2. Orca.
Okay, tower is gone though.
Yeah,
third
and
inhib.
so is the Solar Flare. The Dredge line is going to be used here onto Prage, who takes so much damage. He's going to have to back out. He doesn't have a Bloodthirster. Bloodline will not be enough to sustain up here, and that's the 3rd inhib going down. Relia, in the meantime, is trying to get to work in the bot lane, but it might be too little too late as the fight looks like it's coming out again. Relia recalling now. Is trying to get back to health. It looks like this will be the final fight, but what is going to happen? Whereas Nuli Pot Blossom comes out, but it's only onto the Nautilus, and he has almost been eliminated. In the meantime, though, it is the Nautilus going down. There will not be an Orca in this fight, and Viego, in fact, stealing that body is a bit weaker than the Viego possibly was, with 3-man stun found from Relia. It's going to be Cascada, though. He's fairly untouched. He still has the Bloodthirster. Relia trying to get away, and Prage gets hit by the Shock Blast. Prage gets jumped on by Mission. Prage jumps away. It is still 3 members strong here for West Point, but it's against the 4 of DCG, and there's just so much lifesteal coming out. Cascada GA available, Mission GA available, and nothing of sorts available here for West Point. It's going to be a 40-minute game, but eventually DCG will take it. It wasn't easy, but they did finally manage to cross the line.
They finally crossed the line, and 50 kills later, it is DCG that pick up the win. 50 kills more than a kill a minute, and that was a very long game as well. So, man, it was crazy, and so many fights were so close, right? It feels like, you know, just one or two mistakes really could have made the difference either way. And DCG, you know, I said that they probably would win, and I was hoping it was clean, and it was not clean. It was so far from clean.
That was the most disgusting game of League of Legends.
It was good. I loved it.
It was fun. It was very fun. To be honest, there was, I think after that one fight around the Baron or Riftfield or whatever it was at the time, at that stage it was like, man, what is going on here? I think it was the mission teleport more than anything, because that was just so
I
horrendous.
wish they'd shown us the replay of what happened before, because I think what happened is, you know, the Gragas TP comes in, right, and he mistimes everything on Ralhier's TP, and then I'm pretty sure he W'd and like ordered a creep with no one around, and I think Jace E'd a creep in the middle of it as well. I really wish I might go back and watch it later, because I think just so much went wrong. And
then it was just cherry on top, teleported to 3 people and insta-killed.
Okay, I'll ask you a very hard question. Who do you think is the MVP? Maybe Hanabi or Cascada?
See, I don't think Hanabi, because he was so far ahead and then kind of played pretty poorly after that, I think. I would actually say perhaps Orca or Cascada. I think it can't be anyone else. Hana, I don't think Hana did anything egregious.
No, he didn't. But he is playing Maokai, you know, it's quite hard to do things.
Yeah, but when the whole team is just like Giga running it at times.
That's true. Yeah, that's true.
It's kind of like what I say about Halpeg. It's like half the time, Godtone doing nothing is doing better than him trying to do something, you know? Like at times, in a game like that as well, doing nothing often is just better than whatever was happening.
True. It's easy to get lost in the sauce when there's that many kills.
Yeah, that was solo queue at its finest right there, I think.
It really was.
But I think Cascada, it'll be Cascada, Hana, or Orca for me. It's hard to choose.
It's probably
impossible to
Cascada.
choose.
I think when we get a look at the damage charts, it might be Cascada, because I think that Mission definitely would have done a lot of damage towards the end, but there's no way he can get MVP. You know, he had the most alien
he died
early game.
solo, level 3 or something.
Yeah,
no, that guy is well out of MVP contention for that game. I think he's almost lower than most of West Point, and you can't even get it as the losing team.
Wow, that's sad.
I'm sorry, but
I mean, he played well towards the end of the game, I think.
Yeah, that is fair. But it does become pretty easy to play the game when you have 4 items as Jace.
That is true.
You're 3 screens away from anyone.
So just throwing nukes.
Yeah. What was crazy about that game for me is that every team fight was 2 different team fights. Every single one. I don't think there was a single team fight that was like just one. Maybe the one where Nully found the 4-man ult. I think that's the only one that was like all 5 members in the same team fight. Otherwise, it was like 3v3 here, 2v2 here, and just like absolute chaos.
It was insane. I feel bad for you. You know, you have to do the play-by-play, and it's hard to tell what's going on.
It's very hard to tell what's going on. It's very hard to keep track of all the moving parts. That's for sure. It's hard in a normal game, let alone one like that. But yeah, it's hard to say. Well played by DCG. I think Cascada played well. I think Orca played well. I mean, in a game like that, not having too many deaths on Nautilus isn't the easiest thing to achieve, in all honesty. And yeah, I don't know. I don't know really what else to say.
I guess after that, you know, DCG, they do kind of, that was a much needed win, right? Yeah. Like they need to keep themselves in playoffs. And I think if they had gone down to West Point there's a very realistic chance that someone steals DCG's spot later on. For now, though, they do keep it. And this was one of many fights. I don't remember which
this is the one where Hana flashed it over the wall.
And they all chased him down. Okay, so this was, it's all coming back to me now. I mean, look, it was looking real good here for DCG. I mean, this looks great. I think either just chase and keep poking or just turn to Baron, right? Like, these people are so low, there's no way they can get to Baron in time. You have so many options. I kind of feel like they choose the worst one, especially Mission just deciding to play this so fast when all he needs to do is play slow. I mean, where is Jax going to go? You can just keep poking him.
Oh, Hanabi! Oh, did you see that?
No, I didn't.
He just completely whiffed a body slam onto Noli, who was just running in a straight line.
You get that on the big jobs. This was an insane ending to the fight, though.
Yeah.
Look how many low health bars here. And even this, I mean...
And then just the collat. That's the collat on the back end.
Yeah.
I think Nuli played a very good game for himself there.
Yeah.
That is Jace topping the damage, but fake damage.
Yeah, I mean, Hanabi's damage was pretty high. He was very accelerated, of course.
Yeah, after that top skirmish, he found himself, what was it, like 4-0?
Yeah,
4-2,
4-0-1,
I think.
think.
Yeah, something insane. And it was, I mean, a big change, sort of point of like where you felt like DCG had the game absolutely was really when the Baron and the Dragon were spawning simultaneously, and they just had the pick of the litter. But it ended up being just a fight, and they got both. But I mean, even then, it was a very close team fight thanks to Nuli off of 4-man Pop Blossom. They just didn't have the damage at that stage. I mean, Tristana can never really jump in against the Maokai, and I think this is fair. I think in a game with 50 kills, 2 deaths.
Yeah, that's pretty incredible.
Yeah.
This man kept composure.
Yeah, I think he probably does deserve it. Chris Scarter would be the other honorable mention along. I mean, the bot lane as well, but yeah, 2 deaths.
Oh, cinematic.
What was the... Oh, this is the Pop Blossom one? No?
No, this is when he'd already used Nature's Grasp.
Yeah.
They got the Baron. I can't remember what Hana's
just... He's just tossing...
Oh, wait, is this... No, this is a different fight. Remember when the sapling killed Relia?
Oh, yeah, right at the end.
Yeah.
Okay, what happens here? There's a teleport in. Oh, it's a Pop Blossom.
Oh, yeah, but I didn't find any carries. Yeah, and from then on, it feels very easy, I think, for the carries to play. There just isn't really enough damage for it. And
is this where they get like they all turn and commit to Prage? Is this the one?
Yeah,
it is. Okay.
This one's really nice. Like, I feel like it's very easy in this to just hit the person in front of you.
Yeah.
But the Tristana is so much more valuable and so much more vulnerable as well.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, what an insane way to finish week 4. I mean,
it was an insane week, to be honest.
Week 4 has been nuts. We saw Hellpigs beat Beyond. We saw Frank beat CFO, which was an upset. You know, it very much was an upset. And now we've just seen that.
I like that.
Yeah, well.
I do like that. But yeah, okay, insane week, and I mean, it's a really nice start to the second round robin, right? Because first round robin, it was looking like the teams were very solidified almost in their positions, and now it feels like everything is still up in the air. Today's results, though, I mean, for the most part, it did just kind of go as expected, but I think the games were very, very close, right? Like, there were a lot of these games that could have been picked up by the other team, so very interesting. Looking at standings, though, not a lot of movement today, but critically, you know, Frank and Hellpigs now being tied once again.
And J-Team also picking up their win.
That's true. Yeah, we're just one
second.
behind. Yeah, we got a nice little filtering now.
Yeah. I think, really, for the rest of the split, it does feel like the biggest contention is going to be between, I mean, DCG, they're one off top 4, which is an important placeholder, and obviously 6th place, because it feels like PSG are likely to come out first. Obviously, J-Team, if they keep playing as strong as they can, I can see them taking a game off PSG, which would tie them up. But ultimately, it does kind of feel like the biggest talking points are 4th and 6th.
For sure. I mean, the 6th place, especially because Hellpigs hold the head-to-head over Frank right now, right? Or are they 1-1?
They haven't played Frank again, I don't believe. They're just 1-0.
Okay. So, wow, yeah. I mean, that is really big to have that, because if it does come into that, you know, all down to the same points and you don't even have to go to a tiebreaker, maybe, that would be really good. Upcoming matches, though, and you can see they're on Friday, that 4th game.
Three big games.
That's a big
Three
game.
big games. CFO, DCG, they're only 1 point difference. Beyond J-Team, that's a big one.
That's 1 point difference as well, right?
That is a 1 point difference. And then, of course, Hellpigs Frank.
That's going to be a wild day.
Yeah. I mean, we're going to find out a lot, I feel like. We could have DCG tying it up with CFO. We could have Beyond tying it up with J-Team. And we could have Hellpigs securing 6th for themselves, or Frank securing 6th for themselves.
Yeah, could be insane. And I'm hoping we will be on the next patch next week.
Yeah, sure.
Because it's been a long time.
It has.
Yeah.
We've had 4 weeks of 13-12.
Worst 4 weeks of my life. No, it's been very exciting. It's been very exciting.
If we are, what do you think changes in the meta? Because Static Shift got nerfed, but it hasn't been nerfed as much as it is currently on live, which is, I believe, 13-14, right? It got nerfed further. So I think it seems like it is still viable, but possibly not as strong. And to be fair, the LeBlancs we've seen have looked pretty bad. It's been mainly
think the PCS
Kai'Sa.
doesn't really like, and I think Kai'Sa can still build it, right?
Yeah.
I actually don't think anything will really change functionally. Just, you know, might see a few new picks here and there.
Yeah, I think ultimately the most exciting thing, even if it is a change patch, I could have it on this patch, and I think next Friday looks like one of the most exciting nights of the PCS. I mean, crazy matchups, really huge for the upcoming standings, especially this close to playoffs, but that, ladies and gentlemen, will do us for week number 4. I hope you've had a blast, because I know I sure have, and I'm certain my colleague here, Shock, has. It's been a fantastic, fantastic week, but we'll see you again here on Friday.